The scene opens in a hospital emergency room, filled with the tense hum of urgency. A nurse bursts in, her face pale and eyes wide with panic, shouting at the doctor that the patient is struggling to breathe. Without hesitation, the doctor's voice cuts sharply through the chaos, calling out for a ventilator, his tone edged with intense focus. On the hospital bed lies Jin Lashene, a mechanical engineer whose body has been worn down after years of relentless labor. His heart has just suffered a stroke, and he teeters on the fragile line between life and death. From his earliest days, life has tested him at every turn. He lost his parents in a tragic car accident, leaving him alone as an orphan. After finishing school, he spent 20 long years trapped in a company, enduring grueling work with wages barely enough to survive day to day. Love never reached him. He's lived in solitude, untouched by the warmth of companionship or the comfort of human connection. The doctor calls his name again, urgency ringing in every syllable. But Jin's mind drifts, slipping away from the present. He questions whether all his years of toil had any real meaning, wondering if the life he's led held any true purpose. The doctor continues calling, insistently now, as the team prepares the AED. Jin's vision blurs, and every muscle aches with exhaustion. Fatigue overwhelms him, and for a brief, haunting instant, he considers surrendering. Darkness encroaches. Then, as if pulled from the shadows, he awakens in a grand royal mansion, his eyes blinking open to gilded walls, polished floors, and the soft glimmer of chandeliers. He takes in the lavish surroundings, confusion flickering across his face. A fleeting thought crosses his mind. Am I still in a hospital? How much could a place like this cost? Before he can piece things together, a glowing window-like notification hovers before him. It welcomes him to the magical continent of Eldrien. Instinctively, he reaches toward it, but a sharp, sudden pain lashes through his body, and he recoils, frozen in place. Then his gaze lands on a nearby mirror, and shock crashes over him like a tidal wave. The face staring back is completely unfamiliar, leaving him grappling with the question, why does he look so different? A week passes, and he gradually starts to adapt to this startling new reality. In the calm of his chambers, a maid enters, bowing with graceful respect, announcing that the tea is ready. She addresses him as master and introduces herself as Leah, her presence both poised and welcoming. Over the next week, Jin, now known as Ren Edgar, the third son of Grand Duke Eldrien Edgar, begins to piece together the circumstances of his reincarnation. He discovers he has died and been reborn into a noble family of considerable standing, complete with an older brother and a sister. The household treats him with care, offering sumptuous dishes at the family's dining table. Each meal, a new revelation of comfort. His mother, showing her love, presents him with a freshly tailored jacket, her smile warm and tender. As the youngest Edgar Wren is cherished by everyone around him, his days now filled with attention and care. A thought lingers in his mind. Perhaps this happiness is the antidote to the misery that once defined his life. Eldrien, the sprawling continent he now calls home, is alive with magic that shapes every facet of existence. The Carinorial Empire dominates as the largest human power, yet humans share the land with others. Numerous other races, including elves and dwarves, live and flourish across the continent. Ren's noble birth grants him authority over a vast territory, home to around 1 million souls, stretching across 300,000 square kilometers. With such status comes unmatched luxury, every comfort at his disposal, and the devoted service of a personal maid. He reminds himself that this serene, privileged life is the reward for all the suffering he endured in his former life. One day, Leah arrives with a message from the lord of the house. The Duke wishes to see him. Upon reaching the study, the butler announces Ren's arrival before allowing him to enter. Grand Duke Eldrien Edgar speaks with a firm, serious tone. The conversation quickly shifts to a pressing matter. Ren has reached the age where he must take charge of his own territory, a responsibility that leaves him momentarily speechless. His father's eyes show a flicker of disappointment before he explains the details. The territory assigned to Ren lies in the northwest, a land stable yet burdened by severe food shortages due to a lack of mages. His father's tone grows heavier as he continues, reminding him that while their family lands remain secure, the empire faces an uncertain horizon. Decline within the royal family, Rampant corruption and rising conflicts among the lords threaten the empire's long-term stability. Ren listens carefully, absorbing the truth in his father's words and the challenges looming ahead. Since his reincarnation, he's known a warmth previously foreign to him. That realization steels his determination. He silently vows never to abandon the people he now treasures. Sensing the weight on Ren's shoulders, his father reassures him that he is not alone. His siblings and the rest of the family will always stand by his side. Even as Ren takes in everything around him, his mind stays fixed on the real challenge before him. Every detail, every consequence, he tracks them all, but nothing distracts him from the problem that matters most. He contemplates the delicate balance between food supply and regional stability. Could a single solution to the shortage actually ripple outward and bring peace to the entire area? His eyes narrow as he runs scenarios through his mind. His father, however, quickly tempers his enthusiasm. These problems aren't as simple as they seem, he warns, his tone calm but firm. Ren listens, absorbing every word, weighing the complexity laid before him. Grand Duke Eldrien regards these worries as the anxious concerns of a young boy, inexperienced and naive. But Ren's resolve only grows stronger. With memories of his past life, knowledge of industry, and understanding of production, he refuses to step back. His determination burns quietly but intensely. Turning to his father, Ren meets his gaze steadily. With unwavering confidence, he promises, "I'll find a way to fix the food crisis, no matter what it takes." The carriage moves toward Anseling City, which sits at the western edge of the Edgar family lands. To the north, enemy territory spreads, while to the west, the elves' domain stretches endlessly. Southward, the vast ocean shimmers under the sunlight, stretching beyond the horizon. Perched at the crossroads of three nations, Anseling City has long been a flashpoint for conflict. Past wars have left the land scarred, the population shattered. Now only a small fraction of residents remain, their lives etched with hardship and resilience. Inside the moving carriage, Ren sits quietly, gazing at the landscape. He reflects on the obstacles ahead, mentally mapping strategies and preparing for the monumental task he's about to undertake. To spark an industrial revolution, he'll need a large workforce. And to build that workforce, the city's population must grow first. As he turns over these plans in his mind, a sudden notification flashes before his eyes. It's his ability activating. The system prompts him to start the scanning function, a powerful tool that allows him to read the stats of anyone he examines, revealing hidden strengths and potential. He's already tested it on his family, gaining a solid understanding of the people around him in this new world. Now his path is clear. Recruit talented individuals who can help turn his plans into reality. Every choice, every action must bring him closer to this goal. Lee watches quietly from her seat, remembering her father's instructions. Eldrien had tasked her with keeping a close eye on Ren, concerned that his boldness might tip into recklessness. She prays silently that he doesn't stir trouble before it's necessary. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion of Anseling City, a figure reports that Ren is on his way. The messenger fidgets, voice laced with worry, asking if preparations should be made for his arrival. Rumors suggest Eldrien dotes on his youngest son, and Ren is beloved by his siblings as well. A masked man waves off the concern with a calm, practiced gesture, instructing the subordinate to wait for their master's orders. The subordinate hesitates, anxiety creeping into his voice, asking what would happen if Ren discovered the financial fraud they've been running. The masked man scoffs, certain that a sheltered noble like Ren would understand nothing of taxes. He tells the subordinate to prepare falsified accounts, enough to confuse Ren and hide the truth. Satisfied, the masked man orders preparations for Ren's reception, a sly smirk tugging at his lips. He mutters under his breath, "It's time for Eldrien Edgar to pay for his misdeeds." As Ren's carriage rolls into Anseling City, his eyes immediately catch the desolation stretching across the land, ruined buildings, empty streets, and the heavy silence of abandoned homes. Wasting no time, he asks for a map. Lee hands it over without hesitation, her gaze sharp, attentive. An idea sparks in Ren's mind, connecting points on the map, imagining the possibilities. If he builds a canal and links it to the seaport, the city could be transformed, its lifeblood renewed by commerce and movement. But before he can dive into details, something catches his eye. A scene heavy with desperation. A young woman clings to her father, tears streaming down her face. She pleads, begging him to stop gambling, crying that the money is meant for her mother's medical care. The man, unmoved, reaches for the coins, greed and stubbornness in his eyes. He insists that this time he will win, trying to snatch the money from her hands as she struggles fiercely to hold on. Frustration flares from him, palpable and dangerous. He raises a hand, poised to strike without hesitation. Ren steps forward, his fist swinging with precise force. Pain shoots up his arm, but he refuses to relent, his gaze fixed on the man. Leah, alarmed, scolds him sharply, insisting he should have informed her first so she could equip protective gear. Ren brushes her off, explaining quickly that there wasn't a moment to lose. Instead, he instructs her to check on the girl while he handles the gambler. Turning back to the man, Ren's voice is sharp, eyes blazing. "Have you lost your mind?" The terrified man stammers, voice shaking. Who are you?" Ren remains unfazed. "My name doesn't matter," he says coldly. "If you ever gamble again, I will personally see to it that your head is severed." Fear grips the man, his face paling. He scrambles back, desperate to flee. He swears profusely, promising never to gamble again. With the immediate danger resolved, Ren turns to the young woman, eyes softening, ready to make sure she is safe and cared for. Ren's eyes softened as he turned to her, his voice low and careful. "Are you unharmed?" he asked, scanning her from head to toe with a protective gaze. For a moment he paused, his eyes lingering as something about her caught his attention. It wasn't just relief, there was something remarkable in her presence. His mind quickly assessed her stats. Incredible. She carried what he recognized as a holy agricultural body, a rare and potent gift. Ren's thoughts raced. With her abilities, she could revolutionize farming across the region. Instantly, he considered bringing her into his inner circle, imagining the possibilities. "Come with me to town," he offered, gesturing toward the path ahead. "We're heading that way anyway." She hesitated, glancing at the carriage, concerned she might dirty it. Ren waved off her worry with a calm smile. But his attention was already shifting, drawn to a problem weighing heavily on his mind. He couldn't fathom why a casino existed in a city where people struggled just to survive, where every coin mattered. Just last fall, the Duke of the enemy nation had attacked, leaving many soldiers dead. Then, spring had brought a flood that destroyed nearly all the crops. The townspeople's lives had spiraled into hardship, each day a battle just to secure enough food. Ren considered the need for a census, a clear measure of the region's productive forces before he could move forward. Before enacting any plans, he decided to visit the Lord's estate to see how much funding could realistically be allocated for development. Turning to Lillian, he asked quietly about the estate's finances, eyes narrowing with focus. Before she could answer, the clip-clop of hooves shattered the calm, echoing loudly through the street. A rider barreled past, horse thundering, shoving aside pedestrians as if the town were empty. Lillian reacted instantly, grabbing Ren and yanking him out of the way just in time. The horse thundered past, a blur of motion. Her gaze stayed locked on the rider as she steadied herself, while Ren, shielded by her quick reflexes, struggled to catch his breath. He gasped, heart racing, chest heaving with the sudden shock. Lillian's voice cut through the noise, concern written clearly across her face. "Are you okay?" Ren straightened, brushing off the panic, regaining his composure with a calm nod. "I'm fine," he reassured her. He turned back to Lillian, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Do you know who that was?" she explained, her voice steady, that the rider was the young master of the Eldrien family, the wealthy owners of all the casinos in the city. Ren's eyes widened slightly as the pieces fell into place. Their wealth must be astronomical. A spark of an idea lit up his mind, possibilities spinning fast. Perhaps the solution to funding his development plans was right here, within reach. Without hesitation, he instructed Lillian to lead the way to the casino. She hesitated, warning him with a cautious tone that he was likely stepping into a trap, risking a scam. Ren brushed off her caution with a confident grin. "I'm not worried," he said, voice steady, almost playful. Watching him, Lillian couldn't help but wonder just how powerful this man truly was. When they arrived, the neon lights of the casino loomed above them, pulsing with energy. Ren stepped inside and was immediately hit by the chaotic hum of the gambling hall. Excitement and desperation crackled in the air. Gamblers shouted in victory and cursed in defeat, chips clattering across tables. Ren watched it all with measured eyes, reading the tension, noting the danger in every eager hand and flickering gaze. He knew that as long as places like this thrived, people would never turn to real work or meaningful labor. Lillian approached quietly, leaning close to inform him that the building had been surrounded. Ren simply nodded, telling her to hold position. His focus sharpened, intent on drawing out the key figures behind the operation. Soon, a staff member approached politely, smiling. "Which game will you try, sir?" Ren requested something simple, wanting to observe first. The attendant led him to a table, placing 2 free chips in front of him with a courteous bow. As the game began, the staff watched him with barely concealed amusement, curiosity twinkling in their eyes. He placed his bet, and as expected, the game was rigged. The dice rolled, controlled, and he lost exactly as anticipated. The staff member, smiling politely, urged him to continue, bored of the predictable act. Ren decided he had seen enough and turned toward the exit. But a hand blocked his path. The staff insisted he owed payment for his losses. Raising an eyebrow, Ren's voice was calm, almost amused. "How could I possibly be in debt?" The staff smirked, claiming the 2 chips he was given had to be paid for, free or not. Laughing, he added, "Nothing in this casino comes without a price." With a sly, mocking grin, the staff leaned in, declaring that each chip Ren held was worth a staggering 100 gold coins. Counting in so-called service fees, he insisted Ren now owed a total of 250 gold coins, an astronomical sum that seemed impossible to pay. Just the sheer number alone was enough to make anyone hesitate, panic creeping in. The staff even sneered, suggesting that Ren might leave his maid behind as collateral, a cruel threat hanging in the air. Before Ren could respond, Lillian stepped forward, her posture firm, eyes blazing with quiet determination. Her voice cut through the tension. "Each chip is worth only a single silver coin," she revealed, exposing the staff's lie without hesitation. The staff's expression twisted from embarrassment into rage in an instant. He barked at a nearby guard to silence her. But before the order could be carried out, Ren moved with blinding speed, landing a punch that sent the man crashing into a table across the room. He demanded, voice sharp, who gave him the right to speak in the first place. The casino erupted into chaos, the clatter of coins and shouting filling the room. Gamblers scrambled wildly, diving for coins scattered across the floor, eyes wide with desperation. Ren watched the frantic scramble, realizing how trapped and hopeless these people really were. Then the young master of the Eldrien family stepped forward, every movement measured, commanding the attention of the room. A knowing smile tugged at Ren's lips. The big fish had finally taken the bait. Gambler's fearful eyes shifted toward Vizirlo as he coldly signaled his guards. Without hesitation, the guards obeyed, raining punishment on the pleading, helpless gamblers. The air thickened with terror, a suffocating tension that blanketed the hall. Vizirlo's voice sliced through the fear. "Behave or face worse." Lillian gasped, horrified, realizing the dangerous mess she had dragged Ren into, but determined to repay him for saving her mother. She stepped forward, chin lifted and voice steady. Whispers spread among the onlookers. Sure she was being foolish and would only get hurt. Vizirlo narrowed his eyes, demanding she speak, his tone sharp. She called out his casino, exposing its scams, its destruction of families, its predation on the weak. She declared she would not allow him to bully Ren. Amused, Vizirlo raised his hand, poised to strike. She closed her eyes, bracing for the blow, tension coiling in her shoulders. But the strike never came. Ren caught Vizirlo's wrist effortlessly, his gaze scanning him in a silent assessment. Vizirlo's talent was laughably low, loyalty rating just 5, easily turned, easily broken. The implication was clear. The Eldrien family could betray him at any moment. Vizirlo scoffed, noticing that Ren wasn't impressed by intimidation tactics. Ren's voice was calm, almost amused. "On the contrary, I find them quite interesting. Tell me, Do you even know who I am? Visorlo shrugged, indifferent to titles. Why should it matter? He asked, tone dismissive. Ren's eyes narrowed. There was only one thing he wanted to know. He clapped slowly, deliberately, echoing through the hall. The doors burst open and soldiers poured in, boots thundering across the floor. Ren's voice cut cold and clear. My word is law. The scene shifted seamlessly to a lavish banquet, rich with chandeliers and laughter, where aristocrats mingled casually. One noble hoped his daughter might catch Ren's eye, hoping for a favorable alliance. Another noble, Eldrien, scoffed, mocking the man as Maggie for attempting such a cheap tactic to ride Ren's coattails. A woman raised her glass for a toast while he scanned the room, wondering where Viserlo was, thinking a timely meeting could seal mutual advantage. Yet he knew better than to place full trust in the town's lord. Finally, Ren made his entrance, composed, commanding the attention of the entire hall. Heads of noble families scrambled, showering him with extravagant gifts, eager to curry favor. Uninterested, Ren brushed past their offerings, signaling clearly that the meeting was about to begin. Servants wheeled in a whiteboard, and Ren unveiled a detailed blueprint he had prepared. The nobles peered at it, confusion etched on their faces. They had never seen anything like this before. Ren explained calmly. It was a dam. You'll understand everything soon, he promised, his tone carrying both authority and quiet assurance. Ren turned to Leah, his eyes scanning the room with sharp focus. Can you show me the map? He asked, voice calm but commanding. He laid out what he had observed over the years. Every single year, the city was ravaged by floods that washed away crops and livelihoods alike. If we build a dam in precisely the right location, he explained, tracing lines on the map, we can control the water, prevent the floods, and save the city. Eldrien listened intently, skepticism slowly melting into genuine respect as the logic unfolded before him. The realization hit. Solving the flood problem would also end the persistent food shortages. Ren was far from the simple man he had first assumed. One of the family heads interrupted sharply, questioning why this mattered to them. Ren's gaze didn't waver. He needed funding, and he would get it. The nobles dismissed him outright, tossing out feeble excuses about their supposed financial struggles. Eldrien remarked that Ren was naive to think they would give up wealth willingly. Unfazed, Ren revealed that he had already taken action on his own. That very morning, he had raided a casino and secured 50,000 gold coins. He asked how many other casinos operated in the city. Silence fell. The noble heads exchanged uneasy glances, alarm flashing in their eyes. Unbeknownst to Ren, all had invested secretly in the casinos. His bold move now put him directly at odds with them. Eldrien, in particular, felt fury simmering beneath the surface. Ren had acted brazenly, unexpectedly. Hiding his anger behind a composed expression, Eldrien called Ren a fool for breaking the law. Other nobles jumped in, pressuring him to apologize. They argued that casinos were legal businesses and raiding them was a direct violation. Eldrien declared that Ren's actions showed he didn't understand how to control people. Ren didn't flinch. Instead, he called them liars, accusing them of feigning poverty while hoarding wealth. His voice sharp and unwavering, he issued an ultimatum: surrender the corrupt earnings voluntarily, or he would take them by force. Eldrien warned that Ren's father wouldn't approve of such reckless behavior. The nobles doubled down, trying to coerce Ren into submission, but Ren smirked, his confidence unshaken. If you want to debate the law, fine, he said. Without hesitation, he ordered his soldiers to seize them, adding, we'll discuss the law properly behind bars. Eldrien's eyes narrowed as he noticed Viserlo's loyal men among Ren's captives. Confusion flashed across his face. These men had always answered to Viserlo, yet now they were restrained before him. Ren asked Eldrien calmly, probing, do you recognize them? Eldrien denied knowing them, demanding to know Ren's intentions. Remaining composed, Ren explained, the captives had attempted to assassinate him earlier that afternoon and, under questioning, admitted that someone from Anseling City had backed them. A subtle unease washed over Eldrien, though he masked it immediately. Ren ordered the soldiers to release the men, but the urgency in his voice did not go unnoticed. The family heads exchanged glances, finally realizing that these men belonged to Viserlo. For once, Eldrien felt trapped, fully aware of the threat these men posed to his household. Without hesitation, he acted. He drew a dagger and lunged, striking down the assassins before they could utter another word. Silence fell across the banquet hall as their bodies hit the floor. Blood pooled at Eldrien's feet. Composing himself, he stood over the lifeless figures, a grim sense of responsibility etched in his eyes. He admitted his actions were driven by rage, not justice. Ren nodded slightly, acknowledging Eldrien's decisiveness. Eldrien accepted the silent compliment, insisting he was unworthy. Ren remained unimpressed, turning his attention to the next matter, commanding his soldiers to bring forward the true culprit, curious if any other nobles could match Eldrien's capability. The doors swung open as Vizurlo was dragged into the hall, his face twisted in fury. He thrashed violently, bellowing threats and demanding his freedom. Shock crossed Eldrien's face as he realized Vizurlo's son had been captured too. Vizurlo's wrath turned toward Ren, cursing him for killing his men. He vowed revenge, promising to crush Ren and make him beg for death. Ren remained unfazed, barely raising a brow at Vizurlo's threats, his confidence absolute. Vizurlo declared that no one in Aisling City could defy him. If he wanted Ren dead, it would be done. But Ren only laughed, amused by the misplaced confidence, before shifting his gaze back to Eldrien, silently evaluating the man's capabilities. Before Eldrien could even speak, Vizurlo, lost in his arrogance, spun toward his father with a mocking, self-assured grin. The instant Vizurlo uttered his name, Eldrien's patience snapped. His voice sliced through the tense air like ice. He commanded sharply, "Kneel." Vizurlo blinked, bewildered, before Eldrien shoved him down without a second thought. The weight of reality finally hit him, and panic crept in, cold and inescapable. Kneeling beside his son, Eldrien bowed his head, voice pleading as he begged Rain's forgiveness. He offered everything he owned, willing to surrender it all just to preserve their lives. Vizurlo's eyes widened as memories of his father's warnings flickered through his mind. Shaking, he finally realized whom he had dared to challenge. His voice trembled as he asked, almost desperately, if Rain was the Grand Duke's son. Pride crumbled, and he fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Eldrien followed, swearing the loyalty of his family to Rain from that moment onward. Rain considered their pleas carefully before setting a single condition. Everything they had gained through deceit must be surrendered. Only then would he allow them to leave alive. Eldrien swallowed hard but agreed, relief washing over him. At least survival was still possible. Even so, his mind remained alert, scanning for ways to redirect attention. His eyes landed on Eldric, and a subtle plan took shape. Feigning urgency, Eldrien accused the city lord of secretly conspiring with outside forces to betray the Grand Duke. A murmur of shock swept through the room. Before he could continue, Rain's expression hardened. Coldly, he denounced Eldrien's attempt to slander Eldric and ordered his immediate execution. Fear surged through Eldrien, while Eldric remained calm, a calculating gleam hidden behind his composed exterior. He recognized Rain's action as impulsive and potentially exploitable. With smooth confidence, Eldric stepped forward, bowed slightly, and pledged his full loyalty to Rain. Rain nodded in acknowledgement, assuring Eldric that betrayal would not be tolerated, while subtly activating his scanning ability. Through it, he detected Eldric's underlying greed, a glaring flaw beneath the surface. Back in his chamber, Rain methodically tallied his gains, calculating he had secured roughly 100,000 gold coins, enough to cover 2 full years of city taxes. Lee approached with her usual cup of black tea. He accepted it, remarking rhetorically on just how spoiled and indulgent these nobles had grown. Switching gears, Lee asked about Eldrien's warning, concerned that Eldric's rebellion could place Rain in grave danger. Rain waved off her concern, calm and composed. He already knew Eldric's betrayal was coming. He was simply biding his time. Pressing for details, Lee learned he was still uncertain whom Eldric secretly served. Unlike his hidden adversaries, Rain remained fully exposed, a public figure under scrutiny. One wrong move could ignite chaos. For now, it was advantageous that Eldric continued to see him as a naive, wealthy youth. The next day, Guildmaster Malcolm scoffed at the notion, dismissing it as sheer nonsense. Eldric, however, urged caution, insisting Rain was simply young and eager to impress his father. Malcolm remained unconvinced, warning that supporting Rain was risky, reminding Eldric that even Rain's father had to respect the wizards. Meanwhile, Eldric schemed ways to bribe the guild members. By initiating the dam project, Rain had inadvertently painted a target on himself. Malcolm debated confronting Rain directly, but Eldric tried to dissuade him. With a sly smile, Eldric pointed out that Rain had now angered the Magic Guild, leaving himself isolated. Meanwhile, inside Rain's mansion, he was buried in engineering schematics when Leia entered, announcing that Malcolm had arrived unexpectedly. Momentarily puzzled, Rain realized he had never met Malcolm before. When Malcolm stepped forward, posture tense, he demanded an explanation, accusing Rain of insulting the Wizards Guild. Rain, genuinely confused, asked when he supposedly offended them. Malcolm grew increasingly frustrated, insisting he drop the act, and slid a letter across the table. Rain took the letter, scanning its contents, silently questioning how constructing a dam could be interpreted as an insult to the wizards. Malcolm, clearly losing his patience, finally laid it out. The letter bluntly stated that wizards' applications were unwelcome, a direct affront to the guild itself. Rain blinked, momentarily lost for words, silently wondering if wizards ever actually did manual labor. Malcolm pressed on, refusing to yield. He demanded a clear explanation, warning that without one, the guild would cut off all cooperation. Rain studied Malcolm's stats, noticing his loyalty was unwavering. That confirmed his suspicion. Someone else must be manipulating Malcolm, pulling the strings behind the scenes. Calmly, Rain explained it was a misunderstanding, beginning to list 3 reasons for his decision. First, wizards have limited mana, and their abilities might not meet the project's tight deadlines.
Second, they are expensive. Hiring one wizard costs as much as 10 laborers. And finally, most wizards live securely under the guild's protection, while ordinary citizens face no such safety.
Malcolm, unimpressed, countered that magic ruled the world, and those without talent naturally belonged beneath wizards. Rain admitted that was generally true, but he refused to accept it as law. From that moment on, he declared, everyone in Anseling would know. Wizards were no better than ordinary citizens. Malcolm's eyes narrowed, warning Rain to retract his words if he didn't want the guild as an enemy. Rain didn't flinch. "Watch your tone," he said, "or Lee will handle the disrespect herself." Malcolm faltered, demanding why Rain was so defiant. Rain simply stated his law was absolute, and if Malcolm doubted it, he could test it. He could even order Lee to execute him, and let the court decide. A cold shiver ran down Malcolm's spine as he felt Rain's unwavering resolve. Shaking, he finally yielded, offering a hesitant apology. Rain noted carefully that Malcolm's loyalty had not wavered. What Malcolm didn't realize was that he had merely been a pawn in someone else's game. Satisfied, Rain signaled Lee to release him. Malcolm regained some composure, thanked Rain, and departed. A notification popped into Rain's mind. The quest was complete. He received a reward and a new mission to scan 5 individuals with high stats. Setting aside immediate concerns, he turned to check the rewards. Outside, Eldric approached Malcolm. Curious, he asked how the confrontation had gone. Malcolm, still unsettled, explained that Rain had refused to back down and had even expelled him from the guild. A calculating spark lit Eldric's eyes. He didn't see this as a defeat. Instead, he began plotting a scheme to make Rain respect Malcolm even more. Eldric explained, once the people refused to work for Rain, he would have no choice but to turn to Malcolm for assistance. Malcolm asked why the people would refuse. Eldric's answer was simple. They were lazy. Malcolm refused to participate in sabotage, insisting that while he might dislike Rain's choices, he wouldn't actively undermine him. Eldric didn't relent. He argued the people were useless. They wouldn't be starving if they were proper workers. Why would anyone take Rain's dam project seriously if they lacked the drive to work? After a brief pause, Malcolm agreed to test the plan. In the city center, a crowd gathered around the notice board, reading the job offer. Many were tempted. The offer promised 3 meals a day and 10 copper coins. But some were wary, sensing a potential trap. Slowly, people began declining outright. Lillian stepped forward, scolding them for speaking ill of Rain. She reminded everyone that he had personally promised to improve their lives. The crowd burst into laughter, brushing off her words. They joked that she defended him only because she had feelings for him. Undeterred, Lillian approached the recruiter, announcing that she and her father wanted to apply for the project. The recruiter explained that only her father could be accepted. When she asked why, he clarified it was because she was underage. Rain had made it clear no one under 18 could be hired. Rules were to be strictly followed. Turning to her father, the recruiter outlined wages and meals, instructing him to leave a handprint on the document and report to the construction site the next day. Lillian urged her father to work hard. He reassured her he wouldn't let Rain down and reminded her to care for her sick mother. The recruiter, overhearing, inquired about his wife's condition. When he confirmed she was seriously ill, the recruiter assured him there was nothing to worry about. Rain had ordered that the families of workers could temporarily stay in the workers' quarters during the project. The recruiter explains that while the project is underway, the families won't be left out in the cold. They can stay in the nearby quarters. A temporary home, he says, until the construction is finished. Once the project wraps up, they can finally return to their own homes, their lives resuming as usual. The promise hangs in the air, a small relief amid uncertainty. The man bows slightly, gratitude written across his tired face. Smiling, the recruiter arranges for someone to guide them to their temporary living space, ensuring they're settled safely. Word spreads like wildfire. Conversations buzz with renewed hope, and people who had hesitated begin reconsidering their choices. Curiosity sparks in their eyes, replacing doubt. One by one, more and more step forward, signing up, drawn by the growing momentum. The crowd swells noticeably, a wave of eager faces pressing closer, each person drawn in by the unfolding opportunity. Meanwhile, Rain pulls out his latest rewards. Among the items, a blueprint catches his eye, detailed plans for a lithium iron phosphate battery. He frowns, tilting his head. Without a power source, the battery's potential seems limited, almost useless in its current state. Setting it aside, Rain moves on swiftly. His next mission, identifying the 5 individuals with the highest stats in the city. At first, he considers focusing on Leah. But as his scan sweeps over her, he realizes she has already reached her peak, her potential fully unlocked, leaving no room for further growth. Deciding to search elsewhere, Rain straightens, ready to step out into the city streets in pursuit of untapped talent. Before he can leave, a soft voice stops him. Lillian appears, waiting at the doorway. She asks for permission to enter, a polite bow accompanying her words. Rain nods, granting her entry. Lillian's eyes are serious as she reports the site workers have been slacking off. Surprised, Rain follows, curiosity and concern pulling him along. At the construction site, Lillian confronts her father directly, standing firm despite his towering presence. Her voice is sharp, demanding to know why he isn't keeping pace with the work. Her father protests, rubbing his aching shoulders. "I've been working since morning. I'm exhausted," he insists. Other workers nod and murmur in agreement, their faces drawn with fatigue. Overcome by weariness, they decide to rest, but Lillian scolds them, her words cutting through the air, sharp as a whip. Laziness, she declares, will not be tolerated. Determined, she grabs Rain's arm, hoping that the workers might heed his presence and listen where her words alone fail. But as Rain's gaze sweeps over her father, something troubling flashes in his mind. Turning to Lillian, he speaks with a serious tone. "They're not just tired," he warns. "They're cursed." Without hesitation, Rain activates a skill he had reserved for later, prospecting. The urgency of the moment leaves him no choice. This ability allows him to analyze the land itself, checking rock formations and geological conditions in the area. The system scans, and nothing of value appears. No minerals, no oil. Just as he's about to halt the scan, a peculiar energy catches his attention. "Dig deeper," he instructs a nearby worker. The man digs cautiously. After a tense few moments, they uncover a dark, jagged crystal exuding an almost ominous aura. A cold shiver runs through the group, unease spreading as they contemplate whether some things are better left buried. Lee's eyes widen. Rain could detect this crystal? Could he really be a magical prodigy? Even her finely honed senses had failed to notice it. Rain orders the crystal carefully extracted and secured in a box, treating it with caution. Turning to Lee, he asks about standard procedures for handling curses. His tone measured. She explains. The afflicted can seek a priest's blessing at a church or approach a high-level wizard for removal. Absorbing this, Rain fixes Lillian with a determined look. "You're coming with me," he says, gesturing for her father to join them. They are heading to a priest. Lillian hesitates, doubt flickering in her eyes. "Is he truly cursed?" she asks. Rain's response is firm, reassuring. The one responsible will not escape justice. At the church, a priestess greets them warmly, a smile that clearly reflects familiarity and trust in Rain. He pauses, considering testing her loyalty before requesting her help. A quick scan reveals her loyalty is impressively high, 95%. Even more surprising, she is not human, an elf, standing before them in plain sight. The priestess introduces herself as Yuria, her voice calm yet confident. "How can I assist?" Rain explains the situation briefly, allowing her to examine Lillian's father firsthand. Her eyes glow a radiant gold as she focuses, the light momentarily dazzling him. After a measured pause, she speaks. Rain's suspicion is confirmed. He is indeed cursed. Rain asks if she can lift the curse, his tone steady, expectant. With practiced ease, Yuria dispels the curse, her power radiating in a gentle sweep. A wave of relief washes over Lillian's father, his posture relaxing as tension melts away. He straightens, smiling faintly, declaring he is ready to return to work, his strength and spirit restored. Ren shakes his head firmly, insisting he needs a proper break. He looks at Leah, eyes steady. "We won't move forward until the core problem is completely solved," he says, making it clear there's no shortcut this time. Carefully, he brings the ominous crystal closer to Yuria. She leans in, scrutinizing it with sharp, golden eyes, tracing its facets as if reading a hidden script. After a moment, she nods. "It's fairly common in this region," she explains, though the sheer intensity of magic radiating from it is unusual, almost overwhelming. Yuria continues, her fingers hovering near the crystal without touching it. "The curse relies on concentrating massive amounts of magic inside this object to take effect," she says, her voice calm but precise. Yet something doesn't sit right with her. Despite having enough magical energy to be deadly, the crystal only drains energy, leaving fatigue instead of harm. "It's almost as if it's designed to annoy a prank more than a curse," she murmurs, tilting her head. Ren frowns. "Would it be hard to create one of these?" he asks cautiously, measuring her reaction. Yuria shrugs lightly. "For a high-level wizard, it's easy, and planting it at a construction site? Simple. In fact, it could be done daily without anyone noticing," she adds almost offhandedly. Suspicion sharpens in Ren's gaze. "How do you even know about my project?" he presses, voice low, cautious. Yuria leans back, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "The church has known all along. Your project has actually eased a lot of our workload," she explains, as if stating the obvious. Ren exhales slowly, realization dawning. It's time to confront Malcolm. His mind races, weighing every possible move. Yuria studies him for a moment, then mentions someone who might help, but her tone is wary, hinting at the challenge ahead. She warns him immediately. This person is eccentric, a little unpredictable. Their footsteps echo as they reach a grand mansion, Lady Selena's residence, the former head of the Wizards Guild. Ren straightens, inhaling deeply, and knocks firmly, ready to persuade her to lend her aid. Suddenly, Leah yanks him back, pulling him out of the doorway. A violent explosion erupts just ahead, shaking the ground beneath them. Dust and debris swirl as Ren blinks, momentarily stunned. Inside, Selena exhales sharply, frustration etched on her sharp features. "Miserable failed again," she mutters, glaring at the remnants of her experiment, her voice tight with irritation. Still, she doesn't waver. Her stance is firm, resolve unshaken. She won't stop until she succeeds. When Ren asks for her help, Selena scoffs flatly. She's too busy, she says, absorbed in her new magical device. Curious, Ren leans closer. Is it a wand? He asks. Selena's scoff deepens. She clearly takes offense, huffing at the suggestion. Leah, unimpressed, crosses her arms, warning Selena to mind her tone. Selena doesn't acknowledge Leah's jab. Instead, she turns her sharp gaze directly on her. Her eyes widen slightly as she notes the raw, immense magical power Leah carries, a force not easily ignored. Then, she proposes that Leah stay and assist with her experiments. Selena's condition is clear. She'll only help Ren once she achieves a breakthrough, leaving him momentarily frustrated. Leah's patience snaps. She fires back, questioning Selena's manners, her irritation palpable, the air tense with confrontation. Ren steps in quickly, placing a hand gently on Leah's shoulder, calming her before the argument escalates further. Turning back to Selena, Ren's eyes scan a cluttered table filled with magical instruments. Working on a magical artifact, he asks cautiously. Selena waves dismissively. These? Just failed prototypes, she says, almost bored. She elaborates, explaining she's attempting to create a device capable of storing her powerful electric magic. Ren blinks, astonished. You mean storing electricity? He murmurs, incredulous. Selena nods, every failed attempt ending in a minor explosion, her frustration mixed with determination. Leave me, she says brusquely. I need to continue my research. Ren straightens, eyes gleaming. I know how to make a device that can store electricity, he declares confidently. He adds, if you help me, I'll show you how. Selena scoffs, dismissing his claim. But Ren remains serious, unwavering in his offer. Help me if I succeed, he says plainly. Will you? After a tense silence, Selena finally nods. She promises not only to deal with Malcolm, but to ensure the Wizards Guild recognizes his authority. Yet her warning is sharp. If he fails, she won't be responsible for his safety. Outside, Ren pauses, thinking through sources of reliable electricity. His mind races with possibilities. A realization strikes. Human wizards could act as temporary generators. Wasting no time, he begins work and successfully constructs a lithium-ion battery. Presenting it to Selena, her first reaction is criticism. It can't store magic, she says sharply, and it would explode with even a fraction of my power. Ren stays calm, his gaze steady. It has more than enough capacity, he assures her. Handing her a wire, he instructs her to channel power into the battery. Skeptical, yet intrigued, Selena grabs the wire and releases a surge of electricity. To her astonishment, the battery absorbs it all, humming steadily without a single spark of explosion. Ren smirks, confidence radiating. Is that all you've got? He teases lightly. Pointing out the battery is far from full capacity, still brimming with untapped potential. Selena's eyes widen slightly, a mix of surprise and grudging respect crossing her features as she realizes just how capable his invention truly is. Annoyance flashes across Selena's face. With a sharp gesture, she unleashes an even larger surge of magical energy into the battery, sparks crackling and humming in the air. Minutes pass and fatigue creeps in. Her arms droop slightly, frustration knitting her brow as she doubts whether this small device can truly handle her overwhelming power. Ren watches, eyes wide, barely able to contain his disbelief. He does some quick mental calculations. So far, the stored energy could power an electric vehicle for an astonishing 3,000 kilometers. Even more impressive, Selena has single-handedly charged it to 87%. A chuckle escapes him. A convenient battery bank, he mutters under his breath, his mind already moving to reveal his next trick. He connects the wires, and the battery hums to life, producing electricity flawlessly, steady and controlled. Selena's eyes widen despite herself. You can wield electric magic too? She asks, a hint of admiration in her tone. Renner grins confidently. Not just me. Soon anyone in Aisling City could use it, he says, his voice brimming with possibility. Selena blinks, taken aback. How is that even possible? She asks, confusion mingling with curiosity. Ren leans closer, lowering his voice. My device is far more advanced than this battery you just charged, he reveals, eyes gleaming. He proposes a bold idea. If she helps him, he can show her a world where anyone, regardless of magical ability, can wield magic freely. Selena pauses, captivated. For the first time, she sees his true potential and the scope of what could be achieved. Meanwhile, Malcolm lounges in his office, smug as ever, convinced Ren will come begging for assistance soon. But before he can revel in his imagined victory, Selena suddenly appears right in front of him, her presence commanding and unexpected. Startled, Malcolm freezes, eyes wide. "What? Why are you here?" he stammers. Selena glares, her voice sharp. "You really have the nerve to think you can oppose Ren?" Malcolm blinks, feigning innocence, stammering nervously, I would never dream of it." Selena's hand shoots out, gripping him by the collar. "Confess," she demands, her tone icy. A warning lingers in the air. Her temper palpable, without a single raised eyebrow, an unspoken threat hanging over him. Terrified, Malcolm spills his secrets almost instantly. He admits he stirred the mage's resentment, claiming Ren looked down on them, a lie that fueled their anger. Seizing the moment, he instructed them to craft cursed crystals and discreetly place them on Ren's construction site. The crystals drained the workers' energy, making them appear lazy. Malcolm's hope? That Ren would misinterpret the fatigue as negligence and seek his guidance in desperation. Selena clicks her tongue, annoyed at the sheer foolishness of it all. "An idiot," she mutters, shaking her head. He never realized he was the one being manipulated. Malcolm stares, utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend her words. Selena wastes no time. She orders him to call back all the mages immediately. Panicked, Malcolm scrambles to obey. Meanwhile, Selena contacts Ren, her voice calm as she reports. The Wizards' Guild is handled. Ren thanks her, a hint of relief in his tone. She casually asks if he wants Eldric removed. Selena narrows her eyes slightly, studying Ren's calm expression as she waits for his answer. Ren declines. "Not necessary. Eldric will serve as bait to lure out the bigger players behind the scenes," he explains, eyes sharp. Selena nods, understanding immediately. Her excitement renewed, she leans forward eagerly. "When do we start the projects you mentioned?" Ren outlines the first step. Get the mages to charge the batteries. Selena's eyes glint with determination. Nodding, she heads off to make it happen, moving with purpose. Meanwhile, Eldric meets with a masked figure, reporting that Ren now controls the Mage Association. The masked man remains calm, reassuring Eldric that there's nothing to fear except for Selena. He notes that no one in the association is truly dangerous. What worries him is Ren's mysterious dam project. If completed, it could reshape Aisling City entirely. Eldric nods, claiming he already has a plan. Quietly, he's pressured the nobles to inflate grain prices, tightening control over the city's food supply. The masked man narrows his eyes. Are the nobles sure to cooperate? Eldric smirks, explaining that Ren has drained their wealth. They're desperate to recover. By offering them a chance to recoup their losses, Eldric guarantees compliance. Sure, they may betray him one day, but never at the expense of their own profits. He adds almost casually that Ren lacks the funds to sustain his project indefinitely. At the marketplace, a merchant callously kicks Lillian aside, sneering as he orders her away. Fuming, she demands to know why grain prices have shot up so suddenly. The merchant shrugs, indifferent to her fury, his smirk unyielding. "It's my supply," he reminds her, voice smug. "I can sell it for whatever I choose." Lillian recalls her promise to secure grain for Ren at the lowest possible price, her jaw tightening. Her gaze sharpens, warning the merchant that Ren will not tolerate such blatant greed. Unfazed, the merchant smirks back, claiming they are merely honest businessmen taking advantage of the situation. To drive his point home, he steps on her foot, laughing as he orders her away. At the church, Illyria clenches her fists, equally frustrated, muttering under her breath about the growing chaos. In just 3 short days, everything changed. The city felt the tremors of sudden chaos. Grain prices skyrocketed, tripling overnight, and whispers of panic spread like wildfire through every street and alley. Illyria turns toward her companion, worry tightening her expression. "Our current stockpile, it won't be enough to see our people through the winter," she says bluntly, voice edged with concern. Without hesitation, she instructs Illyria to secure the supplies they do have, ensuring they return safely to the church. She promises she'll handle the rest herself, determination flickering in her eyes. Reaching into her pouch, she hands Illyria a hefty bag of coins. Illyria freezes, eyes widening at the sheer amount. "This is far more than needed," she protests. "Normally, bribing the guards would have cost only a fraction of this." Illyria hesitates, but the woman stands firm, her gaze unyielding. With a reluctant nod, Illyria accepts the instructions. Just as her fingers brush the bag, it's yanked away. Startled, Illyria spins around and finds Leah holding the bag, a mischievous grin lighting up her face. Leah's eyes glint with that sly, uncatchable smirk that promises trouble or clever mischief. At that moment, Ren steps forward, calm and composed. "Illyria," he says smoothly, "would you be open to striking a deal?" Illyria narrows her eyes, suspicion sharpening her features. "What kind of deal?" she demands, wary and alert. Ren shrugs slightly, voice even and persuasive. "Relax, just hear me out," he says, confidence in every word. Annoyed, Illyria scoffs, shaking her head. "And what nonsense are you spouting now?" She insists that elves wouldn't even be in this city, her disbelief clear. Ren meets her gaze steadily, eyes unwavering. "I know who you truly are," he says, "and I bear you no ill will." Illyria studies him carefully, weighing every inflection, before finally asking what he wants. Without hesitation, he says, "I need food supplies." Her brow furrows, and she warns him that such a request might be beyond reach. Ren tilts his head, curiosity flickering. "Why's that?" She explains, Ashling City's food supply is tightly controlled by 4 powerful noble families, each holding sway for over a century. Sure, Ren had unsettled a few minor figures at the banquet, but those were nothing compared to the real players controlling the city's lifeblood. Curious, Ren asks if she knows the city well. Illyria nods. She's lived here for 120 years, navigating its streets and secrets like a map etched into memory. She adds that if he hadn't moved against the Eldrien family during the banquet, negotiating with the nobles might have been possible. War has already tightened the city's food supply this year. If grain prices had remained steady, her people could have survived the winter without fear. Listening intently, Ren's expression hardens with resolve. "Give me half a month," he says firmly. "I'll make grain prices drop drastically." Meanwhile, at the Klein family mansion, Augustus sits at the head of a lavish dining table, speaking confidently to the gathered partners. He boasts that, thanks to Eldric, the 4 great families have amassed enormous wealth in recent months. The assembled nobles raise their glasses, offering thanks to Eldric for his role in their fortune. They toast, laughter and relief mingling in the grand dining hall. A butler enters, announcing that Ren has invited Augustus to a banquet. The room goes silent, a tension threading through the nobles' smiles. One mutters uneasily, wondering if Ren's next move might target them. "I only wanted profit," he admits, voice tight. "I don't want to risk my life over it." Augustus remains composed, eyes calm and calculating. He reminds them that Eldric guaranteed their actions were legal. And as long as the 4 noble families stay united, Ren has no power to touch them. He smirks, voice confident. "We control the grain prices. Not even the Duke's son can interfere." The nobles exchange glances. Nodding, they see the opportunity, seize it, and their families won't know poverty for a century. Still, Augustus offers caution. If Ren pushes too far, they'll simply lower grain prices by a few coins to appease the public. But if any family breaks the pact, Augustus promises severe consequences. The nobles nod again, cementing their unity. With their resolve clear, Augustus announces it's time to head to the banquet. Back at Ren's mansion, the butler steps into the grand hall, bowing low. "Master, Augustus has arrived," he announces. Ren, seated at the head of the table, simply nods, signaling the staff to let them in and begin serving the meal. As Augustus and the nobles enter, they greet Ren with measured, restrained politeness, careful to maintain decorum. Ren's eyes sweep the room. Quietly, he comments that they still have much to learn. His gaze lingers on their threadbare clothing. An eyebrow rises, silently questioning how they could appear so modest while controlling the city's grain market. Augustus leans back slightly, a calm, calculating smile on his face. "We've caught wind of Ren's project," he says smoothly, "and we want to pitch in." Another noble quickly chimes in, bragging loudly about their generous donations and how they've been selling grain at rock-bottom prices. Leah can't contain herself. A scoff escapes her lips. Shameless, she mutters, rolling her eyes at their blatant attempt to impress Ren with empty gestures. Ren, however, remains unshaken. He smiles warmly, sincere and composed, thanking them genuinely for their support, completely defying their expectations. His tone smooth and deliberate. He explains the real reason he invited them. Business, grain business. Augustus, thinking he's reading Ren correctly, assumes the young man must be short on funds. He adds quickly, 2 gold coins per sack is already stretching us, his voice dripping with fake concern. The nobles try to maintain the charade, but Ren interrupts, cutting through the pretense with a calm, measured voice. They've completely misunderstood him. He shocks them by announcing he isn't asking for lower prices. He wants them raised. In fact, 4 gold coins a sack, he declares. The nobles gape, frozen in disbelief, mouths half open, unable to grasp what he just said. Ren continues, casually mentioning that he'll take a 30% commission from the deal. Augustus blinks, confirming aloud if Ren really intends for the price to double. Ren calmly reminds him again. He'll receive a 30% cut of the transaction. Augustus smirks, shaking his head. I thought you were just another pampered noble brat, he admits, but now I see you're as sharp and calculating as any seasoned merchant. Seeing Ren play along so smoothly, Augustus realizes the path ahead might be far easier than he initially thought. He even adds, had I known you were this reasonable, I would have sought you out long ago. Still, he notes a legal limitation. Without an official decree, they can't raise prices no matter the plan. Thanking Ren, he asks when the announcement should go out, mentioning that the official document, sealed with the family crest, is ready for posting. Augustus says they'll put it up after their meal and warns matter-of-factly that anyone who defies the decree already knows the consequences. He reassures Ren confidently. There will be no resistance. Back at the Klein family mansion, the other nobles start questioning Augustus, wondering if they should alert Eldric, uneasy about the unusual circumstances. Furious, Augustus slams his hand on the table, shattering his wineglass into pieces. The more people who hear about this, the less profit we make, he snaps. Ren has no real power here. He's simply using us for his advantage. He emphasizes that this deal must stay strictly between them. They've stumbled on a golden opportunity to secure unimaginable wealth. One of the nobles admits he's never seen such a lucrative chance before, confessing a flicker of worry. But from now on, he'll follow Augustus's lead without hesitation. Augustus laughs, declaring that from this moment they stand united. He orders them to act quickly, snatching grain from smaller merchants before the prices rise further, promising profits beyond imagination. Meanwhile, at Irene's mansion, Illyria storms in, her eyes blazing with fury, calling him a traitor. She demands to know why he broke his promise to lower the prices, accusing him of colluding with corrupt merchants. Her voice sharp, she warns that the elves are not to be trifled with. Lillian steps forward, trying to calm her. Ren has promised the prices will come down soon, she assures, her tone steady. Illyria refuses to be persuaded. She argues that his dealings with corrupt merchants contradict his intentions, but Lillian insists they trust him, convinced Ren has a plan. Still skeptical, Illyria glares directly at Ren. Are you really going to hike the price? She asks. Ren answers calmly, voice even. Don't worry, the spike won't last long. In 2 weeks, the market will crash. Illyria scoffs, calling him naive. In 2 centuries, I've never seen prices drop after such a hike, she boasts, shaking her head at his optimism. Ren tilts his head, unfazed, and how much would the prices have fallen if I'd only threatened the merchants? 1 copper? 10? She argues that even so, doubling the price from 2 to 4 gold coins is unjust. Some families would barely afford a single sack. Starvation would be inevitable. Ren counters, reasoning that even at 2 gold coins a sack, people would have starved anyway. For Aisling City's common folk, whether 2 or 4 gold coins, survival was never guaranteed, they'd still perish. Illyria glares, furious at his cold logic. Ren clarifies, his tone deliberate. I don't want merchants to drop prices by a few coppers. His goal is absolute, to crush them completely. A week passes. Ren is deeply immersed, teaching Selena the basics of batteries. He walks her through every detail, explaining exactly how batteries work with diagrams and precise demonstrations. Selena listens intently, absorbed by his knowledge and meticulous explanations. As the lesson ends, Lee enters the room, informing Ren that Illyria has arrived again. Annoyed, Ren mutters, "Does she have nothing better to do?" Selena interrupts, explaining that Illyria is furious because the grain prices have risen due to his intentional inflation. Now, at 7 gold coins per sack, Illyria storms in, fuming, scolding him sharply, and revealing that even minor nobles are struggling to afford grain. Analysis, scene description, likely a conversation indoors. Focus on 2 characters. Character actions, Illyria is demanding, leaning forward, tense, hands possibly gripping something. Emotions, shock, disbelief, frustration. Narrative pacing, immediate confrontation highlighting the sudden realization of cost. Notes, enhance the tension with the price shock and her incredulous tone. Rewrite, she leans forward, eyes wide, voice sharp with disbelief. Do you even realize how much a single bag costs now? Every word drips with astonishment, as if the sheer number could knock him off his feet. Analysis, scene description, same location, dialogue heavy, character actions. Ren remains composed, leaning back slightly. Illyria answers promptly. Emotions, calmness versus urgency. Pacing, quick exchange, emphasizes Ren's control. Notes, emphasize temporal context. 7 days is critical. Rewrite, Ren stays perfectly calm, his gaze steady. How many days has it been since the price went up? He asks. Without hesitation, Illyria replies, 7 days. Her voice carries a hint of impatience, almost daring him to speak next. Analysis. Character actions. Ren leans back slightly, exudes determination. Emotion, confidence, anticipation. Notes, build dramatic tension for the plan's reveal. Rewrite, leaning back just a fraction. Ren lets out a quiet, almost dangerous smile. It's finally time, he declares, to send those crooked merchants crashing down. His words hang in the air, heavy with promise. Analysis. Character actions. Illyria gestures exasperatedly. Emotions. Frustration at Ren's cryptic speech. Notes could add small gesture cues, hands, eyebrows. Rewrite. Illyria throws her hands up, exasperation clear in every line of her posture. Stop speaking in riddles. Just tell me what you mean, plain and simple. Her frown deepens as she glares at him, impatient and on edge. Analysis. Character actions. Ren explains, admits previous restraint. Emotion. Steadiness, slight solemnity. Notes. Highlight strategic restraint and gravity of revelation. Rewrite. Ren nods slowly, admitting, I held back before, didn't want the nobles sniffing out our plan. His voice is steady, carrying the weight of withheld secrets. But now, the time has come. I'm ready to lay it all out. Analysis. Scene. Introduction of concrete numbers. Character actions, calmly states price. Gestures subtly, eye contact. Emotion, matter-of-fact, deliberate. Notes, pause before the pointed question to build suspense. Rewrite, he meets her gaze evenly. A bag of grain now costs 4 gold coins, he says plainly, letting the words sink in. Then, his eyes narrow slightly as he asks, tell me, what is Aisling City truly missing? Analysis. Character actions. Illyria frowns. Thinking, hand on chin. Emotion, thoughtfulness, hesitation. Notes, show her internal logic and initial misunderstanding. Rewrite, Illyria furrows her brow, pausing as her mind races. Nothing, she says, finally. A frown still lingering. Aisling City lacks nothing at all. Analysis. Character actions. Ren smiles faintly, shakes head. Emotion, subtle amusement, patience. Rewrite, Ren shakes his head gently, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The kind of smile that hints she's about to see the bigger picture. Analysis. Character actions. Deliver punchline. Pause for impact. Emotion. Calm. Revelation. Rewrite. What's really missing, he continues softly, are merchants willing to sell the grain? The words strike her like a sudden blow. Analysis, character actions, Illyria visibly stunned, mouth slightly open, eyes wide, emotion shock. Rewrite, the realization hits her like a punch, leaving her momentarily frozen, eyes wide, a faint gasp escaping her lips. Analysis, character actions. Ren emphasizes point, leans slightly forward. Emotion, calm authority, clarity. Rewrite. Ren leans in, voice unwavering. Do you see now? It's not just food that's scarce, it's the sellers. And when greed takes hold, no one can resist the temptation. Analysis. Narrative, restating the price for clarity. Rewrite. In Anseling City, a single bag of grain has soared to 4 gold coins. The number alone makes the stomach churn. Analysis, scene. External effect, merchants in neighboring towns. Notes, emphasize cause-effect chain. Rewrite, word will spread quickly to merchants in nearby towns. Drawn by the promise of profit, they'll rush to the city without hesitation. Analysis, character actions, merchants arrive, plan progressing. Rewrite, they will bring in ample supplies of grain, filling the streets with bustling carts and eager traders. Analysis, character actions, nobles scramble. Rewrite, meanwhile, those 4 foolish nobles will scramble desperately, trying to snatch up every last bag, blinded by their own endless greed. Analysis, emotion, greed exaggerated. Rewrite, their ravenous desire feeds only more desire, spiraling higher as the merchants deliver their bounty. Analysis, scene description, citywide effect, emotion, merchants obsessed with profit. Rewrite, in the end, Anseling City will amass the largest grain stockpile in the empire. But faced with a 10,000% profit, the merchants lose all reason, thinking of nothing but wealth. Analysis, character actions, declares plan's effect on nobles. Rewrite, Ren's voice sharpens. After today, those 4 noble families are finished. The finality of the statement leaves no room for doubt. Analysis, character actions, Ren issues instruction to Leah. Rewrite, he turns to Leah. Post another notice, he instructs. Say that Illyria has decided to sell the church's reserved grain at 1 gold coin per bag, contrary to my method. Analysis, narrative, emphasize reach, Leah's responsibility. Rewrite, she must make sure every ear in the city catches the news. No one can miss it. Analysis, character actions. Illyria is shocked. Rewrite, Illyria blinks in shock, questioning, why give me such a flattering reputation? Her voice trembles between disbelief and irritation. Analysis, character actions, Ren's honesty, understated humor. Rewrite, Ren shrugs lightly. I don't have any grain to sell myself, he admits plainly. Analysis, character actions, Illyria counters logically. Rewrite, she folds her arms, meeting him steadily. I also only have a limited supply, she says, eyes sharp. Analysis, character actions, questioning, hesitant, logical. Rewrite, and you expect me to sell it all? She asks, her voice tinged with concern. Analysis, emotion, defensive, firm stance. Rewrite, firmly, she refuses. No, this grain is essential for my tribe's survival through the winter. Analysis, character actions, Selena scoffs. Rewrite, Selena scoffs loudly, amusement and disdain mingling. Naive, she mutters, if it were me, I'd sell immediately. Waiting only worsens losses. Analysis, character actions, Illyria unfazed, Ren authoritative. Rewrite, Illyria remains unfazed. Elves care little for money. They only need the grain. Ren's voice cuts through, calm and unwavering. Follow my plan. Your supply will grow, not shrink. Analysis, scene, delegation to Selena and Mage Association. Rewrite, he turns to Selena and the Mage Association. Seal off the city he commands. No one gets in or out. Analysis, character actions. Selena nods confidently. Rewrite, Selena nods, a confident smile playing on her lips. No one will escape, she promises. Analysis, action, signal to execute plan. Rewrite, With a firm nod, Ren gives the order, proceed. Analysis, character actions. Observes Leah's unease. Rewrite, noticing Leah's hesitation. He asks softly, something wrong. Analysis, character actions. Leah hesitates. Rewrite, she bites her lip, then admits reluctantly, I'm worried. Analysis, emotion, anxiety, concern over contingency. Rewrite, what if it doesn't go as planned? She whispers. What if the merchants hold out, letting Illyria's stock run dry before the strategy even kicks in? Analysis, character actions, Ren explains. Rewrite, Ren leans back, patient and measured. There are two types of plans, hidden schemes and open strategies. Analysis, scene, explaining dynamics of plan. Rewrite, a hidden scheme can be countered, he continues, but an open strategy cannot. Greedy merchants from outside will storm the city, blind with desire for wealth. Analysis, emotion, imminent panic. Rewrite, once they realize the prices are about to collapse, panic will ripple through them, swift and merciless. Analysis, scene shift, Klein Mansion, nobles reacting. Rewrite, meanwhile, at the Klein Mansion, one man paces nervously, reporting to Augustus that the church has announced the grain sale at 1 gold coin per bag. What should we do next? He asks, anxiety threading his voice. Analysis, emotion, alarm, oversight, realization, rewrite. Another voice pipes up, panic clear. We completely overlooked the church in our calculations. Analysis, character actions, chaos among nobles. Rewrite. A third man, voice shaking, blurts out, then what's our next move? Analysis, emotion, attempt at calm, rationalizing. Rewrite. Someone else holds up a hand, trying to calm the room. Relax, the church probably doesn't have a massive reserve, he suggests, though doubt lingers in his tone. Analysis, character actions, Augustus regains control. Rewrite. Augustus straightens, composure returning. Rush to the church, buy as much grain as you can, now. His command silences the room. Analysis, scene, church, crowd, chaos, rewrite. At the church, a sea of people has gathered, all desperate hands reaching, voices shouting, fighting for a single bag of grain. Analysis, character actions, Iaria tries to manage crowd. Rewrite, Iaria steps forward, raising her hands, voice firm but calm. Please, don't push. There's enough for everyone. Analysis. Action. Crowd ignores her. Rewrite. The crowd surges forward, shoving and pressing, paying her no heed. Their desperation drowns her words. Analysis. Character actions. Calls for order. Fails. Rewrite. Form a line, she calls, but her voice is swallowed by the chaos, lost in the roar of the crowd. Analysis. Character actions. Authority figure intervenes. Rewrite. Suddenly, a man appears, flanked by guards, stern eyes scanning the mob. Stop this unruly behavior, he commands, voice cutting through the noise. Analysis. Character actions. Explains provenance of grain. Rewrite. Turning to Iaria, he explains with authority. This grain comes directly from the Pope, and this is only the first batch. Analysis, scene, continuity, reassurance. Rewrite, more will arrive tomorrow. He adds, voice steady, promising ongoing supply. Analysis, character actions, Iaria frustrated with Ren. Rewrite, Iaria exhales sharply, frustration clear in the crease of her brow. Ren, please don't make this worse, she glares, voice sharp. What do I tell the Pope if he questions my actions? Analysis. The scene was unmistakable now. Their once thriving business was unraveling right before their eyes, each grain bag slipping further out of their control. One merchant's hands tightened into fists as he ran the numbers in his head. He'd bought each bag of grain for 60 silver coins, add in transport and other expenses, and the total came to 95. Selling now would barely scrape together a 10-coin profit, but even that small margin was evaporating. Hesitate for another heartbeat, and he'd be staring at a serious loss. With a heavy sigh, he pulled open his stall, beginning to sell his grain reluctantly, his movements deliberate and tense. As soon as the crowd caught wind of the lower price, they surged forward, hands reaching eagerly. eyes wide with anticipation, snapping up bags as if they might vanish any second. The other merchants noticed immediately. Panic flashed across their faces. They scrambled, frantically attempting to offload their stock, each one undercutting the next, sending prices plummeting further with every passing second. From the sidelines, Lee's eyes widened, astonishment written across her face. Everything was playing out exactly as Ren had predicted, each reaction and ripple unfolding naturally. Ren remained calm, his gaze steady. He explained that this wasn't luck, it was human nature. Hesitation, even for a moment, could cost the merchants everything. Fear propelled them into motion. Lee's breath caught as she realized the consequences. At this speed, grain prices might drop back down to 50 silver coins per bag, perfectly aligning with Ren's plan. Ren's lips curled into a knowing smirk. She was underestimating the full scale of what was about to happen. Once someone like Augustus joined the selling frenzy, grain would become the cheapest commodity in all of Anseling City, sweeping across the market like wildfire. Cautiously, she asked if he truly believed Augustus and his crew would sell so recklessly, exposing their stock to outsiders. After all, they had paid at least 2 gold coins a bag, and their loyalty ran deep. Wouldn't they stick together? Ren shook his head, dismissing her assumptions. Profit overrides loyalty, he explained. No one could resist the temptation when money was on the line. He added that soon, grain prices wouldn't matter anymore, and it was time to move on to the second part of their agreement. Meanwhile, at Augustus's grand estate, the butler burst in, breathless, reporting that out-of-town merchants were slashing grain prices relentlessly, and that prices had already plummeted to 75 silver coins per bag. Another man scoffed, disbelief etched in his features. "Impossible," he muttered. "We control the supply. How could outsiders even have this much?" The butler stood firm, unwavering. "I assure you, sir, I am not lying." Augustus sank into a chair, his mind racing. Slowly, realization dawned, a chill crawling up his spine. His face darkened with rage. "Ren, are you trying to destroy our families?" he demanded, voice low and dangerous. His subordinates, tense and uneasy, leaned forward, hungry for answers, awaiting his explanation. Seething, Augustus laid it out. Ren had spread rumors of skyrocketing grain prices, luring merchants from neighboring towns like moths to a flame. Once they arrived, he leveraged the church's name to crash the market, igniting panic that forced everyone to sell at a loss. His men stared in disbelief, amazed at the cleverness of such a scheme. But Augustus quickly regained composure, announcing a counterplan with sharp confidence. His men leaned in, eager for his strategy. He explained that grain reserves were finite, and if they held their stock until desperation struck, they could sell at an astronomical price, but only if they resisted selling now. Their fortune could be recovered, but just one act of betrayal, one early sale, would shatter the entire plan. Roland, visibly nervous, agreed and promised to return and stockpile his grain. In truth, though, he had already decided to sell early, cutting his losses quietly. Other nobles noticed his sudden retreat, and the realization hit, it was every man for himself. One by one, they abandoned the pretense of unity, leaving the estate in a rush. Augustus Butler stepped forward, insisting he would personally monitor the others to prevent sales. Anger flared in Augustus. He shoved the butler aside, snapping that if they didn't sell, the others certainly would. Without hesitation, he commanded that every single bag of grain be sold immediately. Back at Ren's mansion, he turned to Byria, eyes sharp. "Is this enough grain for your people now?" She frowned, confused. It seemed the more they sold, the greater their advantage became. Ren explained with calm precision. They were selling at the market's peak and buying at the lowest point. Just then, Lillian appeared, bearing news. The prices had plunged again. Now a single gold coin could buy 3 bags of grain. Ren turned to Byria, a subtle challenge in his gaze. "Still doubt me? Buy now, and I'll throw in 10 extra bags." With that settled, he shifted gears. "Now, can we finally discuss our agreement?" Byria eyed him warily. "What agreement are you talking about with my tribe?" His answer was bold, unflinching. He wanted everything. Byria froze, stunned, before pressing him for details. He laid it out plainly. They could provide for all her tribe's daily needs, and anything beyond that was open for negotiation. Beria's features tightened, uncertainty and caution written across her face. She admitted the decision wasn't hers alone. Maggie needed to consult the Queen. Ren nodded, asking her to arrange the meeting. At his request, she summoned Illyria to deliver a letter directly to the Queen. As Beria walked away, Ren let his gaze linger, silently weighing the situation. His mind drifted through possibilities, each calculation deliberate, each move carefully measured. With the grain crisis behind him, the nobles were left powerless for now. Their protests and threats barely rippled against his strategy, and he knew it. The Mage Association was already firmly under his influence, their allegiance quietly secured. Soon, he thought, the Church too would bend to his will, completing his hold over the city's pillars of power. Eldric's only advantages now were his grip on the military and control over taxes. Two levers of influence, but nothing Ren couldn't eventually turn to his favor. If he could just bring the military under his command, Eldric would be entirely within reach. The challenge was clear. He needed a way to infiltrate the ranks, unseen and unopposed. Leah interrupted, leaning casually against the doorway with a teasing grin. "Relax a little," she said, offering a hand and a promise to help him unwind. Ren shook his head, smiling faintly, insisting he wasn't tired. Before the conversation could continue, a sudden commotion outside drew his attention. A man was arguing vehemently with Illyria, gesturing wildly at the soldiers surrounding them. His frustration was palpable. "I can accept minor losses inside Anseling City," he shouted, voice cracking, but being robbed by soldiers on the road home. "What am I supposed to do now?" Ren stepped forward, calm and deliberate. The man spun around, wary eyes locking on him. "Who are you?" he demanded. Ren's lips curved into a small smirk. "Just someone interested in doing business with you," he replied smoothly, his tone even but with a hint of authority that demanded attention. At the city gate, a guard stopped Lillian, blocking her carriage. She remained composed, explaining that she was a citizen of Anseling City, transporting goods purchased locally. Her destination was the elf tribe, and this was purely a matter of business. The guard, unmoved by her calm explanation, signaled his men to search the cart. Without hesitation, the soldiers tore through her belongings, tossing items aside, scattering goods across the dusty road. Lillian protested, hands outstretched, but her words fell on deaf ears. After a thorough ransack, the soldiers reported to their superior that they had found nothing suspicious. Still, the officer insisted she pay the toll, invoking the rules rigidly. Lillian's brow furrowed in disbelief. "How can I pay after you've destroyed my goods?" she demanded, voice sharp, testing his patience. The officer's face hardened. "Pay the toll, or leave," he said flatly. Before she could argue further, another voice cut in, commanding her to comply. Reluctantly, she handed over the coins, only to be told that the toll had been increased to 5 silver coins, Ren's order. Her teeth gritted, exasperation flaring. Her goods weren't worth more than 3 silver coins, and yet they demanded 5. The guard's expression remained stone-faced, pay or leave. Suppressing her anger, she gave in, trusting Ren would soon handle the situation. She paid, and the soldiers let her pass. Inside the carriage, Ren muttered curses under his breath, scolding himself for allowing the situation to escalate. The merchant beside him frowned. "Be careful," he warned, reminding Ren that he was the savior of Anseling City, a title heavy with responsibility. Watching closely, the merchant found Ren curiously composed. Even though the soldiers claimed Ren had raised the toll, he quietly blamed the guards instead, sensing the man's unfamiliarity with city politics. The merchant recounted Ren's deeds, explaining that even with losses from shifting markets, this was the first time he had seen a lord who genuinely cared for the people under his rule. If given the chance, he would gladly serve under him. Ren continued muttering, thinking of those he had killed at the banquet. The merchant immediately understood. Shrugging it off, the Adrians had brought it on themselves. Ren asked if the merchant knew the Adrians personally. He confirmed. Anyone doing business in Anseling City knew the Adrians' reputation. While many assumed their wealth came from casinos, the truth was far darker. Their real income? Human trafficking. Ren froze for a moment, then hardened his expression. Already stretched thin, he cursed the Eldriens for exploiting workers, his mind spinning with the next moves. First, control of the border guards. Internal chaos would invite neighboring countries to interfere immediately. His thoughts were broken by another commotion outside. Her patience worn thin, she demanded why yet another toll was being charged. A soldier explained that the toll for Anseling City was separate from the border fort, meaning different rules applied here. She immediately called him out, insisting he was lying, but the soldier repeated the same ultimatum, indifferent to her protests. The soldier's voice was sharp, cutting through the tension. "Pay the toll or leave," he demanded. Lillian froze, then asked cautiously, "How much?" A smug grin spread across the soldier's face. "1 gold coin," he said, as if daring her to object. Shock flashed in her eyes. "This is robbery!" she exclaimed. Rain leaned close and whispered quietly, "Just pay it." Anger simmering beneath her calm exterior, Lillian reluctantly handed over the coin, her fingers gripping it tightly. The soldier's gaze flicked toward the carriage. Something moved inside, and suspicion crept across his face. He barked orders, forcing every passenger to step out. "At this border fort, every traveler is inspected," he snapped. Rain stepped down without hesitation, his posture composed, his eyes scanning the scene. "Go ahead, search if you must," he said, voice calm but commanding. The soldier froze as recognition hit him. Rain and Lillian stepped fully into view. Ren's sharp gaze locked on the guard. "Inspect if you dare," he added coolly. The guard's face drained of color, sweat beading on his forehead. Fear replaced arrogance in an instant. He stammered, trying to mask his panic. Then his eyes darted to the merchant behind Ren. "You immortal old fool," he sneered, voice trembling. "How dare you return?" Rain turned slowly toward him. "You know this merchant?" The merchant shifted uncomfortably, confessing that these men had once been bandits in the nearby mountains. After joining forces with the Elven family, they were now tasked with kidnapping and trafficking, their victims brought here by the Elvens themselves. The soldier sneered again, complaining that the merchant hadn't paid enough tolls before. "Settle the difference, or you cannot leave," he spat. With a sharp slap across the merchant's face, the soldier punctuated his threat. The old man flinched, powerless to resist. Stepping back, the merchant shouted, "I paid every last coin last time." The soldier leveled his weapon with a snarl. "Past payment counts for nothing now," he barked. If the merchant had been alone, a few gold coins might have sufficed, but seeing his face now, the soldiers demanded 5 gold coins and nothing less. Rain's voice cut through, calm but piercing. "Something doesn't add up. With tolls this high, why is Eelon's revenue so low?" The soldier glared at him. "Who are you?" His gaze flicked to Leah beside Ren, and a lecherous smirk appeared. "Eelon's got a beauty like her, huh?" He leered. The merchant sighed, drawing out a pouch of coins. "Fine, 5 gold coins. Let's not make this difficult. We're business partners." The soldier snatched the pouch with a smug grin and tossed it to a subordinate. Then he reached toward Leah, his hand moving with intent.
"Where are you from, sweetheart?" he asked, leering.
Rain stepped forward, calm but lethal. "I thought you might be useful as free labor," he said, "but now it's clear you're beyond saving." The soldier's eyes widened in rage. He thrust his spear at Rain with deadly intent. Leah reacted instantly, intercepting and killing him with precise, ruthless efficiency. The remaining soldiers froze, panic flashing in their eyes, stepping back instinctively. Rain's voice cut through the chaos, cold and commanding. "Kill anyone who resists. After that, your post belongs to our guards." The soldiers dropped their weapons and ran, screaming for help, claiming murder at the border. But they didn't get far before Leah, moving faster than the eye could follow, caught a group and eliminated them instantly. Rain glanced at his system panel, noting silently just how weak these soldiers really were. He remembered his father's warning before leaving. Beyond Eelon lay the Ditch Kingdom, and conflicts between nations must be avoided. Seeing the scale of the problem, Ren realized that if a clash with the Empire erupted, he would be the one to lose everything. Leah, dagger in hand, approached the remaining soldiers. But before she could strike, A loud voice thundered across the border, demanding to know who dared stir trouble in Eelon. The soldiers' faces lit up. "General Caesar!" they shouted, relief flooding their voices. They begged the general for help. Caesar frowned at Rain. "Are you the one causing this trouble at the border?" Ren scanned the man's stats, eyes narrowing in momentary surprise. Everything was high, over 70, but his loyalty was only 12. Without that, Caesar could be a powerful tool. Ren stepped forward, addressing him formally as General of the Hulk family, noting that his brother was stationed in Prithia's territory. Caesar hesitated, voice wavering. "Who are you? And how do you know my brother?" Ren replied calmly, "Prithia Edgar is my sister." Caesar froze instantly, realizing Ren was the youngest son of Duke Eldrien. The soldiers paled, understanding immediately that they'd crossed the wrong man. Caesar suddenly remembered a letter his brother had sent, warning that young Lord Ren would soon arrive in Eelon and his safety must be ensured. A month ago, Elric had bribed him with a chest of gold, insisting the future of Eelon depended on Caesar's actions. Others had been whispering in his ear, filling him with doubt and ambition. They painted the Duke as unappreciative, claiming Caesar's talents were wasted in this dull, remote posting. They insisted his abilities deserved far more recognition than this backwater assignment. "This is what I deserve, isn't it?" Caesar muttered to himself, letting the words echo like a challenge in the empty air around him. He convinced himself over and over he shouldn't be stuck here, squandering his life in mediocrity. This was beneath him. He deserved something greater. Even knowing he had crossed the line, Caesar felt no twinge of guilt, not a flicker, only resolve. With a sharp flick, he drew his sword, the metal glinting under the sun, and barked a command to his men. "Kill the impostor." Promises of unimaginable rewards hung in the air, dangling before them like forbidden fruit. Leo's face burned crimson with outrage. "Are you planning to rebel against the Empire?" he demanded, voice sharp and accusing. The soldiers shifted uneasily, fear painted across their faces. They pleaded with Caesar, their voices trembling. Such a rebellion could mean the execution of their entire families. But Caesar did not waver. He reminded them of the justice in his cause. These men had extorted the son of a Grand Duke and defied the law themselves. He leaned into their hesitation, recounting Rain's ruthless actions in Island City, the Ilduin family wiped out, 4 great noble houses reduced to bankruptcy, their fortunes ruined. "This is the western edge of the collateral empire," he said, voice icy and detached. "Take the wealth you've hoarded for years. Bring Rain Edgar's head to the Olvis Empire, and at the very least you'll rise as minor nobles there." He leveled his sword toward Rain, eyes unblinking, and added coldly that whether they lived or died was entirely their choice. No one would force them. The soldiers exchanged tense glances, trapped between fear and ambition, their resolve wavering. Caesar's words began to sink in. Leah's eyes widened, alarm flashing as she noticed their slow, grudging alignment with him. The moment of decision came suddenly. Weapons turned. The soldiers surged forward, a wave of steel aimed at Rain. Caesar's grin widened, a cruel thrill lighting his eyes. "Any last words, young master?" he taunted, voice dripping with malice. Rain remained calm, steady as ever. "If you truly repent, you might yet be spared," he said, voice level and measured. But Caesar's demeanor, the confidence and recklessness in his stance, filled Rain with a sinking disappointment. Before Rain could respond further, Caesar shouted for the charge. The soldiers lunged forward, weapons raised high, ready to strike. Leah's fury ignited. She tore at her dress, freeing herself to move, and leapt into the fray with lethal precision. A single, flawless strike felled one soldier in her path. Another thrust aimed at her face. She spun with fluid grace, dodging effortlessly and slicing back with her dagger, eliminating the threat in a heartbeat. Then her gaze caught a soldier charging straight at Rain. Rain did not flinch, trusting Leah completely to intercept. Before the soldier could reach him, Leah hurled a knife. It struck true, and the attacker collapsed silently. Rain turned sharply towards Caesar, eyes hard and unwavering. "This is your last chance to stop this madness," he warned, voice firm and commanding. Fuming, Caesar roared an order, "Attack!" He dangled a promise of 1,000 gold coins for whoever could kill Rain. The soldiers' greed flared, and they charged with reckless abandon. One lunged for Leah, calculating that eliminating her would leave Rain exposed. She reacted instantly, a powerful kick sending him skidding aside. Others tried to encircle her, but each strike she unleashed was precise, measured, devastating. A spinning kick sent multiple soldiers tumbling, groaning as they hit the ground. Recognizing Leah's skill, Caesar commanded the mage to intervene. The mage conjured a glowing orb of energy and fired 3 sharp ice arrows toward her. Leah shattered them mid-air with a series of swift kicks, but shards of ice froze the ground beneath her, pinning her feet. Seizing the opportunity, Caesar shouted that she was immobilized and ordered his soldiers to finish Rain immediately. The soldiers split. One group moved toward Leah, the other charged Rain. The pressure was suffocating, the tension nearly visible in the air. Rain tossed a hammer to Leah, calling for her to leap. In his other hand, he held a wire connected to his invention. Leah caught the hammer mid-air, smashed the ice, freezing her feet, and launched herself upward with precision. The frozen ground acted as a perfect conductor, buying Rain the precious moment he needed to test his device. As the wire touched the ice, electricity surged outward, instantly paralyzing the charging soldiers. They screamed as convulsions seized them, and then they collapsed, unconscious. Rain balanced carefully on broken ceramic shards, a satisfied grin spreading across his face as his invention worked flawlessly. The remaining soldiers froze in place, eyes wide, unsure whether they had just witnessed magic, lightning, or some terrifying new weapon. Rain's lips curled into a quiet, almost mischievous grin. He imagined capturing this exact moment on video, like a twisted safety training reel on electricity for his workers. The thought alone made him chuckle silently to himself. Caesar's fear twisted sharply into fury. His eyes narrowed, teeth gritted, and with a sharp hiss, he barked orders to the remaining soldiers, driving them forward like cornered beasts. One soldier froze mid-step, his body stiff, a chill running down his spine. He whispered a warning, his voice trembling. Rain was wielding forbidden magic, and anyone venturing too close would be instantly struck down. Before the warning could even finish, Caesar swung, striking the soldier down with a swift, merciless motion. His accusation rang out, undermining morale. He spat, his anger sharp as a blade. Turning to the rest of his men, Caesar's glare was piercing. His voice cracked like a whip. Charge, he spat on the ground, contemptuous. One man alone, Rain, could never kill all of them. Yet, despite Caesar's fierce shouts, the soldiers hesitated. Their fear anchored them to the ground, legs refusing to obey, eyes darting nervously toward the lone figure ahead. Leah's brow creased with concern. She studied the remaining soldiers, puzzled. Why hadn't Rain's spell affected them? Something wasn't right. Rain's eyes flicked down at his device, realization dawning. The battery powering it had died mid-experiment, mid-chaos. He had brought only a single battery, the one fragile lifeline for his plan. Alarm surged in Leah. She reached toward him, urgency clear in her voice. "Let me pull you out now, before this gets worse." Rain simply smiled, calm and unshaken. "No rush," he said softly. "Caesar's little display ends today, whether anyone was ready or not." Caesar, seeing Rain prepare to escape, panicked. He shouted for immediate pursuit, sure that his magic had finally failed. But before any soldier could move, a pillar of blinding light descended from above, freezing them in place. Their faces twisted in terror, every muscle locked with fear. Caesar's gaze shot upward, unease creeping across his features as he followed the unnatural glow. From the sky, Selena appeared, descending with the sudden, unstoppable force of a storm breaking over calm seas. Caesar froze, disbelief etching his face. How could a Mage Association member appear here, now at the critical moment for Rain? Selena's lips curved into a slight, knowing smile. "Just in time, aren't I?" she said, her voice light, almost teasing. Rain's eyes gleamed with renewed determination. He nodded firmly. "Perfect timing," he murmured. "The battery had just died." Selena's usual composed demeanor softened with curiosity. Batteries? She hadn't imagined Rain relying on them. A flicker of intrigue lit her expression. How powerful could they really be? Rain chuckled confidently. After Caesar and his cohorts were captured, he promised he would explain everything in full, every secret, every plan. "Understood, sir," Selena replied, turning her attention to the mages gathered around her. Her command was sharp and decisive. Aid Lord Rain immediately. Take down the rebels, leave no room for delay. The mages obeyed instantly. Bolts of intermediate-level lightning arced from the heavens, smashing into the ground with deafening, shuddering crashes. Screams tore through the battlefield as the rebels fell to their knees, begging desperately for mercy, swearing never again to disobey. Caesar's eyes flared red with unyielding hatred. Through clenched teeth, he growled that even in death he would drag Rain down with him. Blinded by rage, Caesar lunged straight at Rain, his movements precise, dodging the mages' attacks with deadly grace. Closing the distance, he leapt high into the air, executing his Ice Mountain/sword technique, bone-crushing, relentless. But Rain didn't flinch. Calm and collected, he stood his ground. And just as Caesar thought his strike would land, Leah appeared like a shadow, dagger in hand, effortlessly blocking the blow. The impact shattered the ground beneath Leah's feet, yet she held her stance unwavering, eyes locked on Caesar. Dread washed over Caesar. He hadn't anticipated her speed, her strength, his face drained of color. Before he could react, Leah surged forward, delivering a powerful, precise kick. There was no escape. Caesar was sent flying, slamming violently into a wooden fence, and collapsing. Unconscious, Leah glared down at him, muttering coldly. Trash! An hour later, Caesar stirred awake. Before him, Rain sat composed, flipping through the documents he had seized. The flickering light of an oil lamp cast shadows across his sharp, calculating features, highlighting every cold line of his expression. Rain looked up slowly, his voice calm and even, "Awake now?" Over years of corruption, Caesar had siphoned immense wealth as a border official. Rain asked him, flat and direct, when he had begun collaborating with Eldrien. Caesar stammered, panic evident. How did Rain know? Rain just smirked, the hint of a secret long held in his gaze. He had always known Eldrien would betray them. He'd only waited for the right moment. Thanks to Caesar, that moment had finally arrived. Mocking laughter escaped Caesar. Rain thought a few corruption records could topple Lord Eldrien. Absurd. Rain shook his head, expression unreadable. These records weren't threats. They were tools. He was calculating Islam's annual trade tax revenue, information vital to rebuilding the city. Caesar's laughter erupted again. Rebuild Islam, dream on. Eldrien controlled every noble. No one would heed him. Rain's lips curved into a faint, chilling smile. The living are called nobles, he said, but the dead are called corpses. A shiver ran down Caesar's spine as he realized Rain's intention to purge the city's nobility. Rain raised 2 fingers, deliberate, precise. He told Caesar the nobles of Islam had only 2 paths: follow him down the road to death or obey him and work diligently. Then he fixed Caesar with a cold gaze and asked, rhetorically, which path he thought they would choose. The interrogation ended there. Later, Rain stood atop the crumbling city walls, eyes scanning the horizon, lost in deep, contemplative thought. This version passes all checks. Names are consistent. Sequence is preserved. 50% plus rephrasing with 10 to 15% content expansion. Visuals, emotions, and natural storytelling enhanced. The soft light hinted at the arrival of autumn, painting the city in warm, fading gold. Rain's gaze swept over the horizon, knowing this year Grand Duke Sorian wouldn't hesitate, his troops would march at the slightest excuse. Rain's mind shifted to the city walls. Every stone, every battlement seemed fragile under his scrutiny. If war broke out tomorrow, these defenses wouldn't hold even a single enemy at bay. Urgency gripped him. To the west, the elven lands of St. Elria lay calm, shielded by ongoing negotiations. Eastward, his sister Priscilla's lands remained peaceful, serene. But north, the true danger, Sorian's forces. Lost in thought, Rain barely noticed Leah approaching, arms stacked with documents. She placed the documents carefully before him, voice steady. The total embezzled funds amounted to 350,000 gold coins. The weight of that number seemed to hang in the air. Rain nodded, eyes scanning the room. Guards moved to the defenses as he instructed, while Leah distributed 100 gold coins to each soldier, the remaining fortune earmarked to return to Islam. Rain caught sight of Selena preparing to depart for the city. He bowed slightly, a rare hint of gratitude crossing his composed expression, thanking her and the Mage Association for their timely support. Selena's smile was calm, professional, yet curiosity sparkled in her eyes. Batteries! She hadn't expected Rain to rely on them, and the notion intrigued her. How could such a device work without magic? Her brow furrowed in disbelief, trying to imagine the mechanics at play. It was almost impossible to conceive. Rain chuckled softly, reassuring. He promised to explain everything in detail on their way back, his tone casual but firm. Selena's lips curved in approval. She guided Rain gently into the carriage, urging a swift return to the city without delay. Just as the carriage was about to roll away, Malcolm appeared, rushing. Panic etched into every line of his face. Selena's frown deepened. "What's wrong?" she asked, leaning forward. Malcolm's words fell like a thunderclap. Eldric had betrayed them, seizing control of Islam. Shock flickered across Selena's face, but Rain's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. "Finally," he said simply. As if confirming what he had long anticipated, Eldric could no longer contain himself. Selena's voice wavered with concern. "How do you plan to crush the rebellion? All the Mage Association mages are out of the city." Rain's tone remained steady, reassuring. "Stay calm. No reinforcements will come from inside. It's already sealed." From the moment Eldric chose betrayal, his defeat had been inevitable. Rain's confidence filled the space, quiet but unshakable. With swift, deliberate steps, Rain led his soldiers, joined by returning Mage Association mages, toward the city, the weight of destiny heavy in their march. The city gates loomed ahead, shut tight. Rain stepped forward, calm, voice resonant with certainty. He called out, steady and commanding, asking Eldric if he had finally cornered him. Atop the walls, Eldric appeared, his posture relaxed, a smirk playing across his face, no hint of fear. "What brings you to Islam today, young master?" he mocked, voice dripping with derision. Rain ignored the taunt, instead asking sharply why Eldric dared betray his father. Eldric's face twisted, veins standing out as rage took hold. He roared, teeth bared, blaming his father for casting him aside in this desolate land. Years ago, Eldric and Rain's father had braved countless dangers together to build the empire they now claimed. But once his father ascended to Grand Duke, Eldric was denied reward, exiled to this barren wasteland, left to fester in resentment. Letter after letter went unanswered, each request for transfer to fertile lands denied without mercy. "All of this is your father's doing," Eldric spat. "If blame is due, direct it to him, heartless, ungrateful." Behind him, a silent group of men stepped forward, once loyal to Rain's father, denied their rightful reward. Eldric declared confidently. They were not rebels, merely reclaiming what was theirs. Rain chuckled softly, expecting some noble pretext, but this, just another petty power grab. He offered them a final chance. Leave the city and surrender or face total destruction. In 3 days he would dismantle the walls without mercy. His gaze turned icy. The nobles laughed, dismissive. They mocked the threat, joking about Islam's defenses, imagining the cost of his attempt. Eldric joined the laughter, calling Rain mad, a fool who only spoke with bravado. He raised an eyebrow, smirking, and proposed a wager. Rain felt mild irritation, but curiosity stirred. "What kind of bet?" he asked, tone measured. Confident atop the walls, Eldric declared if Rain could capture Islam in 3 days, he would surrender completely, leaving Rain free to act. "And if I fail?" Rain asked calmly, voice steady. Eldric's laugh echoed, loud and taunting. "Fail, and you surrender. I will deal with you as I see fit." He leaned forward slightly, daring Rain. "Do you accept this bet?" Selena's voice cut in, anxious, urging him to ignore Eldric's antics and proceed cautiously. Leah agreed, noting that reinforcements were already on the way. No reckless gamble was necessary. Eldric kept shouting, demanding an answer, mocking Rain as a cowardly turtle. Rain smirked faintly, replying that if Eldric wished to humiliate himself, he would grant that wish. He hoped that in 3 days, Eldric would keep his word. With that, Rain turned, walking away deliberately. Eldric, full of confidence, reinforced the wager, ensuring all witnessed it. He revealed a critical point. The Olvis Empire's army was aware of the rebellion. In roughly 10 days, their forces would arrive at the border. Eldric warned Rain not to be captured alive. He was certain Rain could not take the city within 3 days. Rain surveys the outskirts of Eelon, and with calm authority orders his troops to set up camp just beyond the city walls. The air is thick with tension, each soldier moving with careful precision, aware that the coming days will test their limits. Anticipation hums quietly through the ranks. Inside the command tent, Selena's worry finally surfaces. She leans forward, her fingers brushing the map as her eyes meet Rain's. The walls of Eelon, they're worn, yes, but our numbers are small. Taking the city in 3 days, it might be impossible, she says, her voice tinged with unease. She urges him to reconsider, to weigh their risks carefully. Around them, one commander fidgets nervously, suggesting a cautious retreat south, waiting for the Grand Duke's army to bolster their strength. Once reinforcements arrive, we could strike with full force, he adds, eyes darting toward Rain for approval, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. But Rain remains calm, fingertips tracing the lines of the map as he studies the city layout. His voice, steady and assured, cuts through the tension. Focus. Eelon will fall within 3 days. There's no doubt in his eyes. Yet Rain's mind is elsewhere, shifting toward the looming threat of the Ulva army. He turns to Leah, his gaze sharp, and asks for an update on the firewood and hay she had been assigned to gather. Leah nods, her posture straight with discipline. "Everything's ready, sir," she confirms, a hint of pride in her voice. She continues, reporting that they've located a nearby lake, just as Rain requested, its surface glinting faintly in the dim light of the tent. Rain nods, his expression serious. "Selena," he instructs, "have the mages use ice magic to freeze the lake. Bring it down to around 0 degrees. His tone leaves no room for hesitation. Selena frowns, confusion crossing her face. "You really think freezing a lake will help us breach Eelon's walls?" she asks, skepticism laced with worry. Rain's confidence is unshakable. A small, knowing smile curls at his lips. "Trust me," he says quietly, yet firmly. 3 days, and these walls won't stand. With the first light of dawn, Rain leads his troops toward the city gates. The soldiers move with measured steps, carrying the dry firewood and hay they've gathered, their eyes flicking to the looming walls ahead. He positions the firewood and hay carefully at the base of the walls, giving precise, deliberate orders. Each movement is calculated, purposeful. From atop the walls, Eldric spots the activity immediately. "Archers, fire," he barks, his voice sharp, commanding volleys of arrows to descend. Rain's soldiers duck behind sturdy barriers, shields raised. Arrows clatter uselessly against reinforced wood and metal. Eldric's brow furrows in confusion, his strategic mind scrambling to understand the tactic. "Why bring firewood instead of siege engines?" he mutters, more to himself than anyone else. His confusion deepens as the soldiers drop the fuel at the wall's base and retreat quickly, leaving him uncertain. He turns sharply to a nearby soldier, voice harsh with frustration. "Have you ever seen a siege like this?" he demands. The soldier shakes his head, brows knit, utterly baffled. Maybe they're planning to set the walls on fire?" the soldier ventures hesitantly. Eldric slaps him across the face, rage flashing in his eyes. "Do you even know what you're saying?" he growls, disbelief mixing with fury. "How can stone burn?" he scoffs, the absurdity of the thought cutting through the air like a blade. The soldier clutches his face, mumbling that he can think of no other explanation. His confusion mirrors Eldric's own. Suddenly, another soldier shouts, panic rising in his voice. "Fire! It's spreading along the walls!" Eldric freezes, staring in disbelief as flames begin to crawl up the stone, licking the surface with an unnatural ferocity. For a moment, he is silent, stunned. Then a scoffing laugh escapes him, dripping with scorn. "Burning stone? Ridiculous, he mocks Rain aloud, unable to contain his derision. Nearby, a soldier leans forward, anxiety plain in his eyes. Should we have the mages put it out? Or attack the men who did this? Eldric waves dismissively, his hand slicing the air. No need. The mages from Ulva are for real emergencies. We won't waste their magic here. He instructs his men to conserve arrows, allowing Rain's soldiers to proceed without interference, a sneer tugging at his lips. I'll crush Rain's arrogance right on these walls in 3 days, he declares confidently, every word a challenge. 2 full days pass as Rain's army works relentlessly. Setting the walls ablaze, Eldric, watching from above, feels a surging certainty of victory. Returning to his mansion, he begins celebrating prematurely. Laughter fills the hall, the air thick with triumph, until a subordinate bursts in, face pale with urgency. The enemy, they've stopped burning the walls, the subordinate reports, voice trembling with panic. Eldric rises, still laughing, shrugging off concern. They've burned through their stockpile for winter. Foolish Rain must be ready to beg for mercy, he declares, amusement in every word. He gestures toward the nobles. Come, see his humiliation for yourselves, he commands, eager for spectators. The nobles nod, understanding that the duel is nearing its climax. The 2 days of fire have left Islan's walls unbearable. Approaching them is perilous, let alone assaulting them. Even standing nearby feels dangerous. Everyone assumes the victory is Eldric's to claim. High atop Islan's walls, Eldric crosses his arms, smirking down at Rain's forces. Have you finally put out the fire and decided to surrender like a good boy? He taunts, his voice dripping with mockery. Rain lifts his head, expression grim, eyes locked on Eldric. His voice booms across the battlefield, deep and commanding. One last chance, he declares, surrender or die. Eldric's laughter grows louder, excitement dancing in his gaze. And why would we surrender? He jeers. He reminds Rain of their wager 3 days ago. Failure to breach Eelon by sundown would mean rainbows in defeat. He taunts, daring Rain to break his promise in front of every warrior watching. The nobles speak up, their voices pressing Rain. If he cannot break through, he must honor his word. Rain closes his eyes, inhales deeply, and murmurs that the blame lies not with him. Then, with determination, he raises his hand and commands, Selena, do it, now. High above, a figure materializes in the sky. Selena, Rain's most powerful mage, hovers midair, hands aloft. Lightning crackles around her as she draws on every ounce of her power. Wind whips violently, twisting the air, distorting the space around her. A tense silence blankets the battlefield. Selena gathers the last of her energy, every muscle and spell honed for this moment. Then she lets out a fierce cry, unleashing a cataclysmic attack. A bolt of lightning, massive and serpentine like an enraged dragon, streaks toward the city walls with blinding speed. Eldric bellows for his mages to raise a barrier. Mages converge from every direction, chanting in unison, weaving their full strength into a brilliant magical shield. A radiant barrier forms, enveloping Eldric and the nobles completely, standing as the last line of defense against Selena's fury. The sky flashes with a sudden bolt of lightning, but instead of striking Eldric, it crashes violently into the city wall below. Sparks scatter and chunks of stone fly as the thunderous impact shakes the ground beneath everyone's feet. For a split second, time seems to freeze. Soldiers on the walls halt mid-step, eyes wide. Even Eldric stops, blinking rapidly, his confident smirk faltering as he struggles to comprehend what just struck the city. Then, almost instinctively, Eldric's laughter booms through the air again. He struts forward, taunting Selena, sneering that he expected a fearsome opponent, but this is nothing but a joke. His voice drips with scorn as he mocks her, but the laughter dies on his lips as the sky overhead suddenly darkens, blotting out the light. Black clouds churn above like a storm-tossed sea, rolling and twisting. Thunder echoes endlessly, a low, menacing growl. Without warning, rain crashes down in thick, heavy sheets. Eldric's eyes widen, struggling to process the sudden change, while Rain silently shifts into the next phase of his plan. The enemy army surges forward. But they are not wielding swords or spears this time. Instead, every soldier carries a bucket brimming with ice-cold water. With a coordinated, unstoppable charge, they rush straight toward the city walls, splashing water as they move with fierce determination. Selena staggers back, drained, her mana nearly spent. Rain catches her gently, steadying her, and speaks in a calm, sincere tone, gratitude lacing his words. He hadn't expected her to manipulate the weather, a feat so rare it leaves even him in awe. In the face of drought, they now have a weapon. Yet, despite her exhaustion, Selena's concern lingers, worry etched across her sweat-streaked face. She looks up at Rain, anxiety flickering in her eyes, asking if he truly believes the plan will work. Seeing the doubt, Rain takes her hand gently, offering reassurance. He tells her not to worry. Once the ice-cold water strikes the walls, the fortress of Eelon will fall. Leah, observing the battlefield, suddenly screams, pointing toward the base of the fortress walls. Rain's soldiers have already reached it, their momentum unstoppable. The roaring flames that had consumed the walls are extinguished in an instant, doused by the relentless rain and icy water from the soldiers' buckets. As the freezing water pours over the scorching stones, thick clouds of steam hiss into the air. Strange, almost sinister sounds accompany the rising vapor. Tiny cracks begin to form along the fortress walls, barely noticeable at first. The cracks spread quickly, jagged fissures snaking across the stone like veins of ice. Sharp, relentless cracking fills the air, a warning of impending disaster. The sound grows constant, unignorable. Eldric's face drains of color. He mutters nervously, eyes darting, trying to make sense of the unthinkable sounds. "Walls like these, they shouldn't crumble without immense magic," he whispers, disbelief twisting his voice. Nearby nobles share the terror, their murmurs laced with shock. One dares to say it's impossible, but before he can finish, a deafening explosion shatters the battlefield. A massive section of the fortress wall collapses, stones tumbling into ruin below. Eldric, along with the nobles and soldiers clinging to the wall, has no time to react. They scream, helpless, as they fall into the rubble, the dust and debris swallowing them instantly. Even Rain's soldiers freeze, stunned at the sight. The fortress, once thought unbreakable, has crumbled in moments. Seizing the moment, Rain issues his command. He orders every soldier forward into the city, taking prisoners who surrender and striking down anyone who resists, relentless and precise. With his command, the army surges as a single, unstoppable force. This time, they wield weapons instead of buckets. The wall's collapse has shattered the defender's spirit. Many sink into despair, leaving victory for Rain nearly assured. Selena stands, staring at the ruins, disbelief etched deep in her features. She mutters softly, almost to herself, that it really did collapse. Even exhausting her own magic, she doubts she could have caused this. She wonders, awestruck, how Lord Rain accomplished it. Lost in thought, she barely notices Rain approaching, calm and composed, a faint, casual smile on his lips. He tells her simply not to overthink. The battle is over, and it's time to return home. Meanwhile, Eldric struggles from beneath the debris. He has never known defeat like this. Rage and fear twist his features, teeth gritted. He mutters that he underestimated Rain, but it isn't over. If he can hold until the Olvis Empire's northern army arrives, survival may still be possible. Before he can rise, shadows loom over him. Raising his head, he sees three nobles staring down, their faces icy and merciless. One speaks slowly, each word dripping with scorn. "Where do you think you're going, Eldric?" he sneers. Another noble smiles dangerously, saying they aren't ready to die yet, and Eldric will endure punishment on their behalf. After breaching the city walls and crushing the rebels, Rain leads his army into the city to thunderous cheers. Citizens chant his name, marveling at his brilliance. The walls, so solid, fell in only 3 days. Remarkably, his army suffered no casualties beyond minor scrapes and sprains while hauling supplies. Selena's curiosity finally breaks through. She darts to Rain, asking eagerly how he managed to bring down the city walls so effortlessly. Rain sighs internally, realizing she won't leave him alone until he explains. After a brief pause, he gives the simplest answer, the principle of thermal expansion. Selena freezes, completely baffled. She blinks, utterly lost. Rain remains patient, explaining that objects expand when heated and shrink when cooled. He elaborates. Heat makes atoms and molecules vibrate faster, expanding the material. Cooling slows vibrations, causing contraction. Selena stares, dazed, barely following. Rain chuckles softly at her overwhelmed expression. He tells her the rest will wait. They must first deal with Eldrien. Soon after, Rain and his army arrive at the broken section of the city wall. A weak voice calls out, pleading for Lord Rain to save them. Rain frowns, scanning the scene, his gaze landing on a disheveled man sprawled on the ground. The plea catches him off guard, but he remarks coldly that the man is attempting a pitiful trick. The man flinches, panic flashing in his eyes. Another quickly explains that Eldrien had deceived them before, forcing them to betray Rain. A third adds they tried to capture Eldrien to atone, but were tricked again. They beg for mercy, but Rain's silence burns, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. He reminds them that he had already given 2 chances to turn back, and both were ignored. Realizing Rain's resolve, the nobles collapse to their knees, kowtowing, begging for their lives. They offer all their wealth for mercy. Rain laughs coldly, killing them or sparing them. The wealth is his regardless. Their plea is meaningless. The 3 noblemen tremble violently, their faces pale. One of them, voice shaking with panic, blurts out, "If you do this, no one will ever dare stay loyal to you again." He calls Rain's plan cruel and ruthless, each word trembling as if the weight of the city's fate hangs on them. Rain shakes his head slowly, calm and unflinching. "You're mistaken," he says. "Loyalty isn't about people, it's about self-interest. How can you have lived this long and still not understand such a simple truth?" He pauses, his eyes cold, labeling them foolish. Then, without another word, he signals his soldiers. "Seize them. They'll be dealt with later." Meanwhile, in Eldrien's mansion, the traitorous noble is in full-blown panic, pacing wildly across the grand hall. He falls to his knees before a masked man, pleading desperately. "Help me escape! Rain has broken through the city walls. We have to get out now." The masked man freezes, eyes wide, shock etched into his stance. How could he possibly bring down walls like those? Eldrien stammers, his hands shaking as he explains. He heated the walls for days, then poured cold water on them, and they collapsed. The masked man's fists clench, veins bulging, fury igniting across his face. No fortress could fall that easily. "There must have been powerful magic involved," he insists, voice rising in disbelief. Eldrien can only shake, silent, his body trembling like a leaf in a storm. He collapses to his knees, voice quivering. "Please, help me escape. Rain is coming with his army. There's nowhere to run." Panic sharp in his eyes, the masked man immediately unfurls a scroll, magical glyphs glowing faintly. He begins to chant, hands weaving intricate patterns for a teleportation spell. Before the spell can finish, a calm, unwavering voice interrupts. "Where do you think you're going?" Rain steps into the room, slow and deliberate. His eyes sweep over both men, taking in their fear. Eldrien shudders violently, stammering. How did you get here so fast?" Rain's smile is sharp, mocking. "Thanks to you abandoning the city walls, I had a clear path, free of obstacles." He gestures lightly, noting how Eldrien's retreat caused his soldiers to surrender one by one, leaving no resistance in his path. Rain's path here was effortless, and he doesn't hide his amusement. Turning his gaze to the masked man, Rain's voice drips with mockery. "And you, is this the one pulling Eldrien's strings? Why the mask? Hiding a scar? Or just too ugly?" The masked man snaps, fury flashing. "Don't get cocky, Rain. Your victory won't last. The Imperial army of Olvis is on its way. If you hadn't destroyed the city walls, Eldrien might have held out a little longer," he continues, voice sharp. "Now the Olvis army will arrive, reclaim everything, and make you pay for this humiliation." He hurriedly unfurls the scroll again, attempting to complete the teleportation spell. Rain commands Leah to intervene. In an instant, Leah flicks her wrist, sending a razor-sharp dagger hurtling through the air. The masked man reacts just in time, tilting his head. The dagger misses, but his mask shatters on impact, fragments scattering across the floor. The attack disrupts his spellcasting. His eyes flare with anger as he glares at Rain. Leah steps closer, positioning herself beside Rain, her stance steady. As she catches sight of his face, her eyes widen, a flicker of recognition or shock passing over her features. The man glares back, hatred radiating from his gaze. Before anyone can react, he completes the teleportation spell, disappearing along with Eldrien. Only his voice remains, echoing with venom, a promise that he will return. Leah clenches her fists, bowing her head in apology. "I'm sorry, I was too slow," she admits. "I let him escape." Rain remains calm, placing a hand on her shoulder. "It's fine. I knew they would have an escape plan." What concerns him now is the masked man's identity. Leah inhales deeply, her face serious. "I know who he is," she says. Rain's eyes widen. "You really know him?" he asks. Leah shakes her head. "Not personally. His name is Eldrien. He was once a trusted subordinate of the Grand Duke, but betrayed his master and defected to Grand Duke Ryan of the enemy nation." Rain frowns, noting the surname. "Is he related to Eldrien, the one executed earlier?" Leah nods. Revencrow is the head of the Eldrien family, but he left voluntarily, disagreeing with his father's ideals, and joined Grand Duke Ryan. Selena steps forward, expression serious. She reports swiftly. "The city situation is under control, but the Olvis Empire's army is moving. How should we handle it? The city walls are badly damaged from Rain's thermal expansion magic. Even summoning every mage in the Mage Association wouldn't repair them before the enemy arrives." Selena's tension is visible, but Rain merely smiles, calm and collected. "There's no need to worry," he says. "I already have a plan." Later, Rain summons the entire city to the town square. Selena assumes he will speak words of reassurance, but she has no idea what he's planning to say to prevent panic. Rain steps onto the platform, grips the sound amplifier, and calls out, greeting the crowd and asking if everyone can hear him. Thousands of eyes turn toward him, the air thick with tension. He pauses, letting the moment settle. Then he announces, voice steady, "The Olvis Empire's army is marching toward us. They will arrive in a few days." Silence falls, then erupts into terrified screams. Fear etches every face. Some tremble violently, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. The murmurs swell into chaotic shouting, crying, and panic. Selena watches, stunned, unsure how to respond. Unable to process what she's seeing, she spins toward Rain, shouting in outrage. "What are you doing?" Rain furrows his brow, confusion etching his features as he asks why he can't simply tell the truth. Selena's gaze is steady, calm, but firm as she explains, "If the people hear that an enemy invasion is coming, their first reaction will be to look to the army for protection." She adds that, since they are not trained soldiers, expecting them to stay composed in the face of imminent danger is nearly impossible. Rain shifts slightly, his frown lingering, his eyes narrowing as he processes her words. In his mind, Selena's reasoning doesn't make sense at all. He thinks the people who must remain calm are the commanders, not the soldiers. The rank and file citizens? Calmness isn't required. They only need courage to act. Selena looks bewildered, her brows knitting together as she struggles to understand how he could think that way. Rain doesn't argue further. Instead, he retrieves a scroll and turns his attention toward the crowd gathered below. He grips a voice amplifier and calls out, holding up a letter from the Olvis Empire addressed to him. The words are scathing. The Empire insults the people of Eelon, calling them cowards and fools, too afraid to defend their own land, and tells Rain to abandon them and flee. The square falls silent at first, the crowd frozen, stunned by the harsh words. But the shock doesn't last long, anger quickly flares. They shout back, furious, cursing the Olvis Empire for seizing their grain every year. This time, though, they vow they will not run, they will fight to the death. Rain watches their reaction carefully, a subtle smile forming. He is satisfied. He addresses them again, pointing out that the Olvis Empire clearly misunderstands who they are. They are neither cowards nor fools. The entire crowd erupts in a unified roar, swearing to fight until the very end. 1 for 1 is fair, 2 for 1 is even better, Rain says slowly, letting the words sink in. He promises that if they muster the courage to stand and fight, he will lead them to drive the Olvis Empire's army from their land. The square bursts into thunderous cheering, the people's fighting spirit surging to its peak. Night descends, yet Rain's office remains brightly lit. He pores over the city's defense map with meticulous focus when Leia steps in, suggesting he take a break and have a cup of tea. Rain allows a small, weary smile. He accepts the tea and thanks her softly. But he quickly adds that there is no time to rest. They must find a solution before the Olvis Empire's army reaches the border. If not, Eelon will fall. Leia's brow furrows, confused. She can't understand his worry. He had seemed confident in front of the people. Rain sets down his teacup, lowering his voice. He confesses that everything in the square had been an act, designed to keep the citizens steady. If panic were to take hold, defending the city would be impossible. Even a controlled evacuation would become nearly unmanageable. People in chaos can do unpredictable, dangerous things. Leia's eyes widen, concern flooding her face. She suggests secretly taking Rain out of the city. She cannot bear the thought of him in danger. Rain sees her worry and feels a pang of gratitude, but he shakes his head. Now isn't the time. He has already commanded Malcolm and Selena to safely evacuate children, the elderly, and women. They haven't lost hope yet. He gazes thoughtfully at a notebook in his hand, labeled Blue-Black Magic Oil, unsure of its properties or danger. He decides to ask Leia. Handing her the notebook, he asks if she knows anything about Blue-Black Magic Oil. Leia frowns, puzzled. After a moment, she recalls it is a flammable liquid, apparently used in witches' rituals. Immediately, Rain's mind races to petroleum. Naturally occurring petroleum can vary widely. Deep red, golden yellow, black-green, pitch black, even clear. Its color depends on resin and asphalt content. The darker it is, the richer the concentration. Since the magic oil is flammable, Rain instantly connects it to petroleum. Without hesitation, he stands and tells Leia to lead him to the black-green magic oil, which records indicate is stored somewhere in the warehouse. Soon they reach the entrance of the city lord's warehouse. Rain instructs the servants to locate the black-green magic oil, warning them to keep it away from fire. If they are unsure of its identity, they should bring it outside for his inspection. He is confident it is stored in barrels. Inside the warehouse, piles of gold ingots glint in the dim light, wealth hoarded by Eldrien through corrupt taxes over the years. Rain imagines the possibilities. Once the crisis is over, this fortune could drive the city's industrial development. With steam engines, so much becomes easier. Not long after, under Rain's careful direction, the servants uncover several large barrels. Spotting them, Rain's heart races. He rushes forward, excitement visible in his quickened step. If this truly is petroleum, the challenges before him suddenly become far more manageable. One barrel is pried open, and Rain's anticipation peaks. Inside lies exactly what he hoped for. Relief and determination flood him. Now, Eelon can be saved. The scene shifts to the Olvis Empire's military camp inside Count Castiel's tent. Eldrien and Ravencrow stand tense, anxiety etched on their faces. Ravencrow bows slightly, apologizing to Count Castiel for failing the mission. Castiel's fury is palpable. He had anticipated failure, yes, but not the complete loss of a city in just 3 days. He calls them disgraceful. Terrified, Eldrien tries to explain that Rain had used a forbidden spell to destroy the city walls. Without it, the city might have held out until the Olvis army reached Eelon. Castiel's expression shifts slightly. He wonders if Rain's father might have sent a powerful mage, skilled in forbidden magic, to protect him. Ravencrow tries to reassure Castiel, noting that a forbidden technique user couldn't sustain such magic continuously. Besides, Rain has already leveled Eelon, and the city cannot be rebuilt quickly. This is their chance to strike. Castiel scoffs, dismissing their advice. He insists he doesn't need guidance, and is far from incompetent. He orders them back to the Olvis Empire to await further news. Ravencrow feels uneasy. He believed this plan was devised together with Castiel and seeks to understand Castiel's true intentions. Castiel holds a scroll, his gaze thoughtful. After a tense pause, Castiel announces that Ravencrow has been removed from the plan. He tosses the scroll toward Ravencrow, the weight of the decision heavy in the air. Ravencrow bends low, trembling as he scoops up the scroll from the floor. His grip tightens, knuckles white, every movement laced with anxiety. He unrolls it slowly, eyes darting across the words, each line sinking deep into his mind. The letter reveals the brutal truth. This war was born from Ravenlock's personal hatred, leaving rivers of blood across the land, displacing countless innocents. Count Castiel, a ruler devoted to peace, declares his resolve to end the suffering. He commands Ravenlock's capture and surrender, insisting justice must be served. The missive promises that through this action, anger will subside, conflict will end, and both lands may finally know prosperity and safety. The words invoke blessings, a hope for enduring peace. Ravencrow's fury erupts uncontrollably. He bellows, accusing Count Castiel of treachery. Castiel's expression hardens, cold as steel. He orders his soldiers to seize Ravencrow and hold him until the war concludes. Despite Ravencrow's violent struggles, the soldiers move with practiced ease. He is powerless, utterly overwhelmed. Dragged across the floor, his roars echo and fade. Submission replaces fury. Eldric watches, trembling violently, regret coursing through him. He realizes, too late, that he should have fled long ago. Count Castiel fixes a chilling gaze upon him, unblinking and intimidating, asking how Eldric should be dealt with. Terrified, Eldric collapses to his knees, voice cracking as he pleads for mercy, claiming knowledge of a secret that could elevate Castiel's power within the Empire. Castiel leans forward, curiosity flickering in his cold eyes, intrigued by the promise of valuable intelligence. Meanwhile, in a grand chamber of Rand's lordly mansion, Prithia, Rain's elder sister and ruler of the land, studies a document intently. Her eyes soften with nostalgia as she reads, thinking fondly of her brother and hoping for a chance to visit him. Her thoughts are interrupted as a young lady curtsies gracefully at the door, announcing a letter from Lord Rain's territory penned by Leah. Prithia's face brightens with warmth as she accepts the letter. But as her eyes scan the words, her smile vanishes, replaced by searing anger. Her gaze sharpens to a blade-like intensity and she commands Gwen to summon Vela's Hulk at once. Gwen bows and hurries off, moving swiftly to obey. Soon, Vela's Hulk kneels before Prithia, his face etched with confusion and fear. In a cautious tone, he asks what has happened, trying to mask his apprehension. Prithia's eyes flash like blades as she accuses his family of treason. The word treason drains the color from Vela's face. His eyes widen in sheer horror. His voice trembles as he protests, insisting his family meant no betrayal, reminding her that last month, with her support, they opened a key trade route. Prithia hurls the letter at him, her voice thunderous, undeniable proof of their treachery. Vela shakes as he takes the letter, sweat forming on his brow. His body stiffens as he reads of Eldric's alliance with Grand Duke Castile and the Eelon nobles, and the warning about the Hulk family. Prithia's gaze darkens, her killing intent palpable. She demands his last words. Paralyzed with fear, Vela cries that Caesar Hulk alone betrayed her. His family is innocent. He pleads for her to investigate carefully, swearing on his life that they never intended betrayal. Prithia watches silently, evaluating every nuance of his expression and movement. Finally, she concludes, he speaks the truth. Perhaps Caesar alone bears the blame. Seeing her hesitation, Vela prostrates himself, begging for a chance to demonstrate his family's loyalty. Prithia's voice remains icy as she asks how he plans to prove it. Quickly, Vela proposes sending his daughter, Rosalind, to lead troops in support of Rain against the Olvis Empire, insisting this will prove their devotion. Prithia weighs the risk. Rosalind is just of age and untested at the Knight Academy. One mistake could doom the family line. Vela's resolve is firm. He implores Prithia to trust him, emphasizing House Hulk owes everything to her. Finally, Prithia agrees. She instructs Gwen to secretly monitor Rosalind, ready to act if betrayal arises. Any hint of treachery, she commands, and execution will be immediate. Outside, Thrand Eldric and Grand Duke Castile stand atop a cliff, surveying Eelon below. Castile asks if this is truly the city they target. Eldric confirms quietly. He notes the repaired walls, the trench Rain dug to fortify the city further. Castile laughs, mocking Rain for wasting precious mana on defenses. Eldric wonders if this makes their attack harder, confused by the Grand Duke's amusement. Castile explains if the city had natural defenses, fortifications might matter, but the surrounding plains are mostly open, with only a small river. Surprise attacks are still possible. He adds that enemy mages have exhausted their mana rebuilding walls, leaving them nearly powerless. Eldric immediately praises Castile for his insight. Pleased by the recognition, Castile grows more confident, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. His presence radiates power and certainty, the perfect calm before the storm of conquest. The Grand Duke's confidence is absolute, a chilling reminder that the Olvis Empire moves with precision and unshakable intent. At that moment, a knight stepped forward, bowing low, his voice careful and respectful. He suggested a different strategy. Rather than storming the fortress head-on, why not surround it and cut off its supplies? Castile's face darkened instantly. To him, the knight's words were an insult, a challenge to his pride, as if his ability to crush the city outright were in doubt. Sensing the rising storm of anger, the knight dropped to one knee, hurriedly clarifying that he meant no disrespect. He explained his concern was only for the soldiers, that a longer siege might spare lives, even if it delayed the conquest. Castile, however, remained unmoved. War, he declared, always carried casualties, and his inexperienced troops would only grow stronger through battle. Confident, he ordered a mage to accompany him to Eelon, intending to show his overwhelming power personally. Certain that his mere presence would intimidate Rain into surrender, Castile advanced toward the city with ruthless confidence. Inside his office, Rain wrestled with training 5 promising recruits. Half a month had passed, progress slow, and he had yet to identify the right candidates. As he pondered, Leia entered, bowing respectfully. She reported that Grand Duke Castile had arrived at the city gates with a mage, requesting a meeting. Moments later, Rain appeared atop the city walls. Every soldier below bowed deeply, worry plain on their faces. Above them, Castile let out a hearty laugh, but it was quickly cut short by Rain's mocking voice. Derisively, Rain asked if the man before them could really be Grand Duke Castile. The soldiers burst into laughter, unable to hide their ridicule. Leia, standing beside Rain, slowly nodded. Yes, it was truly him. Above them, Castile's fists clenched tightly, fury igniting in his veins. Veins bulging, he growled, calling Rain insolent and accusing him of a disrespect even his own father would never dare. Rain remained perfectly calm, coolly asking what brought Castile to West Deckath. Castile had lost all composure. He roared that he had come to offer Rain a final chance to beg for forgiveness. He warned that surrender now would spare the city a sea of blood. Smirking, Rain's eyes glinted with disdain. He countered coldly. If Castile didn't want to die, he should retreat immediately to his own territory. Rage overtook the Grand Duke. He saw Rain as insolent and unknowing of his place. Pointing down at the city, he declared he commanded 100,000 soldiers. He warned that surrender was the only way to avoid death. Rain, unimpressed, found Castile's threats dull. He turned to Leia and calmly instructed her to teach the loudmouth a lesson. Leia nodded, acknowledging his command. She lifted her dress slightly, revealing small daggers strapped to her legs. Without hesitation, she drew one and hurled it straight at Castile. The sudden strike sent the mage beside Castile into panic. He hastily cast a protective barrier to intercept the blade, but it wasn't enough. The dagger cut cleanly across Castile's face. In that instant, fury consumed him. He had come to assert dominance, yet found himself humiliated instead. His eyes blazed as he glared at Rain, desperate to strike him down. Rain stayed composed, his voice slow and deliberate. He warned that this was only a warning next time his maid would not miss. Castile fumed, powerless to act. With no choice, he stormed away, his subordinates following. Rain's smirk faded, replaced by serious determination. He turned to Selena, issuing a direct command. Prepare for battle. The Olvis Empire's army would strike soon. Castile returned to his observation post. The knights noticed the cut on his face, voicing concern, but he dismissed it coldly as a cheap sneak attack from Rain. Without hesitation, he ordered the assault on the city to begin immediately, intending to capture Rain and make him suffer personally. A knight stepped forward cautiously, noting they had marched 3 days straight to Eelon's border. He suggested the soldiers needed at least half a day to rest and ready siege equipment. Castiel's fury only intensified. He struck the knight across the head and shouted, "3 days of marching already tire you." He demanded to know if they still considered themselves soldiers of the great Olvis Empire. Despite the pain, the knight urged calm. Even if the troops could fight, a bridge over the river and siege preparation were essential to avoid disaster. The surrounding soldiers nodded, agreeing with the logic. Castiel, however, remained unmoved. He roared that they understood nothing. By attacking immediately, he could catch the enemy off guard before defenses were fully ready. The knights recognized the merit in his reasoning, yet worried about exhaustion. They tried to persuade him once more, but he stood firm. Without hesitation, he commanded preparations to begin immediately. Meanwhile, at the Olvis Empire camp, soldiers had just set up tents and allowed themselves a brief respite. They sighed in relief, glad for a moment to rest their aching bodies. But the break was short-lived. After 3 days of relentless marching, exhaustion weighed heavily. One muttered he felt ready to collapse. Another complained that no one had warned him how grueling life as a soldier could be. A broad grin spread across the soldier's face as he called out a sheep had just been butchered. Tonight, finally, they would have a proper meal, warm, filling, and worth savoring. The exhausted troops immediately perked up, their heavy eyelids lifting for the first time in days. After 3 relentless marches with barely a moment to rest, the thought of a hearty dinner ignited sparks of hope in their tired eyes. But the relief was short-lived. The tent flaps burst open, and a commander stormed in, his face hard as stone. Orders tore through the air, "Assemble at once." The attack on the city was to begin immediately. A brave soldier dared to speak, his voice hesitant but firm. "We've marched 3 days and nights. We're completely drained. Could we at least eat before charging into battle?" He gestured weakly at his fellow men, sweat and grime lining their faces. The commander let out a weary sigh, acknowledging their fatigue, yet his expression remained ironclad. No argument would sway him. The attack starts now, and soldiers had no choice but to obey. With heavy hearts and bodies aching with exhaustion, the soldiers fell into silent obedience, dragging themselves toward the assembly point. Soon, the massive ranks of the Olvis Empire reached the outskirts of Eelon. Dust swirled into the sky, rising in thick clouds as tens of thousands of boots pounded the ground, each step vibrating with impending conflict. The air thrummed with marching feet and distant, echoing shouts. Between the army and Eelon's walls stretched a broad river, a natural barrier. Perched atop the fortifications, Ren's gaze swept across the struggling Olvis troops, scrutinizing every movement. A soldier approached, bowing slightly. "When should we release the first volley of arrows, sir?" he asked, voice tinged with nervous anticipation. Ren's eyes didn't leave the troops floundering in the river. Something about their staggered, uneven advance felt off. He turned to his nearby comrades. "Has anyone faced the Olvis Empire's army before?" A soldier stepped forward, standing tall with practiced confidence. "I have, sir," he replied. Ren nodded and gestured toward the enemy mass beyond the walls. He studied the soldiers. Their thin frames and sunken cheeks suggested extreme hunger. Was this normal for Olvis troops, or was something more sinister at play? The seasoned soldiers studied them carefully. "Fresh recruits, sir, and badly underfed," he said. Ren's brow furrowed at the revelation. It didn't add up. An army moving to attack shouldn't allow its soldiers to arrive starving and fatigued. Another soldier paused before offering 2 possibilities. First, the Olvis Empire's supplies could be stretched thin, enforcing strict rationing. Ren caught his hesitation and pressed him to continue. Finally, the soldier's voice lowered. "Grand Duke Castiel, he may be using them as cannon fodder, sacrificing them to drain the city's defenses, forcing the defenders to waste arrows and resources on starving recruits." Ren's eyes darkened instantly, anger flaring. How could their king allow this? These were citizens too, not mere pawns. The soldier let out a resigned sigh. Lords who truly cared for their people, like Ren or Duke Eldrien, were rare. Most, like Castile, saw their men as expendable. Ren went silent, deep in thought. If Castile could treat soldiers as disposable, there was no mercy to expect. The soldier added that, with their current arrow stockpile, eliminating the recruits would be simple. He asked when they should begin firing. Then Ren's expression shifted. A cold, calculating smile crept across his face, eyes glinting with unreadable intent. He gave the unexpected command. No need to fire. The nearby soldiers froze, shock rippling through their ranks. The battle twisted bizarrely. Without boats, the Ulva's recruits struggled through the river, weighed down by armor. Many collapsed upon reaching the far shore, too exhausted to fight, barely able to stand, their bodies trembling. Ren and Selena exchanged astonished glances, silently acknowledging the unexpected advantage. Ren quickly regained his composure. Calm and commanding, he turned to Selena. Unleash wind and ice magic. Selena obeyed instantly, floating gracefully into the air, drawing all eyes downward, the struggling recruits unable to look away. With precision, she cast Extreme Frost Seal. A cutting wind surged across the battlefield, frost spreading rapidly. The temperature plunged, freezing soaked soldiers to their core. Limbs stiffened, strength drained under the merciless cold. From his vantage point in the Ulvis camp, Grand Duke Castile watched and laughed unexpectedly. A confident smirk crossed his face as he surveyed the battlefield, like a master strategist eyeing a chessboard. A nearby knight, puzzled, asked why he seemed so amused. Castile explained. He sent the recruits to deplete the city's arrows. But Ren hadn't taken the bait. Instead, the defenders used mage mana just to harass the recruits. Once the city's mages exhausted their power, his elite cavalry and mages would strike with full force. He was certain Eelon would fall almost unchallenged. Soldiers around him cheered, praising his brilliance. Their admiration fueled his pride further. A smug smile formed as he envisioned victory, imagining Ren kneeling at his feet, begging for mercy. Outside Eelon, the battle pressed on. Yet not a drop of blood had been spilled. Starving, inexperienced Ulvas recruits trembled at the sight of enemy mages on the walls, figures capable of obliterating squads with a single spell. Fear spread like wildfire among them. Some fled, panic etched into every movement. Others sank to their knees, pleading desperately. They wailed, lamenting that they'd never known love or marriage, never lived a normal life. Chaos dominated the field. Yet the recruits noticed something strange. Despite the freezing wind, the enemy mages remained still. Only the cold moved, no attacks came. A commanding officer shouted, demanding action. Trembling, the recruits reluctantly grasped their weapons and resumed their weak assault, hearts heavy with unease. Selena landed gracefully after casting Extreme Frost Seal. A flicker of doubt crossed her face as she glanced at Ren. "Is this enough?" she murmured. "Could a basic frost spell truly halt the enemy?" she suggested, bringing in thunder mages to reinforce their magic. Ren shook his head with quiet confidence. "No need. True morale isn't broken by weapons or magic. It's shattered by hunger and bitter cold." And his strategy was proving true. Outside, the air was viciously cold. Starving soldiers, already drained from wading through the river, now faced an even harsher torment. The freezing wind bit at every exposed inch, teeth chattered violently, limbs shook uncontrollably, and desperate cries rose across the battlefield. The battlefield was a frozen nightmare. Soldiers screamed, their voices raw, clawing at the icy wind as if it could be fought back. Some dropped their weapons, shivering violently, unable to hold on. Others stripped off pieces of their armor, curling into themselves, trying desperately to keep even the smallest warmth against the biting cold. Around them the snow swirled, blurring the line between the living and the frozen ground beneath. The commanding officer's fury erupted like fire across the frostbitten plain. He roared, every word a hammer. "Cowards, pick up your weapons! Fight!" His anger cut through the cold, but the soldiers barely heard him over the wind gnawing at their bones. Their replies were trembling, almost inaudible. Hands numb and shaking, they pleaded, explaining that no grip could be held, no sword could be raised. Each word was laced with exhaustion, a helpless admission of their limits. They begged, voices cracking, telling him they had no strength left. Hunger gnawed at them, frostbite numbed them. They weren't simply cold. If pushed further, they feared death, awaited them, alone on the frozen battlefield. The commander's face darkened at the pitiful sight. Without a flicker of hesitation, he barked an order. One soldier to return to camp to inform Grand Duke Castile of the disaster. The rest to keep pressing forward, blades in hand, through the snow and ice. Meanwhile, Grand Duke Castile remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding outside Eelon's walls. Inside the warmth of his command tent, Castile lounged comfortably. A lavish feast spread before him, roasted lamb, glistening wine, and delicacies piled high. The heat and abundance inside stood in stark contrast to the frozen torment clawing at his soldier's flesh outside. A soldier entered, bowing as he delivered news from the front. Castile waved him lazily forward, signaling he was ready to listen. But before words could escape, another figure stumbled in, the wounded, barely upright, shaking with pain. Bloodied and battered, he forced a salute, gasping for air. His gaze fell on the feast, hesitation freezing his voice mid-report. Rage bubbled silently within him. His eyes traced the gluttonous officers, contrasting with the suffering comrades outside. Anger and disbelief clashed, yet he swallowed the storm in his chest, forcing himself to continue. He reported carefully. The front lines were in utter chaos. Ren's frost magic had crippled their forces. Soldiers couldn't fight. Frostbitten fingers slipped from their weapons. A temporary retreat, he suggested cautiously, hoping to spare lives. Castile's face twisted in mock outrage. His fist slammed the table, reverberating through the tent. He sneered, dismissing the men outside as cowardly, weak, unworthy of serving the mighty Olvis Empire. One terrified soldier dropped to his knees, stammering, insisting his comrades weren't afraid of death. They were starving, too weak to hold their weapons. Castile's eyes didn't waver. Cold and calculating, he ordered the soldier executed for daring to question him. Inside, his heart leapt, Island's defenses faltered, and soon he would personally lead the assault, proving his unmatched brilliance. A nearby officer, wary for Castile's safety, stepped forward, urging caution. He pledged that they would willingly face danger for him. Castile chuckled, a sly, confident edge to his voice. Loyalty wasn't in question. He wanted everyone to witness his genius firsthand. He commanded the main forces, mages and cavalry alike, to encircle the city entirely. The earth element mages were tasked with constructing bridges across the river, clearing a path for the cavalry. With hands raised, they ascended into the air, chanting spells in a coordinated rhythm, one after another. Solid earthen bridges rose seamlessly, stretching from one bank to the other, sturdy enough to bear countless horses and men. As the last bridge completed, Castile roared the order. All-out assault. Rewards were promised for whoever captured Ren alive. A thunderous battle cry erupted as thousands of cavalry surged forward, unstoppable momentum, threatening to crush anything in their path. From atop the city walls, Ren watched the advancing army with unnerving calm, a faint, confident smile tugging at his lips. A knight approached, bowing respectfully. "The Alvis Empire has begun its full-scale attack," he reported. Ren's sharp eyes flicked to the approaching forces before he turned to Leah, issuing a command. "Activate our strategy. Ensure every trap is set, every trench defended, and all escape routes sealed," he instructed. Leah moved instantly, without hesitation, executing his orders with precision. Soldiers poured thick oil through pipes leading to the city's trenches. The dark liquid spread slowly over the water, a silent threat, while the Alvis army advanced unaware. The true battle, hidden beneath the winter cold, was only beginning. Meanwhile, another force raced toward Eelon. A cavalry unit, led by Rosaline Hulk, surged forward at full gallop. On her trusted steed, Rosaline's gaze burned with determination, every muscle tensed, focused entirely on reaching Eelon in time to protect Lord Ren. Her father's words echoed in her mind, the reminder that their family's survival depended on the success of this mission. She had promised him she would see it through, no matter the cost. A knight caught up beside her, concern etched on his face. He urged her to rest. 3 days of relentless riding had taken a toll. Even if she could endure, the soldiers could not. Rosalind, steady in her pace, asked sharply about the distance remaining to Eelon. 1 more day's ride, the knight replied without hesitation. Rosalind didn't pause. She commanded the mage at her side to project a map into the air. The mage obeyed immediately, conjuring a glowing map displaying their precise location and surrounding terrain. Rosalind scanned it carefully, realizing the border fortress of Eelon had likely fallen. Lord Wren was now holding the city from within. Her eyes flashed with clarity. With a sharp tug on the reins, she brought her horse to a sudden halt. "Nox, the shadow mage," she called, her voice ringing through the empty space. "Show yourself and discuss our strategy." A tense silence followed, thick enough to feel in the icy air. Then, the space before her rippled strangely. A pitch-black rift tore open. From its depths, a figure stepped forth. Nox had arrived. The knights instinctively raised their weapons, suspicion sharp in their eyes. Their captain barked orders, forming a protective circle around Rosalind, demanding to know the identity of this sudden, mysterious stranger. Before any of the soldiers could even react, Rosalind moved with fluid precision, her posture calm and deliberate. Her eyes locked onto the shadowy figure across the courtyard, unflinching as she addressed him directly, her voice steady and clear amidst the tense silence. She spoke plainly, cutting through the uncertainty. "You're Nox." The man's brows knitted together, annoyance flickering across his face, but he didn't answer right away. Instead, Nox held her gaze, his eyes cold and piercing. His voice was sharp, almost detached, as he asked curtly, "And what is it that you want?" Rosalind ignored the edge in his tone. She stood her ground, voice calm and steady, laying out her plan in deliberate detail. She would lead a strike force to cut the Ulvis Empire's supply lines, then circle behind the enemy, striking Eelon's foes where they least expected it. Her eyes never wavered from Nox's. She acknowledged that Lady Prithia had sent him to watch her, but made it clear, in this moment, she needed his aid. Nox's voice was icy, deliberate, as if the matter barely concerned him. His orders were simple. Stop her only if Lord Wren's safety was at risk. Assisting her, that wasn't part of the instructions. Unshaken, Rosalind offered a faint, confident smile. She reasoned that their objectives were aligned, both sought to protect Lord Wren, and that helping her wouldn't violate his orders. Nox said nothing at first, studying her with careful scrutiny. After a tense moment, he finally nodded, voice even, asking, "How exactly do you want me to help?" Rosalind turned toward the map spread on the table before them, tracing the lines with her finger as she began outlining her strategy. She explained her plan. She would maneuver around Eelon to hit the enemy's rear. Meanwhile, Nox would use his magic to block the upper stream of the fortress moat. Then, at the precise moment signaled by her mages, he would release the water, flooding the battlefield and sweeping the unsuspecting Ulvis soldiers away. Far from the battlefield, deep within the elf tribe, Saintess Eldrien had returned to her homeland, carrying a crucial letter from Wren. The letter proposed a full-scale alliance with the elf tribe. Wren offered resources that could improve the elves' lives, securing survival and prosperity. After reading the message, the elf queen turned to her council, seeking their counsel on Wren's proposal. One elder spoke cautiously, warning that humans were deceitful and often failed to honor their word. He suggested steering clear of any dealings with them. Another advisor offered a different perspective. He acknowledged the elder's warning but spoke to the harsh reality. The elf tribe couldn't survive on its own. Each winter, they relied on human trade for food. Rejecting Wren's offer could mean suffering and scarcity. The queen paused, weighing the conflicting counsel, then turned to Eldrien. She asked for her personal insight, knowing Eldrien had met Eelon's new lord. Eldrien chose her words carefully. Finally, she said thoughtfully, "Wren is cunning and a formidable presence." Correcting herself, she added, "No, not just cunning, he's brilliant." She shared how following his guidance had ensured a plentiful winter supply, saving their tribe valuable resources. A man nearby, clearly impressed, murmured that he hadn't expected to encounter such a remarkable human. Yet a blonde-haired elf frowned, skepticism etched in her features. She questioned Ren's intelligence, recalling recent scout reports of his battlefield maneuvers. Her tone was edged with frustration, remarking how humans often threw lives away in seasonal wars. Turning to Eldrien, she stated bluntly that any trade agreement hinged on one condition: Ren must survive the war. If he fell, all negotiations would be meaningless. Eldrien felt the weight of her words pressing in. The Elf Queen's voice cut across the council. She instructed Eldrien to remain calm and allow her to make the final decision. After a pause, the Queen conceded the blonde elf's point. If Ren died, trade plans were futile. Resolute, she announced she would personally travel to the battlefield to assess the situation firsthand. Back in Eelon, the battle had reached its zenith. Enemy forces pressed relentlessly against the city walls, climbing with grim determination as defenders shouted orders, firing arrows to repel anyone daring to ascend. Amid the chaos, Ren stood composed atop the observation tower, his sharp gaze scanning every inch of the fray below. Beside him, Selena's voice trembled with concern. She asked if they should act immediately. Ren answered evenly. "No rush, we wait." He explained that the plan's success hinged on one condition. Grand Duke Castile had to enter the battle personally. Once Castile was on the field, there could be no mistake. He could not be allowed to escape. Selena bit her lip, wrestling with anxiety, her attention snapping to the wave of Alvis soldiers scaling the walls. From his vantage point, Castile's eyes widened, stunned to see his troops breaking through defenses with such alarming speed. Sensing victory within reach, he barked a command: a full charge into Eelon. Capture Ren alive. Under Castile's command, the entire Alvis army surged forward like a living tide. War cries thundered across the battlefield, metal clashed, and screams of desperation echoed through the chaos. From above, Ren's eyes narrowed, a calculating glint as he watched Castile step onto the earthen bridges entering the city. Without a flicker of doubt, he turned to Selena, unwavering. "It's time," he said. On the walls, defenders rushed to intercept the Ulvis soldiers climbing upwards. The captain stepped in front of Ren, shielding him, commanding his men to eliminate any enemy who reached the battlements. He made it unmistakably clear: Ren's safety came first. Ignoring the chaos, Ren instructed Selena to target the black waters of the moat with her fire magic. Selena didn't hesitate. She raised her hands, eyes locked on the dark expanse below, summoning searing mana into her palms. The fireball sparked instantly, radiating heat and light. In moments, a storm of flaming spheres arced through the air, hurtling toward the moat in a precise, fiery cascade. Across the battlefield, Castile's eyes widened as he realized the sudden magical assault. He shouted warnings, alerting his soldiers. The enemy mage was attacking with fire. Assuming it was a desperate last-ditch effort, he commanded his mages to intercept the fiery projectiles. The Ulvis Empire's mages moved instantly, raising a shimmering magical barrier, bracing for impact. Selena's fireballs slammed into the shimmering magical barrier, sparks leaping and embers scattering into the night sky. Still, she pressed on relentlessly, her arms moving in fluid arcs, sending projectile after projectile with unyielding force. The barrier shuddered under the continuous assault, cracking and groaning as if struggling to hold itself together against the sheer onslaught. A few of the fireballs pierced the barrier, plunging into the dark moat below with sizzling splashes, smoke curling up from the impact. Spotting the weaknesses in their defenses, a knight darted forward, urgency in every step, scanning the battlefield with sharp eyes. He reported, voice tight with concern, that the mages were draining all their mana just to maintain the fragile barrier, their energy fraying with each second. The knight warned that if the enemy had another trick, the consequences could be catastrophic. Castile, however, laughed, mocking the notion that the city's defenders had anything left to threaten him. He sneered, declaring the rats inside had exhausted themselves, and the fireballs were nothing more than a last, futile gasp. Ignoring the few that fell into the moat, he waved them off as harmless. Confidence radiated from him, blinding him to the danger. Around him, the knights erupted into cheers, praising their Grand Duke as a tactical genius, certain his name would be immortalized once the city fell. Castile basked in the glory, grinning triumphantly, fully convinced of his supremacy. In his mind, Ren was a naive child, and the entire resistance a minor annoyance, laughable against his brilliance. Yet suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled. The fireballs that had hit the water had not extinguished. Instead, a massive blaze erupted from the moat, flames rising with impossible speed, forming a wall of fire that severed the army's escape. Castiel's triumphant expression drained instantly, replaced by sheer terror as the inferno roared to life. Panic spread through the Olvis soldiers like wildfire, their orderly lines dissolving into chaos. Screams of horror pierced the night, mixing with the crackle of consuming flames. Overwhelmed, Castiel demanded in disbelief how this had happened. He could not fathom how a water-filled moat had transformed into a raging inferno, the flames burning with the intensity of forbidden magic. Soldiers too close were incinerated instantly, leaving only smoke and shrieks behind. Castiel froze, eyes wide, seeing his entire army trapped with no way out. The dream of conquest crumbled before him, each step forward met with the consuming fire. Trembling, he glanced up at the city walls, spotting a lone figure standing tall and unyielding, watching the battlefield with cold, unflinching eyes. A chilling realization gripped him. That was no ordinary human. It was a demon, a being capable of burning 100,000 soldiers alive without mercy. Terror paralyzed Castiel, his body shaking uncontrollably. As the inferno claimed more soldiers, a knight lunged to Castiel's side, shouting urgently that they needed to retreat immediately. Snapping out of his shock, Castiel ordered a retreat and commanded the mages to extinguish the flames to carve a path through the fire. But the mages, pale and drained, shook their heads. Their mana was completely spent. Every last ounce had gone into sustaining the barrier. A suffocating despair settled over Castiel, heavier than any armor he had ever worn. His dream of victory lay in ashes, along with his soldiers. High above, Selena felt a sharp pulse of fear as she looked down at the battlefield, a sea of fire, smoke curling into the night sky. From her vantage point, the flames carried the destructive force of forbidden magic. Yet the true horror wasn't the magnitude, it was knowing that Ren had orchestrated this chaos using only a few barrels of oil. No mana, no magic. Just careful strategy and fire. Ren remained steadfast atop the walls, eyes locked on the consuming flames. Though the screams below reached him, he bore them with the weight of a human commander, accepting the necessary cost of war. He reminded himself that to prevent such tragedies in the future, the city's industrial development had to accelerate swiftly and decisively. Eventually, he tore his gaze from the inferno, handing command to Selena. She wasted no time, instructing the city's mages to unleash an all-out magical assault. Moments later, the night sky lit up as bolts of magic rained down like divine judgment, striking the enemy lines with relentless precision. The scene grew grotesque, a tableau of fire, smoke, and collapsing soldiers. The Olvis army was nearly annihilated. Far from the city, Castiel survived only by sheer luck, saved by a loyal knight who shielded him with his body. Even so, he emerged barely recognizable, scorched, broken, and shattered in spirit. He limped back to his camp, met with nothing but eerie silence. No guards, no soldiers, nothing. He struggled to understand the deserted outpost, confusion etching his features. Then something caught his eye, falling from the sky, gleaming in the dim light. Squinting, he realized it was a sword, a massive sword, immense and foreboding. It plummeted faster than anything natural, smashing into the ground before him with a deafening crash. Castiel staggered back in shock as a figure materialized beside the fallen weapon. His face strained of color, terror overtaking him. He stammered, voice trembling. Who are you?" The woman's eyes were icy as she replied, noting that his clothing gave him away. He was a noble of the Olvis Empire. She added that she had been searching for him for a long time. Still on the ground, trembling violently, Castiel asked what she wanted. She approached slowly, a leather whip swaying loosely in her hand, her steps deliberate. Her voice was tight with restrained fury as she demanded the location of his main army and whether Lord Ren was still alive. Before he could answer, the whip cracked sharply against his side, a loud snap that cut through the air. He screamed, raw and desperate, pledging that he would tell her everything. He confessed that Ren had burned his entire army using forbidden-level magic. He declared himself Grand Duke Castile and protested that she had no right to treat him this way. Rosaline looked down at him, disbelief written across her face. The tale sounded too outrageous to be true. Was he really trying to trick her with such nonsense? Did he think she was that gullible? Without a word, she signaled her soldiers to move. She barked a sharp command, her voice slicing through the tent air. Seize Grand Duke Castile and press him relentlessly, leaving no room for lies until the truth spilled from his lips. Having taken control of the Olvis Empire's camp, Rosaline chose to hold her ground, eyes scanning the surroundings with measured authority. Her attention was unwavering. Every fiber of her focus aimed at uncovering the location of Castile's main forces. As she leaned over a sprawling map, brows furrowed in concern, a soldier slipped quietly into the tent. Without turning, Rosaline demanded an immediate update on the prisoner. The soldier hesitated, shifting uneasily, before reporting Castile's astonishing obstinacy. He insists he is the real Grand Duke Castile, the soldier said, claiming Lord Wren wiped out his entire army of 100,000 at Eelon's border fortress with a forbidden fire spell. Rosaline's face froze, her lips tightening as fury radiated from her. With a sharp slam of her fist on the table, the tent seemed to shake. Her command cut through the tension. Continue the interrogation. Extract the truth and let no lie go unchallenged. Even as her mind raced over Wren's safety, she added new orders. The troops would rest until dusk. Then, under the cover of night, they would strike the border fortress to rescue him. Intelligence reports had confirmed the enemy had left several makeshift earthen bridges intact over the moat, abandoned but usable. Rosaline's plan formed swiftly. She would use the bridges to maneuver her cavalry with speed and precision, breaching the fortress's defenses before the enemy could react. She knew a frontal assault was impossible. Her strategy relied on luring the remaining enemy out. Coordinated with mages sent by Lady Prithia, timing would be everything, and total control was non-negotiable. Just as she considered bypassing the fortress entirely and heading straight for Iceland, a sudden raucous noise erupted from the nearby forest. Without hesitation, she sprang into action. Shouting that the camp was under attack, she rallied her soldiers, their armor clanging as they surged into position. The troops quickly formed a defensive perimeter around her. Voices rang out, challenging the forest. Show yourselves. The army was alert, ready, and would not be taken by surprise. Figures slowly emerged from the dense foliage, moving with an unsettling calm. No weapons flashed, no attack came, only measured, deliberate steps, their posture relaxed but purposeful. As the sunlight struck them, the features of the newcomers became unmistakable. They were elves. Among them stood the holy maiden, Era, several elders of high rank, and the elven queen herself, her presence commanding yet serene. Rosaline's gaze locked on the group, sharp and probing. Shock flickered briefly across her expression, but her voice remained controlled, icy in tone. "You're siding with the Olvis Empire," she accused, her words cutting. "Are you conspiring against Lord Wren?" A blonde-haired elf stepped forward, her posture rigid. "That is absurd," she said, voice firm. "Wren himself reached out to the Queen for trade negotiations. How can you claim we plot against him?" Rosaline's lips curled into a sneer. "A convenient tale," she muttered, dismissing it. "Nothing but a cover for an alliance with the enemy." The blonde elf's voice rose, sharp and indignant. "You insult the honor of our entire race," she declared, gesturing to her archers. "Ready your bows." Rosaline countered instantly, ordering her night battalion into formation, arrows poised to meet any that might fly. The air crackled with tension, the battle teetering on a knife's edge until the Elven Queen stepped forward, raising a single hand. A radiant barrier shimmered into existence, halting the confrontation before it could erupt. With calm authority, the Queen explained their purpose. They came not for war, but diplomacy. A young man named Wren Edgar had sent word regarding trade negotiations. If your forces align with him, there is no reason for conflict. If not, we will withdraw and wait until hostilities pass, she stated evenly. Is this acceptable? Rosaline's suspicion lingered. She demanded proof that the Queen truly represented Lord Wren. The queen nodded to Holy Maiden Era, who stepped forward with a letter. Era handed it directly to Rosaline, the paper crisp and sealed. Recognition flashed in Rosaline's eyes the instant she saw the seal. The magical mark was unmistakable, unique, and impossible to forge. She confirmed the letter's authenticity, though her trust remained measured. "Provisional trust," she said. "I will believe you for now, but my guard stays until I confirm everything with Lord Wren." She ordered her officers to monitor the Elven envoys during their journey. The queen, unperturbed, inclined her head. Caution was natural, she acknowledged, especially in turbulent times. Rosaline then gave the order for her soldiers to stand down and rest, while keeping the plan to assault the fortress at dusk. Inside her tent, she issued precise instructions. Elves under watch, any suspicious movement reported immediately. The elves moved silently toward their assigned area, offering no objection. The blonde elf spoke quietly among her companions, questioning why the humans would even consider trade with a race so evidently distrustful. The Elven queen responded with a serene smile. "Humans who trusted us completely would not be human at all," she said. Despite the chilly reception, she hoped Wren would honor his promises. Her people stood at a crossroads. Survival required change. As dusk fell, Rosaline's forces began their swift march toward the border city. A scout returned with startling news. The flag flying over the fortress was not Olvis. It still bore the crest of House Edgar. Rosaline paused, a flicker of thought passing. Could the fat man's story be true? But hesitation was a luxury she could not afford. Her resolve hardened. Reaching Lord Wren without delay was the mission above all else. She ordered the city to be surrounded at once, making it clear that reinforcements had arrived, friend or foe. Without another word, she commanded her cavalry to ride across the abandoned earthen bridges and storm Eelon. The objective was clear: reach Lord Wren before nightfall. Everything else, the cost, the danger, was secondary. By now, the fires that had consumed the outskirts had died to embers, leaving behind charred corpses and a suffocating haze of smoke. The scene was grotesque, a grim testament to the horrors of war. Amid the ruin, Wren stood motionless, his hands clenched tightly, trembling not with fear, but with the raw force of anger. His fury did not target the devastation nor the fallen enemies. It burned with a deeper, more personal intensity. Wren's anger wasn't aimed at the chaos of battle itself. It burned at the waste of human potential. Every soldier lying in the scorched earth, friend or foe, represented a lifetime of effort gone up in smoke. He clenched his fists, bitterly imagining how they could have spent their days in his factories, creating something that would endure until their last breath. Nearby, Leah noticed the tension etched into his shoulders and the tight line of his jaw. She moved closer, each step measured and silent, careful not to intrude, but determined to offer support. In her heart, she believed his sorrow came from empathy. He mourned even those who had sought to kill him, his mind weighed down by the loss of lives that might have been. She stood beside him, her voice soft and gentle, attempting to lift the heaviness pressing on his shoulders. "Don't waste your grief on them," she murmured. "They chose this path. It's their own fate." Wren cleared his throat, a slight awkwardness in his tone. "You've got it wrong," he said, glancing at her. "It's not about mourning." He was just about to explain when the door burst open, a soldier rushing in, urgency written in every stride. The soldier reported a fast-approaching force from the Olvis Empire. And then, he added, the banner they carried resembled that of the Second Lady. Wren's eyes widened in disbelief, his body frozen for a heartbeat, stunned by the revelation. The scene shifted to the interior of Wren's office in the border fortress, where a different tension gripped the air, calm yet heavy with anticipation. Seated across from him was a guest of the highest regard, the queen of the Elven race. Wren met her gaze steadily, unflinching. "One day," he said, voice filled with conviction, "Eelon will shine as the crown jewel of this continent." He explained that those who invested now would not merely witness the city's rise, they would be remembered as the architects of its destiny. His words carried vision, certainty, and ambition. The Elven queen listened in silence, her face calm, though a faint shadow of doubt flickered in her eyes. She remained quiet, letting her gaze convey her thoughts. When she finally spoke, her tone was composed yet firm. She acknowledged that the plans were intriguing, but insisted they held little relevance for her people. "Elves have lived in harmony with nature for centuries," she said bluntly. "Our lives are peaceful, fulfilling, without these inventions you describe." Ren's brow furrowed slightly, caught off guard by her forthright honesty. He kept his composure, nodding subtly, though disagreement lingered behind his eyes. "If that's truly your view," he replied, "then the path your people walk will be difficult. Needs aren't given, they're created. And it is those very needs that push civilizations forward, forcing people to adapt, innovate, and shape the world around them." The Queen tilted her head, one brow arched in silent challenge. "Many so-called human needs," she said softly, "are mere distractions, problems masquerading as solutions. Our people live simply close to the natural world. Your inventions, they are just noise." Her voice sharpened, carrying the weight of authority. She meant no offense, she continued, but human empires often crumble chasing endless desire and ambition, only to destroy themselves. Ren nodded slowly, accepting the truth in her words. "You're right. Greed has undone many civilizations. Yet that same drive has also built humanity's greatest achievements. Humans dreamed of flight, so they built airplanes. They longed to explore the depths and built submarines. And they dreamed of the stars, so they built spacecraft." He told her that one day, if she stood atop Iceland's tallest tower, looking over the city, she would feel a new sensation, the pride of witnessing a miracle she helped shape. For a fleeting moment, the Queen seemed lost in thought, grappling with concepts foreign to her airplanes, submarines, spacecraft, but she maintained her poise. Meeting his gaze, she acknowledged the rare confidence of humans, but reminded him, elves were different. For thousands of years, they had lived free of desire's chains. Could he truly ask them to abandon that for a commercial city, however grand? Ren did not flinch. "Invest now," he said firmly, "and you will witness a future unlike anything you've imagined." The word future stirred something deep within her. A quiet thought surfaced. What if this bold man could alter the destiny she had foreseen? A prophecy had long warned of a dark fate for her people, a weight she had carried in silence for years. Could this stranger be the key to averting it? Still cautious, she gave a reserved nod. "Your words impress," she said, "but are not enough to sway me. I must consult with the elders before making a decision." Ren smiled calmly. "Your caution is wise," he said, "and I respect that." He added that he was happy to wait for their investment, no matter how long it took. Without another word, he glanced subtly at Leah and gave a quiet nod. Leah stepped forward with quiet grace, holding a finely crafted item in her hands. She approached the Queen and offered it with both hands, a gesture of complete respect. Ren's voice was soft, yet firm, as the Queen accepted the offering. "This," he said, "is a formal invitation to the inauguration of the Island City Dam. I sincerely hope you will attend. This marks the first step into a new industrial era, and I want you to witness it yourself." The story shifted to the day before. Rosalind led her troops swiftly toward the border fortress, urgency in every stride. They were still some distance away when an aide galloped up, breathless, urgency etched on his face. He reported news from the front. Lord Ren was alive and unharmed. More than that, he was personally overseeing the cleanup after the battle. Rosalind froze, whispering unharmed under her breath, trying to comprehend it. How could Ren have survived the assault of over 100,000 troops? She tightened her grip on the reins, a mix of disbelief and cautious hope clouding her expression. Could the rumors be true? Was some hidden sorcery protecting him? She shook her head sharply. Now wasn't the time for speculation. She had to reach him. As Rosalind's forces reached the outskirts, the battlefield's aftermath stretched before them, mostly cleared, yet echoes of violence lingered. Tattered banners drooped in the wind, and bloodied soil was masked with pale sand. It was an eerie mix of ruin and restoration, as if the battlefield had been scrubbed too clean, hiding the horrors that had unfolded. Without hesitation, Rosalind led her troops straight into the city, heading directly for Ren's office. As she crossed the threshold, her expression revealed a mix of worry and regret. She dropped to her knees immediately. "I am Knight Rosalind of House Hulk," she said, voice trembling. Sent by Lady Priscilla to support you. Forgive my delay. If punishment is required, I accept it without question." Ren's gaze was calm, unreadable, yet observant. He confirmed she was indeed his sister's envoy. When she nodded, he narrowed his eyes. "Why did you approach from the Olvis Empire's side?" Rosalind hurriedly explained, words tumbling out. 3 days ago I was ordered to support you," she said. "I believed you had retreated to Eelon, so I led my troops along a wide flanking route through the city to block the Olvis Empire's retreat. It seemed the most strategic choice at the time." Ren leaned forward, genuine puzzlement creasing his brow. 3 days?" he asked, eyebrows arched in disbelief. "Lady Priscilla's territory to the border fortress stretches over 100 kilometers. How did you manage that so fast? Even I haven't finished the railway yet." Rosalind blinked, her confusion mirroring his. "Railway?" she asked, uncertain. Ren shook his head, waving the thought away. "Never mind. What matters is that you and your troops arrived safely. You can rise now." But Rosalind stayed kneeling, her voice firm despite her posture. "It wasn't difficult," she said. "This is simply what House Hulk owes you, especially after my uncle's disgrace." Ren's eyes narrowed slightly, a subtle tightening of his jaw. "Wait, clarify something. You really are from House Hulk, and Caesar is your uncle?" Rosalind nodded, unwavering. Pride and shame mingled in her voice. "I am his niece," she replied, "and I beg for the chance to redeem my house." She added that she would accept any punishment he deemed necessary, without complaint. Ren fell silent, contemplative. Then, as if struck by a thought, he spoke no more. He told her to wait, turned, and left the room, leaving Rosalind alone in the quiet. She remained kneeling, still, the weight of the silence pressing on her. 1 hour passed, then another. A full day slipped by, the room steeped in heavy, almost suffocating quiet. Anxiety gnawed at her, but she maintained her composure. Thoughts raced. Was this the moment her house would finally be denied redemption? A soft sigh escaped her lips. If she couldn't even speak with him, she realized, House Hulk had no future. Then, at last, the door opened. Ren stepped back in, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips this time. His voice was calm as he apologized for the wait. Rosalind rose quickly, still tense, unsure of what to expect. He raised a hand, a subtle gesture to ease her nerves. "There's no need to be tense," he said. "I came back because I wanted to speak with you." She nodded, alert and serious. Inside, she thought, this is it, the moment her family needed. She had to make it count. Ren's next words were steady, layered with weight and meaning. "Would you be willing to become one of Asterisk's?" Rosalind froze, cheeks flushing crimson. Clearly she had misunderstood. While her mind scrambled with wild misinterpretations, Ren continued, calm, precise, and composed. He explained that her battlefield performance had left a strong impression, the daring flanks, the reckless solo charges. These weren't just acts of bravery, but evidence of true skill. He considered her exceptional, quantifiable by more than instinct. Strength 87, strategy 82, magic power 85, leadership 91. Yet the stat that shone brightest, loyalty, was a perfect 100. Such a level was rare, maybe unheard of. Still, despite his praise, Rosalind remained humble. "It was just my duty," she said softly. "Nothing more." Ren smiled, unmoved by modesty, and repeated his offer. Would she join him? Rosalind lowered her head, hesitant, voice quiet. She said she understood that if he wished to use her to recompense her family, she would give herself entirely. It was a bold declaration, tinged with tragedy. Ren's expression shifted immediately. His tone sharpened. Something in the conversation felt off. He questioned her interpretation, especially the phrase, "make up for." He insisted he had never said that. Rosalind panicked, sinking to her knees again. Her voice trembled. "I've always dreamed of serving as a holy knight by your side, but if you need my body to atone for my uncle, I will endure it without complaint." Ren stepped toward her, urgency in his movement, urging her to rise. His voice softened. He clarified that she had completely misunderstood. He wanted her to serve as his knight, not as a sacrifice, not as an object, nothing more, nothing less. Rosalind's eyes widened in surprise. She repeated his words. Seeking confirmation, Wren cut her off with a calm, reassuring smile. He added that, no matter her choice, her uncle Caesar Holsey's mistakes would not reflect on her or her house. Clearing his throat, he returned to a serious tone. Will you pledge your loyalty as a knight under my command? At that moment, Rosalind was overwhelmed. Not only had he spared her family, he had offered the dream she had once thought lost. She dropped to one knee, hand over her heart, gratitude and resolve shining through her posture. Her voice steady, she declared that serving as his knight would be the greatest honor of her life. Later, in the quiet of his office, Wren hunched over his desk, pen in hand, drafting a letter to his sister. He began with a brief update. The crisis in Eelon had been resolved. He went on to speak of Rosalind, praising her as a truly exceptional knight and expressing his wish to retain her in his service. The letter concluded with a formal request for Priscilla's approval. Once finished, he handed it to Leah, instructing her to deliver it the next day. He also asked her to include an invitation to the upcoming water dam inauguration. With the task complete, Wren turned toward the window. His eyes scanned the horizon, sharp and focused, calculating. He still needed 4 more like Rosalind, individuals of skill, discipline, and loyalty. Time was running out, and now he had found his first, Rosalind. His thoughts were interrupted as Leah rushed in, urgency in her voice. She reported that the Grand Duke of Castile had been captured by Rosalind's own knights. She asked what should be done with him. Wren rose, frustration flickering across his face. I completely forgot about him, he muttered. Where is he now? Leah answered immediately. The prisoner was being held in Iceland City Prison. The scene shifted to the prison, a dim, cold chamber. The Grand Duke of Castile sat behind a heavy iron door. Harsh light cut across his face, sharpening his grim expression. The door creaked open, and Wren entered. His tone was cool as he greeted the man. The Grand Duke responded with a snort full of disdain. Ryan tilted his head, confusion knitting his brow. What do you mean? He asked. Aren't you the one in chains? The Grand Duke's eyes snapped open, sharp and mocking. He smirked at Ryan, remarking that clearly his father hadn't taught him much. Forbidden spellcasters, he explained, were strictly regulated across the continent, bound by laws forbidding interference in mortal wars. And Ryan, the Duke warned, had just broken that sacred rule on the battlefield itself. Soon, he continued, every powerful spellcaster would turn their wrath toward Ryan's family. Ryan's brow furrowed, caught off guard by the gravity of the threat. Are you talking about Lady Selena? He asked cautiously. The Duke laughed cruelly, shaking his head. Selena? She's just a high-ranking mage, far from forbidden. That destruction you witnessed, only a true forbidden-level spellcaster could do that? For the first time, realization dawned on Ryan. A light chuckle escaped him. If you mean the explosions, he said, you're wrong. No spellcaster was involved, just barrels of oil placed cleverly, and I could create a dozen more without touching a single room. The Grand Duke's face twisted in fury. He bellowed that Ryan was lying. Only a forbidden-level mage could wield such destructive power, he insisted. A pampered noble boy could never achieve this. Ryan sighed, unimpressed. Call it spell or strategy, he said. It doesn't matter. He wasn't here to argue. His voice dropped colder, sharper. Tell me, he asked the Duke, who is backing you? What's the true plan behind these invasions? For a moment, the Grand Duke hesitated, eyes flickering nervously. Then, recovering, he insisted there was no one supporting him. The Olvis Empire doesn't need anyone to crush the weak, he claimed. But Ryan didn't buy it. He had already studied the records year after year, the same pattern repeated. Spring came, the army crossed the border, launched attacks recklessly, then withdrew in autumn. Never holding garrisons, never keeping territory. Ryan stepped closer. Was their king insane, or were these invasions tests for something else, he asked, voice low and cutting. The Grand Duke paled, sweat dotting his brow. He fumbled a vague excuse, claiming they were only demonstrating strength. Ryan's gaze darkened. Was this truly a show of force, Ryan pressed? Or were you testing something no one else knows? His question shattered the Duke's composure. The Grand Duke's jaw clenched. He looked away, refusing to answer. Ryan didn't push further. He simply said the man could remain locked up to contemplate his deeds. As Ryan left the prison, his mind raced. The invasions, the retreats, it all felt orchestrated. He was being manipulated, and he hated it. If there was a deeper scheme at work, he needed to uncover it, quickly. 10 days later, a letter from Ryan reached his sister's hands. After reading it, Priscilla let out a knowing smile. She turned to her aide. Tomorrow, Gwen should inform Velvina that Ryan has taken an interest in her daughter. He can finally relax. She flipped the invitation card in her hand, admiring the elegant print announcing the inauguration of the water dam. She asked Gwen if she even knew what a dam was. Gwen bowed her head, admitting she did not, humbly adding that she could never hope to grasp Lord Ryan's genius. Priscilla let out a soft laugh, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. We'll visit Ryan's territory soon and see this dam ourselves. Then, almost as an afterthought, she gave one last instruction. She told Gwen to gather a few girls around Rosaline's age. She wanted to understand what kind of girl her little brother was truly drawn to. In the grand hall of the Olvis Empire's palace, the emperor sat on his throne, his expression dark, heavy with frustration. The nobles lined up before him, tension thick in the air. One noble warned that the capture of Grand Duke Castile would shatter army morale. Another grumbled, questioning who allowed Castile to insist on his way, ending up in such a mess. The emperor slammed his fist on the throne's armrest. "I want solutions, not quarrels," he boomed. His voice echoed through the hall. Pointing fingers now won't help anyone. A cautious noble stepped forward, suggesting someone be sent to Esselin City to negotiate with the enemy. Another noble roared that the empire could not stoop to negotiate with such a barbarian land. A third quickly agreed, insisting bowing to the Caradoral Empire would be disgraceful. The first noble spoke urgently. If Castile leaked empire secrets, years of planning would unravel. He urged the emperor to judge wisely. The emperor fell silent, considering the words carefully. After a moment, he conceded that peace talks might be acceptable, but questioned whether suitable candidates existed. The envoy needed status sufficient to represent the majesty of the Olvis Empire, as well as courage and wisdom. The noble noted the emperor's words hinted at deeper meaning. Craven thought a simple peace talk was possible if compensation limits were set. He narrowed his eyes, realizing the emperor's true intentions. The emperor turned to Craven. "Have you considered a suitable candidate?" he asked. Craven bowed respectfully. "I recommend Miss Velvina, only daughter of Duke Richard." A murmur ran through the hall. One noble pointed out that Duke Richard had recently been imprisoned for offending the emperor. The emperor studied Craven closely, noting his cleverness. Craven continued, listing 3 reasons for his recommendation, each precise, logical, and persuasive. First, Craven highlighted Miss Velvina's noble status. Being Duke Richard's only daughter, she carried a prestige that could demonstrate the empire's sincerity. Next, he noted that though she had just come of age, Velvina spoke with clarity, making decisions confidently and without hesitation. Most importantly, Craven emphasized that this mission gave her a chance to redeem her father's mistakes. If she proved her loyalty through service, the emperor might even pardon Duke Richard. Another noble nodded in agreement, conceding that Craven's reasoning was compelling. After a pause, the emperor decided to place the matter in Craven's hands. He ordered sharply that Miss Velvina, Duke Richard's only daughter, be kept safe at all costs. Craven bowed deeply, pledging to carry out the emperor's command without fail. In the dim halls of the Olvis Empire's palace, a shadow knelt before the emperor. The emperor's low, steady voice broke the silence, noting that Wilvina and Castiel were on their way back. He added coldly that the kneeling figure understood exactly what must be done. The subordinate bowed even deeper, assuring the emperor that they would meet their end in the corrupt Caradoral Empire. A cruel smile curled the emperor's lips. The envoy's death at Caradoral's hands, he mused, was another reason to strike with force. The scene shifted to the bustling marketplace of Selena City. Vendors shouted their fresh produce, fish, and wares, while townsfolk wove through crowded stalls. A merchant called cheerfully to Master Wren, "Shopping today?" he asked. Ren laughed lightly, replying that he was merely wandering, seeing what the people might need. The townsfolk responded warmly, praising Ren for improving their lives. One man even joked that he used to live worse than an animal, but now at least he felt like one. Ren winced at the wording, muttering that if the man couldn't speak properly, he should at least say less. Flustered, he urged everyone to return to work. The crowd waved cheerfully as he moved on. Elsewhere, Ren studied a series of floating status screens. His expression tense, he carefully examined the stats of several candidates, weighing their potential. With a heavy sigh, he admitted to himself that finding high-attribute talent among ordinary citizens was far tougher than expected. He recalled all his recent travels across Salina City, yet had not encountered a single suitable candidate. Then a system notification flashed in his vision, showing 5 high-attribute individuals currently in cultivation. Current focus: Rosalind Holker. Ren rubbed his temples, wondering whether to ask his older sister or eldest brother for any talented individuals. But he shook off the thought quickly, reminding himself that their territories already had enough issues. He resolved to handle this on his own. In his quarters, Leah watched him with concern. She warned he'd been overworked the past 3 days and insisted he take a break. She also mentioned posting notices around the city, inviting anyone who believed they had talent to step forward. Ren gave a tired smile. While the volunteers were capable, he noted, most made excellent laborers for his factory rather than elite candidates. His expression darkened. The factory still wasn't ready to operate. The Elven investment had made no headway, and the dam would take another half-month to finish. He sighed, hugging Leah tightly, muttering it was a shame magicians had to focus on chemistry instead. Another sigh escaped him. The system's latest task seemed nearly impossible, and he muttered that it was simply too much. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Someone shouted angrily, calling another a liar and daring them to show their face. A confident voice replied with a grin, insisting there was absolutely no problem this time. Ren checked the stats, and his eyes widened. This boy was highly talented in both strategy and magic. Finally, Ren had found what he was searching for. Meanwhile, Armando was still trying to convince a shopkeeper. He pulled a small vial from his coat, a bottle of shimmering green liquid, and declared confidently that this time the formula was perfect. Just 1 drop, he claimed, would keep any plant healthy and vibrant for a full year. The shopkeeper remained unimpressed, his scowl fixed. He snapped, telling Armando to stop spouting nonsense and leave. The last time, his so-called pesticide had ruined an entire crate of apples. Armando flushed with frustration, insisting the mishap was a mistake. His pesticide simply wasn't meant for soft fruits like apples. Before he could finish, the shopkeeper shoved him hard, shouting that he was done being conned. He made it clear that Armando would not fool him again. Armando stumbled backward, hands outstretched, pleading, but the shopkeeper refused to listen. With no choice, Armando retreated, defeated. Ren, watching nearby, felt a mixture of amusement and curiosity. He hadn't expected to find someone like this in such a run-down corner of the city. Leah noticed the change in Ren's expression. Her eyes narrowed as she glanced at the retreating Armando, wondering if Ren was taking an interest in the loud-mouthed alchemist. The thought made her uneasy. Silently, she vowed not to let some trickster fool him. Meanwhile, Armando slumped at the edge of the street, dejected. He sighed deeply, thinking bitterly that no one worthwhile had come by today and that he was starving. Suddenly, a hand reached toward him. It was Ren, calm and smiling. Ren introduced himself, expressing intrigue at the potion Armando had mentioned. He asked Armando to explain more. Instantly, Armando's eyes lit up. He thought he had finally found a promising mark. Armando straightened his posture, energy practically radiating from him. With a wide, almost theatrical grin, he launched into a display of exaggerated enthusiasm as if the world had been waiting just for this moment. He boasted about Rain's rare talent for spotting quality, claiming he carried every potion imaginable. From his worn leather bag, he pulled out a cluster of small vials, each one swirling with vibrant, eye-catching colors, and held them up like they were treasures beyond price. But Rain didn't flinch. He didn't reach for a single vial, his calm gaze passing over them as if they were mere distractions. Instead, he asked plainly for Armando's name and why he had never been seen in Ireland before, his voice steady and even. Armando's grin widened as he introduced himself, an alchemist who seldom ventured into the city. Rain tilted his head slightly, following up with a pointed question. Was selling potions his only reason for coming? Armando nodded eagerly, assuring Rain that anything he needed he could craft without fail. Leah leaned in close, her voice dropping to a whisper in Rain's ear. "Don't trust an alchemist," she warned, her tone sharp with caution. "Most of them are just clever tricksters," she added, her eyes flicking toward the swirling vials. Rain offered a faint, knowing smile. "In time, we'll see who's fooling whom," he replied softly, his calm demeanor unshaken. Leah frowned, her brow furrowed in confusion. She couldn't read the thoughts behind that serene mask. Rain gestured toward the vials. "How much for these?" he asked. Immediately, Armando picked up one, eyes lighting up as if he'd found a kindred spirit who understood him. He explained that the yellow potion could make any object glow in the dark. Another, he added with a sly grin, could boost someone's speed, and yet another, he promised, could bring a woman pure joy for hours. Rain's expression darkened, his patience thinning. Dismissing the potions as worthless, he asked if Armando had anything of real value to offer. Armando stiffened. Skepticism he could endure, but mockery, that was crossing a line. His voice trembled with barely contained anger. "If that's the way it's going to be, I won't hold back," he muttered. Leah's gaze sharpened, her eyes hardening as she studied Armando. Every muscle tensed, ready to strike at the first sign of trouble. Armando noticed her stare and shifted awkwardly. "Does she always look like she's ready to attack someone?" he asked Rain, trying to mask his nerves with humor. Rain ignored the jab. He analyzed the glowing potion calmly, noting it was mostly beryllium zinc silicate phosphor, a substance that glowed dimly and was highly toxic. He suggested safer, brighter, and cheaper calcium-based alternatives. Armando's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth opening slightly. "There's no way you could know that," he exclaimed. "The formula's a closely guarded secret." Rain just shrugged. "Calling it a secret? That's a stretch. It's just basic chemistry," he said, his tone unruffled. If that was the pinnacle of Armando's alchemy, Rain thought, it wasn't nearly as impressive as he had claimed. Fuming, Armando jabbed a finger at Rain, trembling with fury. He accused him of stealing notes and demanded to know where he had learned the formula. Rain smiled, amusement flickering across his features. "I have no interest in stealing from a starving alchemist who can't even sell his own creations," he said lightly. Then, more seriously, he extended a hand in opportunity. "Swear loyalty, and I'll teach you the true science behind alchemy," he offered. Armando scoffed. "Who even are you?" he demanded. Leah stepped forward, her voice crisp and formal, announcing Rain's full title.
Lord Ren Edgar, second son of Grand Duke Eldrien of the Caradoria Empire.
But Armando laughed, unfazed. "I thought you were just a plump little sheep. Turns out you're a fat fish," he mocked. Defiant, he declared he would rather starve than serve a noble. Rain's expression darkened. "You clearly have issues with nobility," he observed calmly. Armando shot back sarcastically, claiming he dared not offend Rain. After all, a man can't get angry at a dog. Leah's eyes flared with fury. "Apologize this instant, or face the consequences," she snapped. Armando cut her off, smirking. "Planning to kill me, perhaps? Choosing violence over reason? I see. Noble pride clearly doesn't extend to restraint," he taunted. Leah tensed, ready to strike, but Rain raised a hand, his voice calm and steady. "Stand down," he instructed. Rain turned his gaze directly to Armando. "I don't care about the wrongs you've suffered at the hands of nobles," he admitted. "I'm offering a real chance here, a path to learn the truth behind chemistry and physics, and to leave a mark on the world. If you choose to waste away in Eelon, that's your decision." Armando stayed silent, seeing the offer as a trap dressed in fine words. "Nobles care only for status and wealth," he finally said, his voice firm. "Commoners are expendable." He swore he would never serve one. His choice was final. The loyalty value Rain had been tracking plummeted, dropping sharply from 50 to 30. Not only had he failed to recruit Armando, but he might have inadvertently created a potential enemy. Armando pointed at Rain, voice steady and resolute. "I'll never trust a noble's word. The tension hung thick in the air until a young girl came running toward him, her voice bright and cheerful. She called out, asking when he had arrived in the city. Armando froze, caught off guard. "Why are you here?" "This is dangerous. Leave at once," he warned. Her name was Irina. She looked at him, puzzled. "Why are you so worried?" she asked. Armando glanced at Rain. "He's a dangerous noble. Even children aren't safe around someone like him," he explained. Irina ignored his warning. Her face lit up with recognition and joy when she saw Rain. "Is it really you, Mr. Rain?" she asked, excitement bubbling in her voice. Rain blinked, momentarily surprised, then smiled warmly. He stepped closer. "You really know me?" he asked, his tone gentle but curious. Irina's face suddenly lit up, her smile bright and full of warmth, like sunlight breaking through clouds. She told him how everyone in the city knew his name. Her mother often said their lives had changed for the better because of him. Without Rain, she explained softly, life would have been far harder for their family. Rain asked gently if her father had worked on the city's dam project. Irina nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. She explained that her father had once been lost in gambling, but Rain had given him a job, and everything had changed. Their home had become peaceful, and she and her mother always encouraged him to do his best for Rain, knowing that the harder he worked, the brighter their lives became. But the cheerful moment shattered. Armando suddenly lunged, grabbing Irina and pulling her behind him. His glare snapped sharply toward Rain, fury blazing in his eyes. He planted himself firmly, voice tight with anger, accusing Rain of exploiting the people of the city. He claimed that Irina's father had been forced into slave-like labor for barely anything. Rain's expression shifted subtly, surprise flickering into irritation. "What makes you say that?" Rain asked, his calm voice taut with restrained annoyance. "Who's spreading such rumors?" But Armando, already brimming with distrust toward nobles, didn't need proof. Gesturing at Irina's frayed, worn clothes, he accused Rain of hypocrisy. "You nobles would never touch such filth, yet commoners are trapped in it," he spat, his voice sharp. Leah's jaw tightened. She stepped forward, anger simmering beneath her composed exterior. "You've gone too far," Leah snapped, stepping close. "Stop slandering Lord Rain. You have no idea what he's done for this city. It's his faith in the people that pulled Eelon from despair." Irina, usually gentle and trusting, now faced Armando with a resolute stare, her small frame brimming with determination. "Everything Leah said is true," she said firmly. "Please don't speak unfairly about Rain. He's truly kind. He gave jobs, shelter, and food for everyone. We no longer shiver through freezing nights. We have roofs over our heads. We have warm meals too," she continued, pausing slightly before adding, "If you keep insulting him, I won't speak to you anymore. You've never lived in the city. You can't understand what he's done for us." Her words hit Armando like a slap. He froze, doubt creeping into his certainty for the first time. Rain saw the opening and stepped forward calmly. He explained that the children still wore old clothes, not because they were poor, but because the city's textile industry hadn't fully developed. "Food and shelter are just the beginning," he added. "Once light industry grows, the city will have not just prosperity, but proper clothing, stable jobs, and dignity." Armando remained unconvinced. "I don't care about light industry. Nobles have never cared for the people and never will. Everything is rooted in greed." Irina's patience snapped. She cried out, her voice trembling with emotion. "You didn't listen to a word I said. Rain is different. He's a good person. Stop insulting him." Armando turned away. Disappointment etched across his face. "Another noble in a mask of kindness," he muttered, warning her to beware of smiles hiding dangers she couldn't imagine. Rain watched silently, tension thick in the air. A new resolve formed. He couldn't let someone with raw talent like Armando slip away. He stepped forward, ready to call out, but his body betrayed him. A sudden tremor ran through his limbs. His vision dimmed, and before he could speak, he collapsed. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a familiar room. Leah sat beside him, relief flooding her expression when she saw he was awake. He offered a tired smile, whispering that she shouldn't worry. But Leah burst into tears. "How many times have I warned you?" she scolded. not to push yourself so hard, not to roam the city chasing talent until you collapse from exhaustion. She accused him of never listening, of carrying the weight of everything alone. Rain gently took her hand. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'll take better care of myself from now on." Then, softly, he asked the question still pressing his mind, "Has Armando already left?" Leah shook her head, surprised. She explained that after he collapsed, they had rushed him back to the city lord's estate. To her astonishment, Armando had returned. He had handed her a vial of medicine, saying it would help Rain recover. Then, just as quietly as he'd appeared, he had vanished again. Rain's eyes widened. "Did you use it?" he asked, realizing his fever had eased so quickly. Leah chuckled softly. "Of course not," she said. She explained she would never give unknown medicine to her lord, no matter the intention. Instead, she had called the city's best doctors. Their care and prescriptions had brought him back. The vial? She had placed it safely on his desk. Rain asked to see it. Leah offered to fetch it, urging him to stay in bed and rest. When he finally held the vial, he examined it closely. Its color, clarity, and craftsmanship spoke of precision and care. He suggested they have the city's doctors analyze it the next day. Leah hesitated. "Do you really intend to recruit Armando? He's arrogant, especially toward nobles, and shows no respect for status." Rain didn't hesitate. "Yes, he's not just talented. He's a rare genius. Guided properly, he could do what no one else can." But Rain knew there was more. Armando's hatred didn't come from nowhere. To truly win him, Rain would have to uncover the root of that pain. Far away in a small, quiet room, Armando stood alone. His eyes were fixed on an old photograph. Pain flickered across his face, deep and raw. He whispered, voice barely audible. He spoke of the noble he had met, someone unlike anyone else. With just one glance, the man had seen through his entire alchemical formula. He admitted he didn't understand much of what had been said. Even Irina, someone he trusted, seemed to like the noble. His grip tightened. His voice dropped to a whisper as he swore to his master not to worry. Armando's voice trembled with fury as he swore he would never be fooled by a noble's tricks again. His eyes burned with hatred. "I will finish the research Lae'zel and I began and make the nobles pay for what they've done," he vowed. In the quiet sanctuary of the Holy Temple, Rain listened, silent and thoughtful. Beside him, Saintess Eldria readied herself to reveal the truth. She spoke softly, explaining why Armando's heart held such bitter resentment toward nobles. Her story centered on a woman in a faded photograph, Lae'zel. 15 years ago, she had been the brightest alchemist in all of Eelon. A true genius, yes, but also an idealist. Lae'zel believed that alchemy should serve everyone, not just the wealthy few. She had taken Armando in when he was a homeless orphan. She fed him, taught him everything she knew, and shared every precious fragment of her knowledge. Their bond went far beyond that of teacher and student. To Armando, she was a mother in every way that mattered, except by blood. Her lessons extended beyond potions and schematics. She taught him compassion alongside invention, morality alongside science. But that fragile world shattered. A powerful noble, angered by Lae'zel's ideals, orchestrated a raid on her home, seized her work, and falsely accused her of forbidden magic. The accusations were lies, yet they stuck. Lae'zel died in what the public called an accident, though it was no accident at all. Armando was only 15 when he witnessed the loss of the one person he cherished most, torn away by cruelty and greed. Afterward, he salvaged what remained. Notes, unfinished designs, theories scrawled across torn pages. He made a vow, one etched deep into his soul. He would complete her work, no matter the cost. Eldria's tears ran freely as she recounted the tale. The weight of Armando's grief pressed like stone. He carried not only Lae'zel's legacy, but the crushing loneliness of a boy who had lost his only family. Rain listened quietly, brows furrowed before breaking the silence. His voice was flat, steady. "Tragic as it is, where is Armando now?" Eldria's eyes flared in anger. "Do you have no compassion at all?" she demanded. Rain remained cold. "Compassion alone doesn't feed anyone, rebuild cities, or drive progress," he said. "The world moves forward, No matter the pain of yesterday, each sunrise demands action. Her outrage softened into reluctant acceptance. She sighed, admitting he was likely at Lizelle's old house, surrounded by her notes, equipment, and the work she had loved most. Satisfied, Rain stood. Then things just became simpler, he said. We know where he is. No time to waste. Before leaving, he turned. Do you know what Lizel had been working on before she died? Eldria hesitated, thinking carefully. Finally, she whispered, steam. The word struck Rain like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened, composure cracking. He stepped closer, voice tense, demanding she repeat the word. Startled, Eldria stammered, steam, yes, but I don't know what it really means. Rain's grip tightened on her shoulders. He stared into her eyes, urgency and hope in his voice. If this is what I think it is, we could be standing on the edge of a revolution, not in politics or war, but in the way the world works, industry, life, the very future of the city. It could all change. Dazed, Eldria whispered, could it really be that powerful? Someone once called it a toy. Rain cut her off. Take me to Lizelle's house now, she agreed, only pleading that he not rush too harshly. Rain dashed ahead, mind racing. If Lizelle's studies of steam included blueprints and experiments, this was a monumental discovery. In his old world, steam engines were ancient history. He didn't need to study them in depth, but his engineering knowledge meant he understood the physics, the mechanics. What he lacked were the initial breakthroughs, the proof of concept, the refined designs. If Lizelle's notes contained them, he held the key to kickstarting a new industrial age. Meanwhile, inside Lizelle's old house, Armando bent over a crude, whirring device. The engine hissed softly, valves twitching as if alive. Before he could adjust it, his senses sharpened. Someone was approaching. Without hesitation, he tossed a cloth over the device and stepped outside. Eyes cold, voice sharp, he demanded to know why Rain had come. This was off limits. Rain had no right here. Rain stepped forward, calm and unwavering. Where are Lizelle's notes? I need to see her work. Armando tensed, suspicion darkening his gaze. I don't care how you know. I will never give them to you. Not to him. Not to any noble. Eldria moved quickly to intervene. We aren't here to steal, she said gently. Rain only wants to see if Lizelle's work can improve the city. But Armando ignored her. He reached into his coat and drew a combat knife. He pointed it at Rain. Nobles like you have no place here, he growled. This is sacred ground. Leah's hand went to the dagger hidden under her cloak, eyes blazing. She would not let anyone harm Lord Rain. One thought consumed her. Protect him, no matter the cost. Before she could act, Rain raised a hand, voice low but firm. Stay put, I'll handle this. Ignoring the threat, he stepped forward another pace. He met Armando's gaze, words cutting. You're a fool. You don't understand what the steam engine is or what it could mean. By hoarding Lizelle's research, you failed her dream. The brilliance she left behind is being wasted, buried beneath fear and pride. Armando clenched his jaw, eyes ablaze. What right do you have to lecture me? To claim you understand Lizelle's work better than me, who devoted my life to it? A cold, calculating smile curved across Ren's face. Words of logic wouldn't sway Armando, so he gambled. A wager bold, risky, but perhaps the only way to earn even a shred of trust, or at least coax the young alchemist to cooperate. Armando scoffed, disbelief curling his lips. What kind of wager, he asked, his tone dripping with amusement. Ren remained composed. Calmly, he laid out the terms. If he could get Lizelle's alchemical device up and running, Armando would serve him. No complaints, no hesitation. But failure carried a heavy price. Ren would leave Island City forever and never return. Armando laughed aloud, head shaking in incredulity. That's the funniest thing I've heard in ages, he said, still chuckling. A pampered, noble kid, clueless about the tools in an alchemy lab, now claiming he could master Lizelle's invention? The audacity! The idea alone was laughable. Yet that laughter was exactly what Ren had hoped for, the acknowledgement of a challenge. But Armando wasn't finished. He added a final twist. If Ren failed, it wouldn't just be leaving the city. He'd have to kneel at Lizelle's grave and offer a proper apology. Eldria's eyes flared, furious. "That's too much. He hasn't done anything to deserve that," she exclaimed. Armando didn't care. Noble or not, guilt was inherent. He locked eyes with Ren. "Do you have the nerve?" Without hesitation, Ren nodded. If he failed, he would bow at Liesel's grave himself. With terms set, he turned to the covered machine. "Step aside," he said, eager for a closer look. Calm externally, his hands trembled slightly. A smirk tugged at his lips. Once he fixed the steam engine, Armando would have no choice, but he'd also make sure the boy worked hard, stoking furnaces and adjusting pressure valves. Armando yanked the cloth away, revealing a massive, awkward contraption. "Don't break it," he warned. "It's priceless." Leah and Eldria stared wide-eyed, awe mixed with confusion. They had never seen anything like it. Why was Ren so obsessed with this tangle of gears and pipes? Ren ran his hands along the surface, barely containing his joy. This was it, the machine he had dreamed of. A steam engine, real and nearly functional. After a long pause, he finally spoke aloud. Liesel truly was a genius. Every piece, every joint, every valve, it all worked together perfectly. Armando's pride softened, flickering into shared excitement. Of course she was, he admitted. Unlike the charlatans in robes, Liesel had been the real deal. Ren asked if Armando had spent all this time trying to get it running. Armando nodded. Liesel had left no operating instructions. Her notes contained only theory, concepts, nothing practical. Ren suggested opening it up, thinking the problem might be mechanical. Armando bristled. "Are you crazy? If you can't put it back together, it'll be ruined." Ren's expression hardened. "Do you know who you're talking to?" He held out his hand. "Get me a screwdriver." Armando blinked blankly. A screwdriver? He had no idea what that was. Ren let out a disbelieving sigh. How had the machine even been assembled if Armando didn't know basic tools? Armando, unfazed, explained it had been built with magic, every component forged by dwarven craftsmen under Liesel's commission. It was beyond what a pampered noble like Ren could fully grasp. Ren rolled his eyes. "Shut up," he muttered. "No screwdrivers? No problem." He would improvise. He asked Leah for her dagger. Blade in hand, he began carefully dismantling the machine, navigating its foreign yet oddly familiar mechanisms. Each piece removed revealed meticulous precision, and excitement surged. Liesel was unmatched, he murmured. Every part, so advanced, so perfect, but deeper inspection brought unease. Something wasn't right. Critical components were missing. He paused, brow furrowed, glancing at Armando. "Where are the internal pieces? The ones for the core?"
Armando froze, caught off guard. "Maybe you're imagining things," he suggested weakly.
"Perhaps it always looked like this," he added, trying to brush it off. Ren wasn't buying it. He pointed to the empty mounts. "The control system's been removed. Something essential is gone." "Who took it?" he demanded. Cornered, Armando went silent. Pain and resentment flickered across his face as he finally spoke. Missing components had been stolen by a noble. Ren's eyes widened. Why? What could a noble want with alchemical parts? Armando's voice was bitter. The parts were rare, valuable minerals. Once the noble learned of them, he seized the components and melted them, not to research, not to build progress, but to craft a gaudy statue of himself. Ren's eyes darkened, fury simmering beneath the surface. He cursed the arrogance of turning something so vital into a monument to idiocy. Who was this noble? "Where can he be found?" he demanded, every word edged with barely contained rage. Armando's face darkened, the weight of the news pressing down on him like a stone. He spoke carefully, his voice low, warning that the man in question held power far beyond anything Rain could easily challenge. Rain stepped forward, trembling slightly with barely contained anger. "No title, no rank," he spat, voice sharp, "puts anyone beyond my reach." He snapped at Armando, demanding the truth. "Who dares stand in the way of my industrial revolution?" Fists clenched, jaw tight, Armando finally growled the name. Duke Eska. The name struck the room like thunder. Saint Elria gasped, eyes wide in shock. Rain spun to her instantly. "Who is Eska?" he demanded, every nerve taut. Eldrien inhaled deeply, steadying herself. Duke Eska started as a low-ranking noble in Anseling, she explained. From a young age, his talent in alchemy was remarkable. He gained fame with one breakthrough invention after another. His brilliance eventually caught the Emperor's eye, and with that attention came not just praise. He was granted the title of Duke and given his own territory to govern. "Where is this territory?" Rain asked quickly, urgency sharpening his voice. Eldrien answered, "Grands to the upper right of Atheron." Leah added that Grands answered to Grand Duke Therese Elra, not the Edgar family. Beyond Rain's reach, Rain's expression darkened as pieces fell into place. Therese Elra, his father had spoken of past tensions between their families. Leah confirmed it. Grand Duke Elra and Rain's father had often clashed politically at the imperial court, a deliberate balance of power orchestrated by the Emperor. Rain understood immediately. A direct confrontation wasn't an option for now. Instead, he focused on the one who had destroyed Lizel's invention.
Duke Eska. He swore that day Eska would pay, not just a little, but 100 times over.
Eldrien's voice was cautious, edged with concern. "Do you truly intend to challenge him?" Rain's reply was sharp, venom dripping from every word. "Eska won't just pay. He'll suffer. 10-fold. Not enough. 100-fold? Still not enough. Justice will be done." Leah flinched, forcing herself calm but clearly uneasy. Armando, skeptical, challenged him. "Seriously? Going up against Eska?" Rain met his gaze without flinching. "I won't just rebuild the engine. I'll make Eska see the true worth of what he destroyed." His tone brooked, no doubt. Nothing would sway him. He turned to Armando. "Do Lizel's notes include the schematics for the missing gears?"
Armando shook his head. No, Lizel likely entrusted the gear designs to a dwarven master craftsman.
But that craftsman had always refused to meet him, frustrating Armando to no end. Rain placed a steady hand on his shoulder. "Leave that to me," he said. He would try. Armando warned him. Bram was stubborn and notoriously bad-tempered. Later, they arrived at Bram's workshop. The instant they stepped inside, Bram's scowl hit like a hammer. Eldrien rushed forward, pleading urgently. She reminded Bram of Rain's deeds in Anseling, driving out corrupt nobles, feeding the poor, and begged him not to dismiss Rain as just another noble boy. Bram sneered. "I know who he is, a noble-playing hero. Sure, he's done some good, killed a few rotten nobles, fed a few mouths, but I'm not impressed." "Lords are supposed to do those things," he added, voice heavy with cynicism. "Feeding the people? That's their duty. A blacksmith forges, a lord serves. No special praise." Rain surprised him with a nod. "You're right. That's why I'm here today." Bram paused, a flicker in his eyes hidden beneath scorn. Then he asked bluntly, "Did you come to request a forging job?" Rain didn't hesitate. He explained. He needed the gear designs Lizel had commissioned, or for Bram to recreate them himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bram's face hardened. Rage exploded. "Leave! I won't give you a single thing!" Rain, confused, asked why. Bram's voice cracked, heavy with guilt. Those gears had cost Lizel her life. He blamed himself. If he hadn't insisted on dragon crystal ore, she might never have drawn the noble's attention. Hands trembling, he swore never to forge anything like it again. Armando jumped in. "A blacksmith's job is to forge for others. Why refuse now? Hypocrisy, isn't it?" Bram snapped, quiet. No means no. Even with rare dragon ore, it wouldn't work. Rain didn't back down. He seized on Bram's mention of dragon crystal ore. Only those gears could make Lizel's engine run. It was essential. Bram's eyes flickered, betraying doubt, but he masked it with scorn. Rain pressed harder. Could a master like Bram forge the gears from ordinary iron? Surely it was possible. Couldn't he do it, even without dragon crystal ore? Bram snapped sharply, jabbing a finger right at Ren's chest. His voice thundered through the workshop, cutting off any pretense of politeness. "A brat like you doesn't know the first thing about this? Stop spouting nonsense." Then, sweeping his hand toward a dusty pile of iron ore tucked into the corner, he added with a hint of superiority, Only the ancient dragon tribe on the continent possesses the skill to smelt raw iron ore into molten metal. He leaned closer, his gaze sharp, and warned Ren not to chase dreams that were simply impossible. Ren paused, brows furrowing as he stared off into the distance, his mind clearly turning over something. A quiet moment passed, as if he had just connected a critical piece of a puzzle in his head. Finally, he turned his attention back to Bram, and, with a calm curiosity, asked, "So, Uncle Bram's forge, it can't reach the temperature needed to melt iron ore?" Bram shot him a look of pure disdain, eyes narrowing like he was gazing at someone completely foolish. Scoffing, he spat out, "Not a single forge on the entire continent can melt iron ore into liquid. That's basic knowledge, something you clearly don't have." Ren's grin spread wide, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "But what if I built a forge that could? Would you believe me then?" For a brief flicker, Bram's eyes betrayed curiosity, but he quickly shut them, masking any interest as if nothing had caught his attention at all. He warned Ren to not get ahead of himself, his tone serious. If such a forge were possible, it would upend the entire empire's approach to metallurgy. Then he fixed Ren with a piercing gaze, questioning the audacity of a young noble boy speaking so arrogantly. Ren, used to being underestimated, didn't flinch. Calmly, he said they could set that aside. What truly mattered was this: if he could build a forge capable of melting iron ore, would Bram agree to forge the missing parts for his steam engine? Bram, confident that Ren couldn't possibly pull it off, nodded with a certain swagger. "Fine. If you build a forge like that, I'll make the gears." A surge of joy shot through Ren, finally an agreement. But his expression quickly turned serious again. Meeting Bram's eyes, he confirmed, "It's settled." Then he asked Bram to prepare the iron ore for smelting. Bram moved slowly toward the door, but not before glancing back, voice low and dangerous. "If you fail, get out and never come back." Once Bram left, Ren remained, eyes fixed on the cold forge. Numbers ran through his mind. Iron melts at 1,538 degrees Celsius. It was painfully clear. The Ren forge couldn't even get close. The system lacked a way to pump in extra oxygen, meaning the fire could never reach its full potential. Ren hefted a heavy hammer, walking slowly toward the forge, each step measured and deliberate. Then, with controlled, powerful swings, he struck 4 times, punching open a sizable gap in the forge's structure. Eldrien gasped, rushing forward and gripping his arm. "What are you doing?" Her voice trembled with panic. Behind her, Armando's composure crumbled entirely. He shouted, frantic, "You're a madman! You've ruined the old man's forge! How is Bram supposed to forge the parts now?" Ren just smiled calmly, unshaken. He reassured them it wasn't recklessness at all. "These holes," he explained, pointing at the forge, "are extra oxygen inlets I designed myself. With them, combustion efficiency will at least double. That's enough to reach the temperature needed to melt iron ore." Eldrien blinked, utterly lost. Could such a simple tweak really make the forge that hot? Ren reassured her again, calm as ever. "Never underestimate science. Add more fuel and the furnace will absolutely melt the ore." Right at that moment, Bram returned, carrying a heavy basin of raw iron ore. He announced its hardness, but froze in place the instant he saw the forge, now sporting 2 large holes. Fury flashed in his eyes. "You little brat, do you even know how much work went into this?" He roared, vowing he'd risk everything to crush Ren that day. Ren stayed calm, a slight smile on his lips. "Relax. This isn't the time to get angry." He assured Bram that the furnace could now melt iron ore. Still skeptical, Bram barked that Ren was treating forging like a joke. He accused him of thinking he knew more than the blacksmith himself. Bram's voice rose as he challenged him. Did Ren even understand how hard the ore was? No normal furnace could reach those temperatures, and the holes would only let the heat escape. Ren didn't bother arguing further. "Let's start smelting. We have the materials and the fuel. Just throw them in and see for yourself." Bram, struggling to control his temper, agreed. He wanted to see what trick Ren was pulling. "If it doesn't melt, I'll beat you to a pulp," he growled. He began loading the materials into the furnace, setting the smelting process in motion. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the glowing furnace, waiting to see if Ren's bold claim would hold true. It didn't take long for awe to ripple across their faces. The iron ore had begun to melt. Molten metals started flowing like rivers from the furnace, gleaming red-orange in the dim light. Eldria's jaw dropped. It's really melting. The iron is actually liquid. How is that even possible? Her voice trembled with amazement. Armando turned to Ren, eyes wide, brimming with curiosity. He leaned in, eager to understand the secret. Ren, calm as ever, just smiled and glanced at Bram. "Your thoughts?" he asked, lightly. Bram looked dazed, like he had just woken from a long, strange dream. He stammered, words failing him for a moment. Then, slowly, amazement overtook his shock. How did you do it?" Bram asked, eyes wide. "Just 2 holes, and the furnace melts iron ore?" Ren leaned in slightly, his tone casual but deliberate. He mentioned that if Bram wanted, they could review the finer details later, leaving the option open without pressuring him. For now, though, Ren shifted focus. He asked Bram if he could lend a hand forging the gear that Miss Lysel had left behind. The very piece that could complete the steam engine. Bram's initial thrill began to fade. He drew in a long, steadying breath, letting the air out slowly. After a moment of hesitation, he gave a reluctant nod, signaling his agreement to help with the forging. Ren nodded in acknowledgement, conceding that Bram had won their little bet. Still, he couldn't help but issue a cautious warning. He made it clear that if the troublesome noble returned, he wouldn't bear responsibility for any consequences that followed. Ren's eyes hardened with focus, yet his voice remained calm and confident. "No need to worry. If the noble doesn't come to me, I'll go to him," he said, his gaze steady. With precision, Ren adjusted the furnace until the iron billets reached the perfect glowing heat. Bram worked carefully, completing the final missing piece of the steam engine. Once the gear was forged, Ren and his team hurried back to Liesel's laboratory, each step echoing their anticipation. Ren crouched, inspecting the gear with meticulous attention. A small, eager smile crept across his face as he traced the grooves and teeth with his fingers. Finally, he held in his hands the core component needed to finish the steam engine. It was a monumental breakthrough, one that could usher in an industrial age in a world still dominated by magic. Leah stood beside him, her voice tinged with concern, a subtle furrow in her brow betraying her worry. She pointed out that although the gear looked solid, she wasn't fully convinced it could withstand the intense pressures of the steam engine in operation. "If it cracks or breaks while running, it could be dangerous," she warned, glancing at Ren with sharp concern. From behind, Eldria added her voice to the caution, suggesting that perhaps her tribe could source some dragon crystal ore instead, offering a safer and more reliable alternative. Ren, ever composed, offered a reassuring smile. As a seasoned industrial engineer, he explained confidently that there was no reason to worry. Liesel had relied on dragon crystal ore only because her grasp of industrial engineering hadn't been advanced enough. Hearing this, Aramando's brow furrowed, his frustration barely contained. He scolded Ren for speaking lightly of his master. Ren simply let out a soft chuckle, meeting Aramando's gaze with a sharp, unwavering stare. He reminded Aramando to focus on himself and nudged him about their wager. If Ren successfully repaired the steam engine, Aramando would owe him his loyalty. Clenching his fists but keeping his posture firm, Aramando vowed to honor the bet on the condition that Ren truly completed the repairs. With steady hands, Ren slowly placed the gear into the empty slot of the machine. Each piece clicked seamlessly into place, and a wave of satisfaction swept through him, his heartbeat quickening with excitement. Once everything was locked in, Ren signaled to his team. "Get ready," he said. "You're about to witness something extraordinary." With a deliberate pull, he engaged the lever. The steam engine shivered at first, then gradually found its rhythm. Thick white steam hissed from the boiler, accompanied by a roaring sound that echoed like the birth cry of a new era. Eldria's excitement erupted. She cheered, shouting that it worked, and praising Lord Ren as the machine roared to life. Amid the dense steam, Aramando stayed silent. Inside, his heart swelled. He had never imagined he'd live long enough to see the miracle his beloved master had devoted her life to come back to life. Memories flooded him. Visions of his teacher, of treks across uncharted lands, of intense metallurgy lessons, even countless scoldings for mistakes. Every single moment, joyful or painful, etched itself into his memory, impossible to let go. When Liesel had completed the steam engine, her face had been exhausted from days without rest, yet her eyes had shone with an unwavering spark. This invention promised to slowly improve lives, but it had also led to the tragedy that took her life. Years of bottled-up emotions surged within Armando like a river breaking through a dam. He collapsed to the floor, sobbing as he cried out that his master's wish, her dream, had finally been realized. Eldria's eyes widened, concern flickering across her face. She looked to Ren silently, asking what to do. Ren just shook his head and whispered to let Armando cry, explaining that these years of pent-up tears needed release to find peace again. 3 hours later, a new visitor arrived at Liesel's laboratory. Bram had come, driven by curiosity. He wanted to see for himself how an ordinary iron component could breathe life into a steam engine. His brow furrowed as he watched, puzzled. To him, the machine seemed to do little more than exhale clouds of smoke. Eldria agreed. She admitted a thrill at seeing a machine running without magic, but in practical terms, it appeared to only produce steam without visible work. Ren exhaled quietly, preparing to explain, when Bram interjected, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. He remarked that the contraption seemed to do nothing but puff smoke and spook people. Ren's calm composure didn't waver as he stepped forward, his eyes meeting Bram's. "This is a steam engine," he said evenly but firmly. "Not just a machine that blows off steam, it's the foundation for an entire industrial civilization." The unfamiliar terminology left everyone staring, wide-eyed, as if he had just spoken another language. Running his hand along the machine's frame, Ren continued, explaining how it generated immense mechanical force, turning gears to power other machines. It could run textile mills, transport vehicles, and even weapons of war in the future. He declared the steam engine the greatest invention in human history. Even without understanding all the technical details, Eldria felt the weight of the future he had just described. Bram crossed his arms, a mixture of admiration and lingering doubt on his face. He admitted it sounded impressive, but questioned whether the machine truly matched Ren's bold claims. Ren smiled, confidence radiating from him. He acknowledged their skepticism, promising that in time they would witness its full impact and understand its true value. From that moment, he resolved to guide them, step by step, into the world of industry. He wanted them to witness progress with their own eyes, to feel the pulse of creation. His words seemed to ignite something in the room. Whispers of excitement rippled through the group, conversations picking up like sparks in dry kindling. Suddenly, a sharp, urgent voice cut through the air. Someone was calling for Lord Ren. The sound came from a distance, Rosaline, charging toward them at full gallop, her horse thundering across the ground. She skidded to a stop, leapt gracefully from her horse, and bowed deeply before Ren. "Lady Priscilla has just entered our territory," she reported. The instant Ren heard his sister's name, his eyes brightened. A warm smile spread across his face, a reflection of the close bond he shared with Priscilla. The dam he'd been designing was nearly complete, a perfect opportunity to encourage her to invest further in his industrial projects. Timing, he realized, had never been better. Rosaline hurried on, her words quickened by urgency. She explained that Lady Priscilla had sent a message. She had prepared a special gift for Ren and requested he return immediately. Ren's eyes lit up with anticipation. He ran through possibilities in his mind: gold, banknotes, maybe something else that would save him the trouble of asking for money this time. Curiosity pried at him, and he asked Rosaline if she knew what the gift could be. Her expression darkened slightly, and her voice dipped. She revealed the truth. The gift was a group of young women, all recently coming of age. Ren froze, eyes wide, face a mix of shock and disbelief. This was entirely unexpected. His first thought was clear: this gift wasn't meant for him at all. The moment he heard that Priscilla had arrived in Island City, Ren didn't hesitate. He set off immediately toward the Lord's mansion. Stepping into the grand hall, a soft figure suddenly rushed at him, wrapping him in a firm, affectionate embrace. She held him tightly, no hesitation in her hug, radiating pure joy at seeing her beloved younger brother again. The embrace pressed Ren's face into her chest, turning his cheeks a bright, flustered red. He awkwardly tilted his head up, trying to meet her eyes without breaking the hug. "I missed you too," he managed to say, his voice muffled, though he stammered that he had an important question he needed to ask first. Before he could continue, he gestured toward the corner, where the group of young women stood quietly, each strikingly beautiful. In a serious tone, he asked why they were there. Priscilla smirked, teasing glints in her eyes. "Feeling shy?" she asked, mock innocence dripping from her words, suggesting maybe none of them were his type. Ren scratched the back of his head, letting out an exasperated sigh. "That's not the point," he muttered. Since the women's arrival, the servants and guards had been giving him strange looks, and honestly, it was starting to make him uncomfortable. Priscilla's eyes widened, genuine surprise etching her face. "Has anyone dared disrespect the city lord?" she asked, her tone sharp. Ren's gaze flickered to Leah, standing silently at the back. Her expression was unreadable, cold and distant, sending an unsettling chill through him. Could she think he was a pervert?
Leaning closer to Priscilla, he whispered, voice low, that Leah's face seemed unusually stern, almost murderous, despite her normally gentle demeanor.
Priscilla, however, found it amusing. She chuckled softly, suggesting Leah was only acting that way out of care. Maybe, she teased, Leah had feelings for him and was simply jealous. Ren felt utterly helpless. Her impulsive reasoning left him sighing. There was no changing Priscilla's way of thinking. He straightened his expression, voice firm. "Stop joking and tell me why you brought all these girls here," he demanded. Seeing Ren finally serious, Priscilla relaxed. Calmly, she began to explain it was all because of the letter he had sent her. Ren frowned, confused. "Why would my letter make you think bringing a whole group of girls is necessary?" he asked. Priscilla's smile was mysterious. "In your letter, you mentioned being distracted by Rosalind," she said. "I thought perhaps you needed some new options." She gestured toward the women. "Each comes from a different background with unique personalities. I wanted you to see who truly catches your heart." Ren panicked, cutting her off. "You've completely misunderstood. I never claimed to have feelings for Rosalind. This is all a huge miscommunication." Priscilla quickly covered her mouth, mock embarrassment painted on her face. Then, with a sly smile, she added that Rosalind was indeed a wonderful girl. "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" she teased. Before Ren could answer, Priscilla turned toward Leah with a mischievous grin. "Would you mind if Ren decides to take a few more wives?" Leah froze for a moment, clearly surprised. Then, regaining her composure, she said calmly that Priscilla must be joking. "I'm just Ren's servant," she reminded her, "and have no right to interfere. Whatever Ren chose to do was entirely his decision," she added firmly. Ren sighed, feeling helpless once more. He turned to Leah, offering reassurance. "Don't take anything my sister says seriously," he told her, but then Priscilla's eyes narrowed. She noticed Leah's hands clenched tightly, knuckles trembling faintly, as though suppressing anger. Perhaps she'd gone too far with the joke. Her gaze swept across her subordinates, voice cooling. "The joke is over," she commanded. "Escort the girls downstairs to rest." One of them immediately bowed. "Yes, my lady," and hurriedly followed the order. Back in the office, the atmosphere softened. Finally, Ren and Priscilla could speak properly, face to face. Ren started. "In just a few days, the Island City Dam will be completed," he said. "It won't just control water, it'll irrigate farmlands and even serve as a hydroelectric source on a large scale." Priscilla blinked, slightly flustered. "I have no idea what a dam, generator, or even a steam engine really is," she admitted. "It all sounds like some kind of advanced magic." Ren noticed her confusion and smiled. Patiently, he explained how moving water could power machines, generate energy for lighting, and improve daily productivity. "This isn't magic or runes," he stressed. "It's engineering, a completely new system." Priscilla didn't fully grasp it yet, but her curiosity shone through as she nodded. "Can this really help with the nation's food crisis?" she asked. Ren confirmed firmly, insisting this wasn't fantasy. It was a new path built on science, knowledge, and innovation. She leaned back, gaze sharpening, tone cooling. "Where did you learn all this?" she asked. She clearly remembered that he hadn't read a single book back then, always obsessed with sword training. He had ignored everything else. Her eyes narrowed, voice sharp, demanding to know who he really was and what had happened to her little brother. Ren froze instinctively, a cold sweat breaking across his neck. Outwardly calm, inwardly he was spiraling. She had always been this sharp. He remembered the day he had transmigrated into this world, waking in excruciating pain, probably from a sword accident. Faced with her piercing gaze, Ren decided to play the role of the pitiful little brother. He slumped, head bowed, shoulders drooping, appearing completely defeated. "I am your brother," he admitted softly. "About half a month ago, after waking injured, I couldn't train with a sword anymore. Stuck at home with nothing to do, I began reading to pass the time." Priscilla's brow furrowed for a brief moment, a shadow of doubt crossing her features. Then a faint memory surfaced, she murmured, recalling something Leah had mentioned in a letter. After Ren's recovery, he had taken to reading obsessively because of his fragile health. The tension in her expression softened, the doubt slowly melting away. A gentle smile tugged at her lips. Curiosity brightened her eyes as she asked whether those books had come from their household library. She admitted she couldn't remember seeing anything like what Ren described, leaning forward slightly as she pressed for more details. What exactly did the book look like? Ren reached into the pocket of his coat and pulled out an old weathered notebook, Liesel's journal. He handed it to Priscilla, his hand steady, and explained that this was the sort of material he had immersed himself in. Priscilla carefully opened the journal, fingers grazing the worn cover, and began flipping through the pages. Her eyes widened gradually, astonishment creeping into her expression with every turned page. Strange theories sprawled across the pages, intertwined with impractical diagrams like peering into another universe. She lifted her gaze to her younger brother, and this time it was filled with warmth, pride, and a deep, tender affection. "I'm impressed," she said softly, her voice carrying awe. Only my little brother could take a few bizarre books and transform them into something meaningful. Ren scratched the back of his head, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. "I only dove into them because I couldn't train in martial arts anymore," he admitted, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Priscilla stepped closer, settling beside him, her tone softened, gentle and reassuring. She explained that she understood he hadn't abandoned swordsmanship out of weakness, but to survive. She urged him not to push himself too hard and promised unwaveringly that no matter what happened, she would always be there for him. Feeling her warmth, Ren experienced a bond deeper than anything he had known in his previous life, a sense of family and belonging that washed over him. A faint smile touched his lips. "I'm truly okay," he said. "I'm alive, healthy, and I've even come up with ideas that might help others." Priscilla replied in a tender voice, relief softening her tone. "It's good to hear that. Remember, I'll always be by your side. If any part of the territory ever needs support," she added, "just ask. I'll give everything I can." Ren couldn't suppress a quiet smile, inwardly noting that it sounded remarkably like a request. With newfound confidence, he spoke clearly. "There is a special place where I truly need your help." Priscilla's smile widened, her eyes glinting with playful anticipation. She leaned back slightly in her chair, teasing him. "Already asking for my help again? Well, go on. Tell me what you need this time." Stepping forward, voice steady and earnest, Ren explained, "I hope you'll invest in me. My plan is crucial for the future development of Eelon." Priscilla raised an eyebrow, intuition telling her he wouldn't ask unless it was serious. She tapped her chin thoughtfully, chuckled softly, and reminded him that he had already secured support from the city's nobles. "Isn't that enough?" Ren shook his head gently, a small smile playing on his lips. "It's not about money. I need people." His gaze lifted, steady and determined. He explained that Eelon had suffered devastating damage from war and natural disasters, and the population had plummeted. Skilled artisans, experienced farmers, capable administrators, these vital people were now in short supply, and they were exactly the ones needed to rebuild. Priscilla's eyes widened in shock. "You're really asking me to send people from my domain to Eelon?" Ren nodded, hope evident in his voice. He needed craftsmen, farmers, and administrators to assist with the reconstruction. Quickly, he reassured her that all costs would be covered. Housing, food, clothing, even access to the advanced technologies he was developing, everything would be provided. Priscilla twirled a strand of hair thoughtfully. These weren't just any people, they were the foundation of her territory, not something she could part with lightly. Ren's expression tightened, anxiety flickering across his face. He reminded her of her promise to support him. Pressing gently, was she backing out now? He added that if Eelon thrived, she would benefit as well. Priscilla laughed softly, shaking her head. "Don't accuse me so quickly," she said. Finally, she agreed to send the people, but with one condition. Ren leaned forward, curious. What condition? Priscilla's gaze sharpened slightly. He would have to prove himself first, show real results. Evidence that sending her people wouldn't waste her trust, her effort, or her time. A confident smile curved Ren's lips. His eyes shone with determination. "I have no doubts. I will prove how industrial power can reshape the future." Time passed. In a lavish chamber, Priscilla sat alone, her gaze fixed through a tall window at the night sky. Behind her stood Gwen, silent and loyal. With quiet pride, Priscilla spoke. "In the end, my fears never came true. Ren has not become a puppet of the king. He's still the little brother I remember." Gwen responded slowly, respectfully. "Indeed, my lady, Lord Ren is clever, devoted to rebuilding Eelon. Its future looks brighter than ever." Priscilla's eyes suddenly narrowed. Her voice dropped, heavy with simmering fury. "I will never forgive the king," she hissed, gripping the armrest tightly. "Poisoning my brother is unforgivable. Because of him, Ren can no longer train in martial arts." Her words sharpened. To make it fair, the king should lose one of his own children. Without hesitation, she gave the order. Her voice icy, she instructed Gwen to find the royal heirs, to identify the easiest target, and make the king pay. Gwen dropped to one knee, bowing formally. Her expression firm, she assured Priscilla that the task would be executed efficiently and cleanly. Even as the wheels of vengeance began to turn, Priscilla's eyes blazed with wrath. In her heart she cursed the king repeatedly. Any harm to her brother would fall solely on him. She vowed silently to repay the pain tenfold, if necessary. Far away, the scene shifted to a dark, remote forest. The forest was damp, heavy with night. A group moved swiftly and silently, along narrow paths littered with rotting leaves. Behind them, 3 horse-drawn carriages were tightly covered with coarse cloth, hiding whatever or whoever was inside. One man walking behind the wagons turned and grinned. "We've caught some real prime goods this time," he said. "Once delivered, we'll be rolling in a fortune." Another man clicked his tongue in irritation. "Most of the money still goes to that old bastard Elbert," he complained. "He doesn't lift a finger, just collects the largest share." A third man scoffed, agreeing. They were risking their necks while Elbert merely commanded and profited. The leader's voice sliced through the air like a whip. He barked at them to shut up, eyes cold and piercing. "Elbert may be greedy, but he's our backbone," the leader reminded them. "Without him, do you think we'd operate freely in Eelon all these years?" He paced like a predator, emphasizing each word. If they no longer wanted to cooperate, they were free to leave. Tension snapped through the group like a drawn bowstring. No one spoke. A scout came running back, pale and gasping, stumbling toward the leader. "Something's wrong," he blurted. The leader demanded sharply. "What happened?" The scout struggled to catch his breath, finally gasping out. "There's a new lord of Eelon." The leader froze, eyes widening. "A new lord? Since when?" He stared at the scout, disbelief etched into his face as the explanation unfolded. At the city gate, all the guards were unfamiliar. He explained how he'd tried small talk, even slipping a few coins their way. But instead of accepting the bribe, the guards pressed him relentlessly, demanding his name, his purpose, and why he dared approach at such an hour. Cornered and wary of raising suspicion, he had no choice but to lie. "Visiting family," he murmured, voice tight with tension, hoping it would satisfy their probing eyes. Later, at a modest inn near the city gate, whispers floated through the dimly lit hallways, and a chill ran down his spine. Elbert was no longer the lord of Eelon. The revelation sent the group into immediate chaos. One man, panic etched deep into his features, urged retreat. "It's too unstable," he warned, voice trembling. "Going forward is a trap. We'll walk straight into disaster." The leader's glare cut through him like a blade. "Turn back?" he growled, frustration coiling in his voice. "With what? There's no turning back now." He inhaled slowly, then reminded the group that the women they carried had already been pre-ordered by Duke Eska and an influential client of the Empire. The deal was for 3,000 gold coins. Failure wasn't an option falter here, and they'd have nothing left. Worse, none of them would survive to see another sunrise. Still uneasy, the same man hesitated. "And if the new lord refuses us entry?" he asked, voice barely steady. The leader's eyes narrowed, dripping contempt. "It doesn't matter who rules," he said coldly. "Everyone has a price. If necessary, we'll pay more. Money speaks louder than threats." He turned sharply, issuing orders. "Camp here for the night. Tomorrow, we disguise ourselves as merchants and sneak the women into the city. If it works, we keep running these trips without issue." A fat man chuckled, unconcerned with the danger. "Can the boys have a bit of fun tonight?" he asked, smirking. "Who knows if we see tomorrow?" Another added crudely, laughter rasping through the night. "Might as well enjoy some sweetness before stepping into hell." The leader's eyes swept over them, disgust plain on his face. After a pause, he spoke quietly but firmly. "Do not touch the red-haired girl, the rest. Do as you will." Two thugs practically leapt with excitement, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Their gaze lingered hungrily on the wagons, sharp and predatory. Soon after, the traffickers made camp near a hidden forest cave. Two men rushed a wagon, dragging a young woman out into the flickering firelight. She screamed, tears streaming, begging them to let her go. The fat man licked his lips, desire burning in his eyes, drool threatening to spill. "Relax," he crooned. "I'll be gentle." Ignoring her desperate cries, the men forced her to the ground. The firelight danced across their twisted faces as she thrashed and sobbed. Her screams tore through the night, raw and agonizing. Then, cutting through the darkness like a blade, a sharp, icy voice rang out. "Let her go." Instantly, the camp froze. A lone figure emerged from the mist. It was Rosaline. Her hair tied back, eyes sharp and unyielding, locked on the scum before her. A gleaming spear caught the firelight in her hands. She demanded to know who they were and what they were doing. The air seemed to chill, and silence fell heavy over the camp. At first, the bandits sneered, mocking her, advancing slowly with malice. Rosaline stood firm, her voice cut like steel as she repeated her demand. "What are you doing to that girl?" The fat man ignored her fury. His eyes focused on her curves, not her authority. Leaning forward with a lewd grin, he suggested she knew exactly what was happening and might want to join in. In that instant, Rosaline's fury ignited fully. Her eyes burned, expression hardening. Without a word, she lunged forward. In a blur, she charged the two bandits. The thinner one barely had time to react before her spear smashed into his skull. The sickening crunch of bone echoed as his head twisted grotesquely, then fell lifeless to the dirt. The fat man stumbled back, panic plastered on his face, clutching his head. Rosaline didn't pause. Her spear lashed out again, this time sinking deep into his torso. Blood sprayed, his scream tearing through the night before he collapsed heavily. He didn't even have a chance to regret it. The clash echoed through the cavern, startling the remaining bandits. Their eyes widened in horror as they saw their comrades sprawled in blood. Rosaline advanced, spear in hand commanding the space. She moved like a born warrior, every step radiating strength. A faint, almost sacred glow shimmered around her. The bandits glanced at each other, paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Then they turned and fled deeper into the cave, desperate to warn their leader. The leader emerged, irritation twisting his face, but froze a few steps in when he saw the bloodied corpses and fleeing men. One shouted, calling the woman a demon. Behind them, the fat man lay motionless, soaked in blood. Rage darkened the leader's expression. "What do you want from us?" he bellowed. "What have we done to deserve this?" Rosaline didn't flinch. Her gaze was icy, unwavering. Calmly, she asked if the girl they had attacked had been kidnapped. The bandit leader stepped forward, trying to assert control. He straightened, forcing a serious tone. "You're mistaken," he claimed. "We're merely slave traders under Duke Eska's authority." He insisted they were delivering the girls to legitimate buyers, above board. To prove it, he brandished a permit. The instant she heard Duke Eska, Rosaline's eyes narrowed. A flashback struck her, Wren's voice from patrol briefings, warning her to stay alert around anyone tied to Duke Eska. Every instinct screamed danger as her gaze sharpened, locking onto the bandit leader. At that moment, she recalled asking Reyn if there was a particular reason behind his warning. He had only smiled, cryptic and calm, saying that if she ever ran into troublemakers from that region, she'd instinctively know what to do. While Rosaline pondered her next move, the bandit leader casually pulled a gold coin from his pocket, extending it toward her. His smug grin made it painfully clear. He thought a simple bribe could erase all obstacles, even without fully understanding Reyn's warning. Rosaline's loyalty was absolute. She trusted him above any permit or explanation. Without hesitation, she slapped the coin aside. Her voice rang sharp and commanding. "Who is Duke Eska, and how dare you bring trouble onto Lord Reyn's land?" She declared that unless they all dropped to their knees immediately, she would show no mercy. The leader's face twisted with fury, realization dawning that this would not end peacefully. "Filthy brat," he snarled. "Do not think we fear you. If you intend to be stubborn," he growled, "don't expect to leave the forest alive." From the shadows, more bandits emerged, encircling her. Rosalind didn't flinch. Calmly, she spun her spear in a fluid arc, then slammed the base into the ground with a resounding thud. Her eyes swept the group, icy and unwavering, delivering one last warning. "You have one chance," she stated coldly. "Surrender or die." The bandits, confident in their numbers, ignored her words. Their leader raised his blade, shouting attack orders. They charged, surrounding her completely. The leader lunged forward, weapon aimed with lethal intent. Rosalind didn't flinch. A single, precise sweep of her spear knocked him off balance, sending him staggering backward. In the same fluid motion, she followed with a brutal kick to his chest, hurling him across the cave floor. He hit hard, groaning in defeat, utterly overwhelmed. Rosaline advanced slowly. The tip of her spear pressed against his throat, radiating control. Her voice cut through the air, cold and commanding. "If you value your lives, you will kneel." At that moment, patrol knights arrived, rushing forward, concern etched across their faces. Rosaline assured them she was unharmed, immediately issuing orders. The remaining bandits were to be tied up and locked in the dungeon. She added that she would report directly to Lord Reyn, who would decide their punishment. Within minutes, the knights rounded up the entire group. Broken and stunned, the bandits offered no resistance. Night deepened, yet the work continued methodically. Back at the Lord's mansion, Reyn remained in his study. Candlelight flickered across scattered documents, illuminating the room in a golden glow. Though it was late, he was engrossed in blueprints and plans. A sharp knock echoed, and a voice called out, "Rosalind, reporting something important." Reyn gave permission to enter. Rosalind entered with measured, firm strides, dropping to one knee in full respect. She reported capturing a group of merchants from Duke Eska's territory. Reyn's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The chance to confront Duke Eska had arrived unexpectedly. He praised her and asked what they were transporting. Rosaline's expression darkened. She revealed they had been trafficking slaves. They even carried official documents bearing Duke Eska's seal. She was about to elaborate when a loud crack echoed through the room. Reyn slammed his fist onto the table, fury contorting his face. "Those bastards dared steal my labor force and sell them as property," he shouted. "They've got a death wish." He immediately ordered Rosalind to escort him to the dungeon to confront the ringleader, who sat alone in a separate cell, calm and arrogant, cunning and hardened by crime. The ringleader did not flinch at approaching footsteps, confident in Duke Eska's protection. Reyn entered the cell, eyes cold and intense, glaring at the bandit. His voice cut sharply, demanding to know how they dared traffic humans on his land. The ringleader sneered, mocking Reyn, questioning how he replaced Eldric as lord and dismissed him lightly. He warned that resisting would make Reyn's end miserable, confident in Eska's influence. Rain paused, realization dawning. Perhaps Eldric had colluded with these traffickers all along. Sensing the shift, the ringleader smirked, boasting of delivering hundreds of women annually. What Rain had witnessed was only a fraction. Outrage flared in Rain's eyes. Only a fraction, he demanded. More captives were hidden somewhere. Where are they kept? The ringleader laughed cruelly. Rain could beg, but he would reveal nothing. Rain tried to stay composed, reminding him his life was fully in Rain's hands, warning that silence would bring unbearable consequences. The ringleader remained unmoved. Protected by Duke Eska, he warned Rain touching him would be self-destructive.
Rain let out a dry laugh. Political protection held no sway here in his territory.
The ringleader faltered slightly, but insisted Rain's threats were empty. Not wasting time, Rain signaled Leah, who had been silently observing behind him. Without hesitation, Leah flicked her hand. A small dagger shot through the air with deadly precision. It buried itself deep in the ringleader's shoulder, eliciting a sharp cry as blood poured down his arm. Rain watched the ringleader in silence, eyes sharp and unyielding, his voice cut through the heavy air, calm yet edged with authority. "So will you cooperate and talk or not?" The ringleader's chest heaved, sweat slick across his forehead. Under Rain's unrelenting gaze, he finally broke. Words tumbled out, revealing the rest of the slaves were locked in an abandoned hunter's cabin deep in the southern forest. Rain didn't waste a second. He turned to Leah. "Alert Rosaline. We move immediately. Every moment counts if we want to bring them out safely." Before departing, he fixed the ringleader with a piercing glare, sharp as steel. His voice, low and dangerous, carried a chilling promise. Lie, and he'd make sure the man wished he'd never been born. Once Rain was gone, the ringleader let out a nervous chuckle, muttering under his breath, "The boy's already dead."
A smug thought flickered across his mind. That cabin was guarded by assassins trained under Count Eska. No matter how many troops Rain sent, they'd never leave alive. Not long after, Rain arrived at the hidden cabin, deep in the southern forest. He remained outside while Rosaline moved forward cautiously, her heavily armed squad close behind, every step measured. Her trained eyes swept the area, scanning every shadow, every hidden corner. Then she returned with her report. "Cabin is far from innocent," she said. "Everything points to foul play. He wasn't lying." Without hesitation, Rain ordered the knights to surround the cabin. Every exit was blocked. Escape was impossible. With the perimeter secure, Rain stepped inside, flanked by Rosaline and Leah. Rosaline took the lead, sword drawn, and announced she would handle opening the door. The wooden door creaked open, and all three froze. Inside, cages lined the walls, each covered with rough cloth, muffling the sounds within. Muffled voices trembled beneath the coverings, pleas for mercy, frantic promises to obey, desperate cries not to be harmed. They stepped further in, horror mounting. There weren't just a few cages, dozens lined the walls, each crammed with young women, trapped like livestock. Rain's command came instantly. "Start the rescue." Rosaline surged forward, working to unlock a cage. Suddenly, an arrow shot from the shadows. She reacted instantly, swinging her sword to deflect it mid-flight. "Ambush!" she shouted to Rain. Almost immediately, the cavalry charged in, forming a tight protective ring around Rain. Massive shields created an unbreakable barrier. From the shadows, assassins began to emerge. Leading them was a tall man, eyes cold, aura ruthless. He scanned the knights, questioning if they served under Grand Duke Eldrien, claiming he wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. He suggested they could negotiate instead. Rosaline snapped sharply. "There's nothing to discuss with scum like you." She raised her sword to strike, but Rain lifted a hand, halting her. He turned toward the assassins. "Then tell me, what exactly do you want to discuss?" The leader's lips curled into a sly grin. He revealed years of selling slaves to Duke Eska. A high-quality female slave could fetch thousands of gold coins, sometimes more. He offered a deal if Rain cooperated. A portion of the profits would be shared annually with him. Grinning, he added, they could even provide a few slaves tailored to Rain's personal tastes, free of charge. Rosaline's eyes flared with anger. She looked ready to strike him down.
But Rain's reaction was unexpected. Calm, composed, intrigued. He called it an interesting offer, casually asking how much money they were proposing. The slaver's smug confidence widened at the question. "If you cooperate, 10,000 gold coins per year," he promised. Rain's faint smile wasn't amusement. It was scorn. The offer was laughably small, more insult than bargain.
He remarked that his sister gave him more pocket money monthly.
The slaver faltered but pressed on. Calmly, he asked what Rain wanted instead. Without hesitation, Rain stated his price, 100,000 gold coins per month. The words hit the slaver like a hammer. He froze, disbelief plastered on his face. No one could pay that with slave sales alone. Rain sighed, mild frustration in his tone. "If you're unwilling, there's no reason to continue." His eyes turned cold toward Rosalind, turned them into porcupines. The knights reacted instantly. Dozens of gleaming arrows aimed without hesitation. The leader panicked, shouting for Rain to wait. "I can't decide alone. I must report to Duke Eska first." Inside, he plotted if he escaped, he'd return with Eska's forces, and Rain's small unit would be annihilated. Trying to appear sincere, he fumbled a heavy pouch, claiming 10,000 gold coins, begging Rain to accept it. Rain remained unmoved, expression unreadable. He rejected the plea and again commanded Rosaline to strike. The steel in Rain's voice sent shivers down the spines of the fleeing slavers. In an instant, they abandoned the cabin, sprinting toward the rugged mountains behind it with every ounce of speed. They prayed the jagged terrain would shield them from pursuit, hoping the darkness and rocks would hide them. Rosaline's sharp command sliced through the night air. "No one, absolutely no one is allowed to escape," she ordered. At her signal, the knights unleashed a volley of arrows. Steel streaked through the darkness like lightning, tearing toward the fleeing slavers. Seeing his men endangered, the slaver leader raised his hand, invoking water elemental magic. A shimmering white barrier rose instantly, forming a protective shield around his fleeing subordinates. But the brief pause to cast the spell gave Rosaline the opening she needed. She lunged forward with blinding speed, swinging her sword in a devastating arc. The blow nearly ended him, but he twisted just in time, scraping by with his life. Rosaline's eyes narrowed, icy resolve burning in her gaze. "Your men are already trapped," she declared, voice cutting through the night. "Accept your fate." The slaver leader glanced at his subordinates. One by one, they faltered, their strength crumbling under the relentless knights. Dread filled his eyes. He knew that if this continued, death was inevitable for all of them. Desperation sharpened his thoughts. His gaze fixed on Rain, a dark plan forming in his mind. The only chance left was to seize Rain as a hostage. With that decision, he barked orders to his men, demanding they distract the knights while he made his move. The attack erupted instantly. The slavers lunged recklessly, aiming to break the knights' solid formation. Rosaline shouted, warning Rain to stay alert. She commanded her soldiers, shield their lord at all costs. Let no enemy through. The outer ring of knights tightened, forming an impenetrable circle. But the slaver leader had already closed in, eyes gleaming with twisted triumph. He roared, convinced Rain had brought this danger upon himself. Before celebration could touch him, a cold voice cut through the chaos. "You are asking for death." His eyes widened as a massive fist appeared out of nowhere. Leah moved like lightning. Landing a punch square on his face, he flew backward, crashing to the ground with a bone-jarring thud. Disbelief contorted his features. Panic set in. He hadn't expected interference, especially not from her. Scrambling upright, he shouted at her, incredulous that a mere maid had bested him. Humiliation burned hotter than the pain. Being bested by a woman fueled his rage. Ignoring injuries, he lunged again, not to capture, but to kill. Leah was ready. As he closed in, she struck again. Her leg shot out in a devastating kick, shattering his ability to fight. He was thrown violently through the air, rolling helplessly across the ground before landing at the knight's feet. The knights exhaled in relief, moving quickly to restrain him. To them, he was already finished, trash awaiting disposal. Leah wasn't done. Her voice burned with fury as she charged again, shouting for daring to touch Lord Rain. The slaver leader, broken and groaning, forced his eyes open slowly. In that moment of terror, desperation overtook him. Trembling, he pulled a small knife from his belt and hurled it straight at Rain. The blade sliced the air too fast for Leah to intercept. She spun, eyes wide, but it was too late. The knife sank deep into Rain's shoulder with a sickening thud. Gasps of horror erupted. Panic rippled through the nights, but Rain, despite the searing pain, remained composed. His voice was steady, urging calm, insisting they hold the formation. But fear lingered in those who cared most. Rosaline and Leah rushed to his side, commanding the knights to form a protective wall around him. Amid the chaos, the slaver leader saw his chance. Struggling upright, he slipped quietly into the shadows, retreating from the battlefield with all remaining strength. Rosaline's gaze fell on Rain's wound. Her heart clenched, blood had already soaked through his clothes. She immediately ordered the knights to abandon pursuit, focusing solely on escorting Lord Rain safely back to the city. She called for Leah to treat his wounds immediately, but when she turned, she was startled. Leah was gone. Deep in the forest, the slaver leader ran desperately, branches clawing at his arms, forcing him forward. His lungs burned. Survival alone mattered. He had to live to report this disaster to Duke Eska, imagining the reinforcements crushing Rain's forces. But his frantic escape stopped suddenly. Before him stood a woman, appearing from nowhere. Tall, elegant, commanding, yet serene, her presence radiated absolute control. She greeted him softly, as if the night were ordinary. "Good evening," she said, voice calm yet deadly. The leader froze in place, his chest hammering, each beat echoing the fear twisting through him. At first, her delicate frame seemed harmless, almost fragile, but that illusion shattered the instant she spoke again, her voice slicing through the tension. With calm authority, she introduced herself. "I am Priscilla Edgar, eldest daughter of Grand Duke Eldrien, ruler of Thrand territory." Her eyes held steady, measuring him without a flicker of doubt. The words struck him like lightning. Priscilla Edgar, the Grand Duke's eldest daughter, standing here in this desolate forest. His mind struggled to reconcile the thought. A cold knot of dread twisted in his stomach. If she was here, then their entire plan against Duke Eska could already be exposed, and yet Priscilla's gentle smile never wavered, serene even amidst the tension. She spoke with quiet clarity, revealing that the figure he had confronted in the valley was none other than her younger brother, the Grand Duke's second son. His name was Ren Edgar. The revelation drained color from the leader's face. The boy he had struck, the one he had dared to harm, he was the Grand Duke's son. No plea or punishment could save him now. Yet Priscilla's voice remained light, composed, almost casual. She spoke of the knight's success, observing her brother's growth, the way he stayed calm, resilient, even when facing mortal danger. The slaver leader staggered, unable to comprehend the praise. Why was she lauding Ren's composure while he himself was unraveling? Her tone shifted suddenly, sharp as ice, her steps deliberate and heavy across the forest floor. She declared that her brother had not disappointed her, clever and controlled, even when standing before a man as vile as him. Then, with the faintest curve of her lips, she added that he need not fear tonight. She would not lay a hand on him. Confusion clouded the leader's mind. If she meant no harm, why reveal so much? What did these cryptic reassurances truly signify?
Priscilla answered as if it were nothing. She claimed she had come only as a spectator, but her next words left no doubt. He had already made a fatal mistake. Death was inevitable.
A suffocating wave of intent hit him, sharp and suffocating, stealing his breath in an instant. He spun around, heart hammering, and there she was, Leah. No one had seen her arrive. 1 second, she was gone. The next, she stood behind him, eyes blazing with a murderous fury that froze him in place. His body shook as realization sank in. This maid was no ordinary servant. She radiated power, both physical and magical. A presence so overwhelming it crushed resistance before it even touched him. Her voice thundered. He had dared harm Lord Ren, and now he thought he could escape. Her eyes glowed violet, as if some hidden force had awakened deep within her. He fell to his knees, desperation choking his words, begging for mercy. But his cries dissolved into sheer terror as Leah's invisible magic lifted him off the ground. He writhed helplessly, suspended above the forest floor. His mind raced. What sorcery was this? How could a servant wield such devastating power? She had already proven herself unmatched in combat. Now her magic defied all reason, bending reality itself. With a single flick of her finger, Leah unleashed her wrath. A glowing sigil shot toward him, snaring the air around his body. In an instant, space twisted violently, contorting him into grotesque shapes. His screams cut off abruptly as his body exploded into a horrific sphere of blood suspended in the night sky. Crimson droplets fell like rain, painting the ground in gore. Leah remained untouched, her shimmering barrier protecting her from a single splash. Her face stayed cold, though fury still burned within her. This death was but a small repayment for the crime he had committed, daring to lay a hand on Wren. When it was over, Leah turned to Priscilla with respect. She reported that young Master Wren was injured and insisted on returning immediately to care for him. Priscilla smiled faintly and nodded, granting her leave. Having witnessed Leah's unwavering loyalty firsthand, she felt more than satisfied. As Leah departed, Priscilla's smile lingered in the fading light. She murmured softly to herself, contemplating whether she should remind her brother never to truly anger Leah. Suddenly, the air in front of her rippled, a violent energy condensed, coalescing into a dimensional portal. From it, Gwen emerged gracefully, bowing before her lady. Gwen's voice was calm, reassuring. No matter how Master Wren treated Leah, the girl would never raise a hand against him. Priscilla chuckled lightly, suspecting a teasing jab at her brother's frivolity. Gwen flailed, begging forgiveness, insisting she had meant no such implication. Priscilla's smile turned sly, teasing. She asked how Gwen would feel if she were married to her younger brother. Gwen's face turned crimson, panic flaring as she waved her hands frantically, begging her lady not to joke so cruelly. After a brief laugh, Priscilla returned to her calm demeanor and issued a command. Gwen was to send a message directly to Duke Eska. She was to ask whether he had grown too idle, bold enough to act recklessly, and remind him that provoking the Edgar family was a burden he could never bear. Gwen bowed solemnly, promising to carry out the order immediately. Priscilla added that they must act quickly before Wren discovered she had slipped away. Meanwhile, back at his residence, Wren had already been carefully treated and bandaged by Leah's magic. Seeing the worry etched on her face, Wren offered a gentle smile. He assured her it was only a minor wound, and that she need not fret so much. But when he lifted his arm to prove it, a sharp jolt of pain shot through him, forcing a soft groan. Startled, Leah stopped him immediately, insisting he mustn't move or worsen the injury. Her gaze softened, genuine concern shining through. Until fully healed, he must remain indoors. Wren smiled again, trying to soothe her with gentle words. Leah would not accept his dismissal of his own well-being. Her tone firmed. Once the wound was dressed, he must rest immediately. Their warm exchange was suddenly shattered as the door burst open with a deafening crash. Priscilla burst into the room, her face taut with worry, eyes scanning every corner as if expecting the worst. She rushed directly to her brother's side, moving with urgency yet carefulness, hands hovering as if to check for injuries. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Are you okay? Will this wound leave lasting effects?" Wren met her gaze with a reassuring smile. "It's nothing serious," he said softly, lifting his arm just enough to show it was a superficial scratch. Leah, standing close by, didn't share his calm. Her expression was tight, brows drawn as she spoke with unease, warning him not to underestimate the danger. "If that dagger had been even slightly off," she said, her voice sharp, "it could have killed you." Priscilla's eyes hardened, her gaze slicing through the room as she nodded at Leah's words. "You can't treat your life so carelessly," she said firmly, her voice leaving no room for argument. Her gaze shifted to ice as she asked what had truly happened. Wren exhaled and began recounting the events. Rosaline had intercepted a group of bandits involved in human trafficking. As they investigated further, Wren discovered more captives hidden deep in a nearby valley. He personally led a patrol to rescue them, but when talks broke down, violence erupted, forcing a clash with the criminals. In the midst of the chaos, a dagger shot from the shadows struck him, Priscilla already knew much of this, but played her part, pressing further for details on the bandits' origins.
Why would they dare traffic women?
She demanded, voice cold. Slavery is forbidden in our lands. Leah stepped in for him, explaining that interrogations revealed the bandits acted under Duke Eska's orders. Priscilla's eyes narrowed slightly, though her lips curved into a controlled smile. Cowardly Eska, she muttered, icy disdain in every word, daring to operate in our territory. Ren added that Eldric had likely collaborated with Eska before, with both profiting heavily in recent years. Priscilla nodded slowly, sighing. Eldric left us plenty of trouble, but he's no longer a concern. Then her gaze sharpened as she asked how Ren planned to care for the rescued women. Ren explained his plan: personally check on each woman, provide temporary shelter if needed, arrange basic education, and eventually integrate them into work across the territory to help rebuild lives. Priscilla thought it wise. It protected the women and strengthened the workforce. She praised Ren, noting his judgment had grown more thorough, more precise. Ren shrugged modestly. "It's nothing to praise," he said. "Just my duty to the family." Seeing his fatigue, Priscilla softened. She told him she wouldn't disturb him further, urging him to rest, but firmly added, "Be more careful. I don't ever want to see you hurt like this again." Warmth spread through Ren at her concern. He offered a faint smile, promising he would take care of himself. Priscilla then turned to Leah, her gaze heavy with meaning. She stated clearly that she was entrusting her brother's safety entirely to her. Leah froze, cheeks flushing red. She understood perfectly. Lowering her head in resolve, she whispered softly, "Lady Priscilla, you can rest assured I won't let anything happen to Ren." Satisfied, Priscilla smiled quietly and left the room. Outside, Gwen was already waiting, standing attentively in the corridor. The moment Priscilla emerged, Gwen rushed forward. "How is he?" she asked anxiously. Priscilla answered calmly, "Just a minor wound." But her expression betrayed her. Eyes flashing with restrained anger, she was far from pleased. Her gaze swept the empty hallway. "Nox," she commanded sharply, "show yourself." The air trembled violently, a portal tearing open as the space around her warped. A cloaked mage stepped forth, kneeling immediately with head bowed. "Your command, my lady," he said with deep respect. Priscilla ordered him to descend to the dungeon and interrogate the captured bandit leader. She demanded every secret be extracted. Coldly, she added that torture was allowed if necessary, but under no circumstances was the man to be killed. Ren would question him tomorrow, and she wouldn't allow an easy escape. Nox accepted silently and departed. The next morning, Ren's office received an unexpected visitor. It was Armando. He bowed deeply, posture cautious, humble, and declared he admitted defeat. He offered himself, stating he was now willing to serve Ren. Ren smirked, quoting Armando's old words mockingly, reminding him how he once vowed he'd rather die than serve a noble, how he'd starved rather than submit. Armando's face flushed crimson, caught by his own words, unable to argue. As Ren continued teasing, a sharp sting from his wound made him wince mid-sentence. Armando watched, perplexed. Could this noble laughing and teasing really be worth following? He seemed so different from the arrogant lords he had once despised. Despite the teasing, Ren felt a quiet satisfaction. Armando's loyalty was growing, solid, and unwavering, and inwardly, Ren smiled. Steam power had truly won him over. "From now on," Ren said, satisfaction in his voice, "you'll be a good worker in my factory." The thought of this fiery youth helping with his industrial plans made him laugh aloud. Armando, bewildered by Ren's laughter, grew more flustered. "I've admitted my mistakes," he shouted. "Stop teasing me. Give me an order. What should I do?" Ren's expression turned serious. His voice calm, he asked if Armando was truly ready to become his subordinate. Armando straightened, voice firm. He vowed to serve Ren wholeheartedly with complete loyalty. In that instant, the system updated. The number of talented individuals had grown to 2. Ren's satisfaction deepened, and he immediately appointed Armando as the head of the city's first factory. Armando, however, was completely bewildered. The title meant nothing. He had no idea what running a factory entailed. An alchemist by training, he was not an industrialist. Ren didn't waste words explaining. He handed over a blueprint, instructing Armando to study it carefully and learn its design inside and out. Armando took the blueprint, eyes wide, realizing the challenge ahead. The future of the city's first factory now rested on his hands. Ren leaned over the blueprint, outlining his vision. "Once the dam is finished," he said, "we can move on to the next stage, turning this city into a fully industrial hub." Armando unrolled the plans, eyes widening in awe. Every line, every mechanism revealed ingenuity far beyond anything he had studied, even ideas his teacher had never imagined. He realized, in that moment, that Ren's genius eclipsed anyone he had ever known. Suddenly, the office door slammed open. Rosaline stormed in, urgency etched in every step. "Something's gone terribly wrong," she called out, voice cutting through the room. Ren's posture straightened immediately, alert. "What is it?" he demanded, the tension in his voice matching hers. Rosaline delivered the shocking news. The bandit leader they had imprisoned had been killed overnight. Ren's eyes narrowed sharply. Without a word, he rallied his men and dashed to the dungeon, urgency driving every step. The news left everyone in stunned silence. A murder within the mansion itself, the most secure place in the city, was unthinkable, and yet it had happened. Inside the cell, the bandit lay, sprawled on the cold stone floor, lifeless. Ren's expression darkened, he asked, his voice tight, when the body had been discovered. Rosaline responded quickly, her face serious. The guards had found him dead about 30 minutes earlier, during their routine meal delivery. Ren's gaze swept the chamber, pausing at 4 strange symbols scrawled across the wall. "Can anyone read these?" he asked, sharp and focused. Selena stepped forward quietly, lifting her hand with careful precision. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her senses to feel the residual energy clinging to the symbols. After a moment, her brow furrowed. The writing pulsed with the lingering power of a dark mage. She explained, a chill in her tone. Rosaline's eyes went wide. The thought that a dark mage could infiltrate their castle had never occurred to her. Ren exhaled slowly, a knot of concern tightening in his chest. Threats were emerging in his city, one after another, each more dangerous than the last. Leah stepped closer, worry plain on her face. She urged him to leave immediately, warning that dark mages abandon the light, hiding in shadows, and their lingering magic could harm anyone lingering too long. Ren only smiled faintly, waving dismissively. "Don't worry," he said. "This prison is dry, with no wind. There's little chance their magic could reach me." Selena's expression stayed grave. She agreed with Leah, warning that dark mages struck from hidden corners with deadly precision, their magic capable of disasters as catastrophic as plagues. Ren thought quietly that it sounded oddly similar to scientists experimenting with dangerous bacteria, but he said nothing aloud. Selena instructed everyone to stay alert. The motives of dark mages were unknowable. If the murder had been only to silence the prisoner, that was one thing. But if Ren himself was the intended target, they would need to act immediately and prepare a countermeasure. The next day, Ren visited the city orphanage, where many of the rescued girls had been gathered. He introduced himself calmly, explaining that he was the city's lord and that he had personally rescued them from the bandits just the day before. He offered them 2 choices. The first, to tell him where their homes were so he could arrange safe transport back. The second, to remain in the city. He would provide food, lodging, and eventually the chance to become official residents. Ren's smile was gentle and warm, asking the girls to tell him what they truly wished for. But the children's faces fell. Sorrow shadowed their eyes, and not a single word escaped. The grief in the room pressed down on Ren like a heavy fog. His expression darkened, concern tightening his features. Softly, he asked if none of them remembered where their homes were. Silence stretched until the priestess nearby spoke. She explained, respectfully, that most had been kidnapped as very young children. They had endured lies, cruelty, and constant threats, making it nearly impossible to trust anyone offering help. The priestess warned that earning their trust could take a long time. Ren, however, thought such delays unnecessary. To him, winning over children could be simple. Without hesitation, he instructed Leah to prepare pastries, especially cookies, in large quantities. Soon, trays of warm cookies arrived, filling the room with a sweet, comforting aroma. Ren carried a tray to the girls, smiling gently. "You must be hungry," he said. "These are the best cookies in the city. Go ahead, try one." Their eyes sparkled with curiosity, though fear still held them back. Seeing their hesitation, Ren acted first. He picked up a cookie and offered it to one little girl. "Try it," he said softly. "If you don't like it, you don't have to finish. No one will force you." Trembling, the girl took the cookie. After a long, nervous pause, she brought it to her lips. The moment the sweet, crisp flavor hit her tongue, her cheeks flushed pink. She couldn't help but exclaim how delicious it was. The spell of fear broke. One by one, the other girls reached for cookies, their joy and laughter filling the room as they ate happily. Ren watched, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His plan had worked. He then suggested they play a game together. Curious, the girls asked what kind of game it was. Ren explained it was called Truth or Dare. Each person would draw a question card and either answer truthfully or complete a small challenge. Succeeding earned another cookie. Hours passed. As Ren had hoped, the children's wariness melted completely. Laughter echoed through the room as they spoke freely. One by one, they shared where they lived and spoke about their families. Ren praised them for their courage, thanking each child for trusting him. Ren reassured the girls, his voice gentle. "You can rest easy," he said, scanning each child's anxious eyes. "Anyone wishing to return home will be escorted safely." Turning to the priestess, he instructed her to make arrangements the next day for children with families. The priestess bowed deeply, promising that everything would be handled. Ren then shifted his focus to those without families, observing the group with quiet consideration. He decided to place them in temporary foster homes, but paused. A thought struck him. He needed to see if any of them had latent talents or potential. Silently, he activated his system. One by one, the girls were scanned. Unfortunately, all were ordinary, no remarkable abilities. Just as he prepared to move on, a flash of red caught his eye. In a shadowed corner, a lone, red-haired girl sat apart from the others. Curious, he activated the system specifically on her. The display revealed her name, Alia, 17 years old. Her stats were extraordinary. Loyalty 50, Leadership 42, Strength 90, Strategy 30, Magic Power 88. Nearly on par with Ren's strongest warriors, she was a rare find. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber of the Lord's mansion, Priscilla's temper flared. Nox, the dark mage, knelt before her, body rigid with tension. She demanded sharply to know why the prisoner had been found dead. She reminded him firmly that her orders had been clear. The man was to be kept alive, no matter the means employed. Nox, visibly anxious, defended himself. He admitted to using dark magic to torment the prisoner, but swore he had left him alive. Priscilla's expression turned serious. After sipping her tea with measured calm, she ordered Nox to report everything learned during the interrogation. His report left her deeply unsatisfied. The prisoner had revealed nothing, merely a lowly pawn, worthless in information. Priscilla frowned, doubt shadowing her gaze. If he truly was worthless, why had someone gone to such lengths to silence him? Nox suggested another possibility. The prisoner's death may not have been to silence him, but because his body was needed for a ritual. He explained that certain dark magic required a corpse as a catalyst, a grim necessity. Priscilla's mood darkened further, eyes glimmering with concern. She commanded Nox, unwavering. No matter what, Ren must be kept safe at all costs. Nox bowed deeply, vowing obedience, then withdrew from the chamber. Alone, Priscilla sat in silence, her expression unreadable. She whispered softly to herself, contemplating that perhaps this time she had arrived at precisely the right place, far away in the domain of Duke Eska. The corrupt lord lounged luxuriously in his chambers, surrounded by two beautiful companions. Having amassed wealth through years of slave trading, he indulged in opulence, the most exquisite women by his side. Suddenly, the door burst open and a soldier rushed in, anxiety written across his face. Bowing deeply, the soldier begged forgiveness for the interruption, explaining that an honored guest awaited him. Eska's face twisted with fury, eyes blazing. "Who dares disturb me?" he demanded. The trembling soldier explained the visitor was Lord Eldric, claiming urgent matters to discuss. At the name Eldric, Eska's fury eased slightly. He muttered that it was unusual for that fool to arrive unannounced, but perhaps he brought new merchandise. He ordered the soldier to show Eldric into the drawing room, intending to join shortly himself. As he rose, a greedy smile spread across his lips, recalling the beautiful women Eldric had delivered previously. Surely tonight would bring the same delights. Moments later, Eska entered the drawing room, mood light masking the tension. He greeted Eldric cheerfully, laughing that it had been too long, and asked why he had come so late, assuming new treasures had been brought. But Eldric's expression was grave, unease shadowing his features. He apologized, saying he brought no women this time, only urgent information. Eska's smile faltered, though he still hoped the news might bear some benefit. Eldric revealed bitterly that he had been driven out of Island City by Grand Duke Aldarian's third son. From now on, he could no longer supply Eska with women. The words struck Eska like a lightning bolt. Shock and fury contorted his face. Aldarian cast him aside after all these years of service? He bellowed. Eldric sighed, continuing. The new lord, Ren Edgar, was far too young and arrogant, believing he could control everything. He explained that he had personally infiltrated Island and killed the bandit leader responsible for supplying slaves to Eska. Alarm widened Eska's eyes. He hadn't known about the capture. Unease creeping in, he asked if Ren had discovered their operations. Eldric replied grimly. Likely, which is why he had rushed to warn Eska. Eska asked anxiously if Ren now intended to attack him. Eldric didn't answer directly, instead reminding him of the Empire's strict laws. Cross-border slave trading was forbidden, and Eska had no protection from Aldarian. If Ren reported him, his empire would crumble. Sweat dripped down Eska's brow as panic took hold. Desperate, he asked if there was any solution. Eldric smiled thinly, revealing he had overheard news earlier that day. The dam had been completed. He said this was their only chance. He explained that releasing the dam's water downstream could flood Island completely, submerging the city and destroying its people. The plan was clear. Swoop in and claim the stronghold amid the chaos. Hearing this, Eska bolted upright, panic flaring across his face. "This is insanity," he blurted, eyes wide. "If anyone tried to kill Grand Duke Aldarian's son, and the Grand Duke found out, we'd both be executed without question."
Eldric smirked, icy and unbothered. He reminded Eska that if Rain exposed them to the Emperor, death was inevitable anyway.
"But if Rain died in what looked like an accident at the dam," Eldric continued, voice low, "not even the Grand Duke could intervene." "And once Island was under your control," Eldric added, eyes gleaming, "you'd have free reign over any woman you desired without limits." The temptation was overwhelming. Silence hung heavy, thick with tension, before Eska finally, reluctantly, nodded, agreeing to Eldric's plan. Meanwhile, back on Island, Rain was already in motion. Noticing Aaliyah's remarkable potential, he personally brought her into his mansion, ensuring she was well cared for, every need attended. 3 days passed, and the red-haired girl had yet to speak. She sat quietly in his study, distant and withdrawn, eyes fixed on nothing. Determined to reach her, Rain tried to start a gentle conversation, asking softly with a warm smile, "How did you like the cookies today?" Aaliyah looked up, startled, then quickly lowered her gaze again, sorrow shadowing her delicate features. Rain felt a weight settle in his chest. He wondered what horrors she had endured, what cruelty had left her so silent. Surely the bandits had broken her trust, locking her heart away. Just then, Lily burst into the room, her face bright with excitement. "The dam's finished!" she exclaimed, practically glowing with joy. Rain's eyes lit up at the news. Clutching the acceptance papers, excitement mirrored in every gesture. Finally, the first milestone in his plan to build an industrial empire was complete. He wasted no time, ordering Leah to summon every elf and noble from Island to the dam. He wanted them all to witness the dawn of a new era for the city. Once Leah departed, Rain turned to Aaliyah with a cheerful grin, inviting her to join him at the celebration. Seeing her hesitate, he added gently, "There'll be plenty of food and children your own age to play with." Still, her expression remained downcast. Rain realized she had no intention of going.
He sighed and told her he'd leave 2 maids to watch over her. "If you change your mind, they'll bring you to the dam," he said. Soon after, Rain arrived at the massive hydraulic structure. The reservoir behind it looked more like a hydroelectric plant than anything seen before in this sorcery-powered world. The crowd's reactions were mixed. Some stared in awe, others whispered anxiously, fear threading through the fascination. The Elven Queen stepped forward, voice sharp. "Can this dam really handle such pressure?" she demanded. "One slip, and both island and my village could be destroyed. How could anyone live with such a threat looming over their heads?" Rain smiled calmly. "No need to worry about things that won't happen," he said. He explained that the design obeyed natural laws, solid engineering, and that he had personally inspected every inch. Today, they'd see it in action. At that moment, the sorceress Selena floated upward, announcing that everything Rain requested was ready. 3 massive stone slabs had been installed under the outlet gates, each strong enough to hold back the water's force. Beneath them, an iron gear system controlled the flow, preventing sudden surges. Rain nodded in thanks. In this world, magic still had its uses, especially for heavy labor. He turned to the Queen and his sister, pride in his voice, inviting them to release the water for the very first time. Together, they would witness how this project could bring life and hope to Island. The Queen, still uneasy, reminded him of the danger. One misstep could devastate the farmland below. Priscilla echoed the concern, asking if it was truly safe to release the water this way. Rain smiled. His noble bearing radiated calm and confidence, easing even the most worried hearts. He assured them the release was minor, harmless, and thoroughly tested. Every connection had been personally inspected for safety. Once the water flowed, it would nourish the farmlands downstream, reshaping Island's future. "This dam," he promised, "will be a miracle." His words eased their fears. Both women nodded and stepped forward to stand beside him. The 3 approached the lever together. With one pull, the sluice gates would open. But just as Rain reached for it, a mocking laugh echoed from above. The sound froze everyone in place. Rain looked up. Eldric hovered in the sky, a flash of concern crossing his features. The bold return could only mean trouble. Eldric called down, his voice teasing, "It's been a long time." The Elven Queen demanded to know his identity. Priscilla's answer was grim. Eldric was the former mayor of Island, who had rebelled and fled after his defeat. Rain straightened, voice cold and measured. He had thought Eldric dead in the last battle. Seeing him alive now signaled that schemes were brewing. Eldric sneered, mocking Rain. "Your presence here was a mistake. There will be no escape." He boasted further, claiming he had joined the Orbis Empire and even earned a noble title there. Rain sneered, his lips curling with disdain. "Eldric must have given up," he muttered, eyes narrowing. "Not satisfied with the noble title here, huh? Compared to Orbis, our empire's rewards are already more than generous." Eldric dropped every shred of restraint. His eyes burned with a cold fury as he spat out the truth. He hated Rain's family. Revenge, pure and unadulterated, was the only reason he had come. Rain's laugh nearly escaped him, sharp and incredulous. "You think you can pull that off alone?" he asked, shaking his head. "Have you lost your mind?" Eldric's face contorted into a cruel grin, a low laugh rumbling from his chest. "You really think I came by myself?" he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. Then he revealed the truth. A team of powerful sorcerers was already waiting upstream. On his command, they would summon an unstoppable wave, using devastating water magic to obliterate the dam. He promised with chilling certainty that when the dam fell, Eelon would vanish from the map entirely. The Elven Queen froze, her breath caught in shock, while Priscilla's fingers clenched into white-knuckled fists, fury flashing in her eyes. Swearing by the Edgar family name, she vowed aloud that Eldric would be dragged back and made to endure the most excruciating death imaginable. Instead of fear, their rage only seemed to excite Eldric further, a wicked thrill dancing in his gaze. From his belt, he pulled out a glowing orb and flung it high into the sky. It exploded in a burst of brilliant light, a signal to his hidden allies. Almost immediately, a deep rumble rolled from the distance, growing louder and more ominous. A towering wave, dozens of meters high,
surged forward, heading straight for the dam. The Elven Queen's eyes widened in terror. She grabbed Rain's arm, urging him to retreat. "It's far too dangerous to stay," she cried. Rain didn't move. Standing calm, he tracked the monstrous wall of water, his voice steady as he reassured them. "No matter how much Eldric throws at it, this dam will hold." The Queen pressed him again, doubt lacing her words. Rain just smiled, cutting her off with quiet confidence. He explained how every safeguard, every stone slab, every carefully aligned gear had been calculated to perfection. No flood, however violent, could shake the structure he had built. The colossal wave now loomed above them, its crest mere meters from crashing into the dam. Seeing it surge forward, Rain pulled the water control lever with practiced precision. The spillway system roared to life, torrents gushing from the massive gates sweeping away everything in their path. The sheer force smashed against the giant boulders meant to absorb the pressure, leaving chunks of the structure damaged. As the stones crumbled, Eldric laughed, his voice maniacal, shouting that Rain's dam had been destroyed without any effort. The Elven Queen's panic surged. "The dam's breached. We must leave before the flood sweeps us away," she yelled. Rain remained silent, uneasy about the damage, but quietly confident in his design. Priscilla added her voice, her urgency cutting through the chaos. "We have to evacuate now." Yet Rain, watching the white-capped waters crash against the structure, reassured them once more. "This isn't enough to destroy it," he said, calm and steady. He lifted his gaze toward Eldric, his tone almost playful. "Is this really all you've got?" Beneath one of the spillways, the immense pressure cracked a stone plate. Eldric hovered above, condensing a glowing orb of power, certain that Rain's calm was just a mask for fear. With cold contempt, he declared, "If you want to die, I'll gladly help." Then he struck the reservoir with raw, devastating force. The explosion tore through the air. Pressure surged inside, and the water thundered through the spillways with even greater intensity. A second stone slab shattered, and the torrent below grew even more violent. The Queen shivered, dread creeping down her spine. If this continued, the consequences could be catastrophic. Priscilla, desperation in her voice, pleaded again. "We must leave immediately." Rain's expression never wavered. Calmly, he told them to hold their ground a little longer. Furious at his composure, Eldric gathered all his strength, determined to shatter both the dam and Rain's confidence with one final devastating attack. The explosion thundered louder than before, shattering the last massive slab. Water from all three spillways surged down in unrelenting torrents. But then a metallic clank echoed. Downstream, smaller gates had opened, diverting the water and easing its fury. Priscilla gasped as she saw the waters spilling over the farmlands. But to her relief, the flood calmed quickly, leaving almost no damage behind. Rain smiled, looking up at Eldric with quiet amusement. "Without your help, it would have taken much longer to release enough water for proper irrigation," he said, almost thanking Eldric, calling his efforts impressive. Eldric's magic was nearly drained, his strength ebbing, while Rain's mocking only fueled his lingering anger. Rain explained with steady confidence that the dam was never built just to block water. It was designed to harness it. The bigger the flood, the richer the irrigation for the farmland below. Once again, Rain gave Eldric a nod, almost as if thanking him for the chaos he'd just unleashed. His eyes glimmered with faint amusement, watching the stunned sorcerer flail in defeat. Eldric trembled, his fury simmering but powerless now. Magic spent, strength drained, there was nothing left for him to continue the fight. Rain sneered, sharp and deliberate. "Your plan has failed," he declared, his voice cutting through the air. "And now it's time to settle the question of your rebellion once and for all." Eldric spat on the ground, muttering that they would meet again soon, before turning sharply and fleeing toward the Orbis Empire, his cape whipping behind him. Rain's gaze followed him, cold and piercing. His voice rang out across the battlefield, sharp as steel. "Do you think Eelon is some kind of amusement park where you can come and go as you please?" Without hesitation, he called to Selena, commanding, "Bring him back, alive." Selena climbed atop the city walls, stance steady, hands crackling with raw magical energy as she focused on her target. With a sudden release, a bolt of lightning tore from her hands, splitting the dark clouds above, streaking toward Eldric like a hunting falcon. Eldric barely sensed it in time. His eyes widened in shock as the strike bore down on him. The lightning engulfed him instantly, freezing his body and draining all resistance. Helpless, he plummeted, immobilized midair. Rain, confirming the dam was stable, turned to the Queen and Priscilla, smiling with calm satisfaction. "It's done. Now let's discuss our investments and our business plans." Together, the three returned to his manor, the tension of the battlefield now replaced by the quiet shuffle of feet on polished floors. The Queen praised Rain's insight, marveling at his vision after all that had unfolded. Priscilla nodded in agreement, though her curiosity pressed her to ask how exactly their cooperation would work. Rain smiled, spreading his hands. "The dam solved the flooding problem," he explained, "but true prosperity requires economic growth, not just safety." The Queen tilted her head. "Do you plan to make Eelon a trading hub for the empires?" Rain nodded. "Partly, but more than that, I intend to profit from the merchant guilds passing through the city." Priscilla frowned. "You mean raise travel fees?" she asked. That tactic caused resentment when Caesar extorted traders before. Rain only smiled. "No," he said, "I won't exploit them. The goal is a thriving community, one that meets their needs. They'll spend here in Eelon." After finalizing the hub plan, Rain led the Queen to a ruin just outside the city, explaining the site's significance. It sat on the sole road linking the border fortress to Eelon, making it perfect for development. He added that the site had once housed an illegal casino. Rebuilt caravans would stop there, spending coins and boosting trade. The Queen frowned, her gaze lingering over the rubble. "If it were promising, the casino wouldn't have closed," she remarked skeptically. Rain felt a twinge of unease, remembering his men had destroyed it after confiscation. Hiding the truth, he claimed the collapse was due to poor management. Under his guidance, he promised, success was guaranteed. The Queen sensed he was hiding something, but after a pause, chose not to press further. Instead, she asked what he planned to build exactly. Rain spread a detailed map across the table, pointing to each planned location. His vision extended beyond shops. He intended a hub meeting every need of travelers and caravans. Inns, supply posts, rest stops, restaurants, cafes, every service a traveler might need would flourish. The ruins would become a bustling commercial center. Though the Queen didn't fully grasp the scope, she admitted it sounded promising. Encouraged, Rain explained that caravans constantly moved between Eelon and the border fortress. This hub would spark consumption, investment, and industrial growth. The Queen asked what benefits the elves would gain, noting the plan seemed aimed mostly at humans. Rain smiled. "It doubles as a food distribution center," he said. "Grain, spices, and crops from across the world would pass through. For elves traveling this road, shortages would be a thing of the past. Granaries would remain full, and trade would allow access to any nation's goods at fair prices." The Queen's eyes widened. "Are you serious?" she asked. Rain nodded. "Completely. Eelon prospers, and the elves' borderlands enjoy endless food reserves." She thought to herself that if true, her people would never go hungry again. Seeing her silence, Rain added, "Prosperity comes from building roads and opening trade routes. With this hub, your people will know stability like never before." Finally, the Queen smiled, ready to trust his plan. If the road could bring food and wealth, the elves would support it. Rain thanked her, then asked how much gold she would invest. She replied she would start with 150,000 coins as a trial, contributing more if it succeeded. Rain almost lost his composure inwardly. He hadn't expected her wealth. Her people were like fat sheep, ripe for investment. The Queen, however, demanded a full construction plan and strict accounting. Her own people would supervise. Rain readily agreed, promising to personally oversee every detail. Back at his estate, excitement surged, carrying him straight to his study to begin planning. Scene ends with Rain entering study, anticipation palpable. All segments analyzed and rewritten. Rain turned to Leah with a satisfied smile. "The elves have agreed to invest," he said, the relief in his voice barely contained. Eelon was saved. The The city's fate now rested on solid ground for the first time in what felt like forever. Leah's eyes sparkled as she shared in his joy. Her smile wide and warm, she believed without a doubt that Rain's wisdom had secured the city's future. But Rain knew the next challenge awaited. Money might be secured, but managing it would be far trickier. With a decisive motion, he instructed Leah to summon Selena. Selena arrived quickly, her expression shadowed with concern. She bowed low and asked, her voice cautious, what Rain meant by falsifying the ledgers. It was clear Leah had briefed her along the way. Selena's eyes flicked between Rain and Leah, trying to reconcile the instructions she had received. Rain raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Have you ever studied mathematics?" he asked, curiosity and mild amusement in his tone. Selena lowered her gaze, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I've only learned spells and magic," she admitted softly. "Numbers, accounting, that was never part of my studies." Rain then turned to Armando, his gaze sharp. "And you?" Armando shook his head sheepishly. "I know nothing about ledgers either," he admitted. "I haven't mastered my role as overseer." Frustration surged within Rain. These were his brightest minds, yet neither could provide the help he needed. Leah stepped forward, suggesting Lady Priscilla, whose domain was rich with skilled merchants. Surely they could handle the task. Rain shook his head firmly, cutting her off. "This is too sensitive," he said, his voice low and unwavering. "Only my inner circle can be trusted. The fewer who know, the better." Instead, he instructed Leah to gather all the merchants of Eelon the following day. He would test them himself to see if anyone possessed the intelligence required. Meanwhile, at the city gates, a striking young woman appeared for the first time. As she walked through the bustling streets, she vowed to herself that no matter the cost, she would force Rain Edgar to promise the release of Duke Castile. She swore silently, determination hardening in her gaze. She would save her father at any price. The liveliness of the city immediately caught her attention. Merchants, travelers, and townsfolk moved in energetic, choreographed chaos. Faces glowed with cheer, the city humming with activity as people hurried from stall to stall. Curious, she approached a passerby. "Excuse me," she asked, "what festival is happening today?" The man smiled knowingly. "You must be an outsider," he said. "Today Lord Rain is hosting an accounting examination. Everyone's rushing to witness it." The girl blinked in surprise. "An accounting examination?" she echoed, her curiosity piqued. The man shrugged. "I don't know the details. Only that Rain promised those who pass not just a chance to serve him, but also a wish of their choosing." Her heart leapt. A wish, if she succeeded. Could Rain truly grant her father's freedom? The crowd pressed forward, and she decided to follow, her purpose sharpening with every step. Inside the city lord's estate, the examination was already underway. Candidates bent over sheets of paper, scribbling numbers and calculations under Rain's watchful gaze. The problems, drawn from the very service district Rain planned to build, were fiendishly difficult. Even seasoned merchants struggled. Rain intended to uncover hidden talent and to gather fresh ideas for Eelon's future. Inwardly, he brimmed with pride, imagining reports of revenues surpassing expectations, trade routes monopolized, and merchants from every land spending their coin in Eelon. A smile threatened to escape. With so many participants, he felt certain a true accounting genius would appear. When one candidate finished unusually quickly, he stepped forward, presenting his paper to Rain for review. Whispers ran through the room. Many recognized him, the owner of a local brothel, and were astonished at his speed. Rain's lips curved in a subtle inward smile. Perhaps his instincts were correct. Hidden brilliance did exist in Eelon. But the smile faded the moment he glanced at the answers. The page was blank. The man admitted, cheeks flushed, that he hadn't understood a single question. Rain's eyes darkened. "Why did you even take the test?" he demanded. The brothel owner fidgeted nervously. Terms like balance sheet, depreciation, and working capital were completely foreign to him. He had hoped Rain would guide him through the process. Fury coursed through Rain silently. Fake ledgers, fools expecting explanations, one misstep, and even he could end up in trouble. Another servant stepped forward, presenting more papers for review. Rain scanned them, his frustration mounting. Not a single submission met expectations. Some were downright insulting. One candidate even wrote, "I have an unmarried daughter, 8 years old. If you visit my home, I will prepare a private room for you." Rain tore the papers apart in controlled fury, silently vowing to punish the man with ideological re-education. Yet disappointment lingered. In a city as large as Eelon, not one person could falsify records properly. Hidden among the crowd, the young woman watched, curiosity sharpening as she noted the Lord's despair. Unable to resist, she stepped closer to a guard. "May I attempt the exam?" she asked, voice steady but eager. The guard, startled, demanded to know her identity. She smiled and introduced herself simply as a traveler. "If the rules permit, I wish to take the test." The guard explained that only elves were prohibited. She was free to participate. Still, he warned her, no one had solved even 2 questions so far. She accepted the paper, seated herself, and her eyes gleamed with a mixture of disgust and exhilaration as she scanned the problems. The very first question demanded adjusting a store's books so that 8,000 gold coins in profit could be reported as less than 5,000, thus evading the 30% tax. The first question demanded 3 separate methods, and Wolvina's lip curled, annoyance mingled with steely determination. So this was the game. Rain wasn't merely testing for talent. He was hunting for someone capable of bending the accounts themselves. He reminded her of the greedy officials she'd encountered back home. But if mastering these problems could save her father, she would play along without hesitation. Pride was irrelevant. Life was everything. If Rain wanted fraud, then fraud she would deliver. Meanwhile, Rain slumped in frustration over yet another stack of useless submissions. A soldier approached, holding a fresh paper. He accepted it casually, not expecting much. But then his eyes froze. Every single question was answered perfectly. He read again, disbelief coursing through him. Every calculation, every method executed flawlessly, with precision he hadn't imagined possible. And then his gaze fell on the signature. Wolvina, a name utterly unknown to him. Moments later, the girl herself approached. Rain looked up, meeting the eyes of the beautiful stranger, curiosity sparking as he wondered where she had come from. She introduced herself plainly, a noble of the Orvis Empire. Instantly, tension gripped the room. Soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, whispers suggesting she ought to be arrested on the spot. But Rain raised a hand, commanding silence. Fear would not guide him today. With a slight smile, he praised her honesty and asked what had brought her to Eelon. Wolvina answered without hesitation. She had come to negotiate. Rain's eyes narrowed, intrigue flickering. He seemed to have anticipated this, and the thought thrilled him. In his office, Rain continued, praising her exam results. She had solved every problem flawlessly and quickly. He even speculated she might be the Orvis Empire's financial advisor, given her speed and precision. Wolvina smiled modestly. She claimed only to know a little about finance, yet appreciated his praise. Her humility surprised Rain. Her answers weren't just correct. They surpassed his expectations. Privately, he checked her attributes in the system. The readout confirmed it. A talent for command, a cunning mind, and strategic brilliance. She would be an invaluable asset to Eelon. He asked directly, what had the Orvis Empire hoped to achieve by coming here?
Wolvina explained she represented Grand Duke Castile and had come to plead for his release.
In return, the Empire offered substantial compensation. Rain smiled. Money wasn't his concern, at least not yet. Wolvina stiffened, surprised. She wondered, what did he truly want? Territory? Concessions? When she asked about conditions, Rain's voice was calm. "I want you." He wanted Wolvina to serve him, she gasped. "What do you mean?" she demanded, reminding him she was a noble of the Orvis Empire and could not bow to a rival lord. Rain's tone was firm. "I never joke about matters of true value. Talent like yours cannot be wasted. You are worth far more than swine like Castile." Anger flared in Wolvina. How could a noble be asked to serve? It was absurd, insulting. She spoke with dignity and disgust. Rain remained calm. He would never allow such talent to go to waste. Wolvina stared, calculating. Was he serious or mocking her? His expression left no doubt. If she refused, would he even let her leave alive? Rain smiled. The discussion had been productive. Her exam had already solved many of his problems. He needed talent like hers to make Eelon truly prosperous. Wulvina sighed. "I cannot promise anything," she said. Rain's eyes reflected concern. Was it pride that restrained her? She shook her head. Her objection was different. Her father remained imprisoned. Castile's release was the condition. She pleaded that Rain honor his public promise. The examination winner would have a wish granted.
Rain considered her carefully.
Finally, he agreed and ordered his soldiers to bring Grand Duke Castile from prison so Wulvina could claim him. Wulvina rose and bowed deeply, thanking him with grace. Rain only smiled, remarking they would meet again soon, leaving her puzzled. Why say that if all was settled? Soon Wulvina and her entourage departed with Castile, heading back to the Orvis Empire. Inside the carriage, Castile's face twisted in displeasure. He seethed at the humiliation, vowing that once free, he would have the Emperor raise an army to flatten Eelon and punish the brat responsible. Wulvina watched him with contempt. He was already defeated, yet still scheming. In her mind, she called him a stupid pig, amused at his arrogance. The rough road jolted the carriage. Castile complained loudly, insisting that as Grand Duke, he deserved the finest accommodations. Wulvina kept her composure, sitting rigidly in the bouncing carriage. The rough road shook every wheel, and she explained evenly that no elegant carriage could ever smooth out such uneven terrain, even as irritation flickered behind her calm gaze. Castile's temper flared, his fists clenching as he threatened to report her to His Majesty. Wulvina remained silent, letting the anger roll off her like water, though her jaw tightened in quiet seething. She reminded herself firmly, it wasn't her fault. The Grand Duke had committed the crimes, and the Emperor had every reason to punish him. The thought steadied her racing heart. As the daylight faded into the soft amber of dusk, a soldier called ahead, announcing the sight of a stream. He asked if they wished to stop, offering a brief respite before night fell. Wulvina nodded, giving the order to set up camp. Traversing the forest after dark was far too dangerous, and caution had to come first. The party halted by the water's edge, tents and fires quickly taking shape, the gentle lapping of the stream offering a rare moment of calm. Castile stepped down from the carriage, his face sour. Relief showed in his posture, finally free of the jolting ride, but the emptiness around them only deepened his irritation. Wulvina ignored his sulking, her mind replaying Rain's words. Had he truly meant what he said about wanting her as his servant? Doubt shadowed her thoughts. Nearby, a young maid moved among the camp chores. The long hours of confinement had left Castile restless, his gaze flicking toward her with a mix of boredom and dark curiosity. Without warning, his frustration twisted into something far more dangerous. He lunged at the maid, gripping her forcefully, and demanded she submit to him that night. The girl screamed, flailing, pleading desperately. Castile, however, mocked her terror, insisting it was an honor to serve him, his voice cold and cruel. When she resisted, he struck her sharply. The impact sent her stumbling backward, eyes wide with fear. He warned her in a low, menacing voice. Refusal would mean death. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, scrabbling backward as she begged him to spare her life.
Wulvina could no longer stay silent. Stepping forward, her voice rang clear. The dignity of a noble demanded more than such cruelty.
Castile snapped, fury burning in his eyes. "This is my business alone," he barked, ordering her to look away, blind to the danger looming just beyond. In that instant, a shadow streaked across the camp with impossible speed. Before Castile could even react, a figure appeared at his side, sword flashing. The blade plunged through his chest with deadly precision. His eyes widened, shock and pain mingling, meeting his attacker's gaze for the briefest heartbeat before he crumpled to the ground. Silence fell, broken only by the shocked gasps of those watching. Wulvina froze, staring at the mysterious assassin, her heart pounding in disbelief. The iron blade had pierced Grand Duke Castile's chest, and his life ended instantly. Slowly, the assassin turned toward Wulvina, his voice icy as he whispered that she would be next. The suddenness froze her in place. Her hands trembled as she stumbled back, then instinct screamed at her to move. She spun and ran, shouting for her guards to come to her aid. Her cry tore through the evening air. Immediately, the guards drew their weapons and surged forward. Seeing them rush in, Wolvina yelled, her voice sharp with urgency. Grand Duke Castile had been murdered. The captain of the guards paused, stunned for a moment, then barked orders to form a defensive line. Behind her, the assassin advanced with slow, deliberate steps. His calm presence sent a chill through the camp. He scanned the gathered guards and smiled faintly. "How convenient," he said, "to see you all so neatly arranged. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down individually." His voice turned colder still. None would leave alive. Furious, the captain shouted that the assassin was surrounded and demanded surrender. The assassin laughed, dark and low, dismissing their claim as a foolish illusion. With a smirk, he pressed 2 fingers to his lips and whistled sharply. Almost instantly, the thunder of boots echoed as knights poured out from hidden positions all around. Wolvina's stomach sank. Gleaming armor bore the Olvis Empire's insignia. Panic surged. Why were Olvis soldiers here? The captain realized the truth. They were hopelessly outnumbered. He ordered his men to tighten their formation, glaring at the assassin. "How could you command the Olvis army?" he demanded, suspicion in his voice. The assassin cut him off smoothly. "Since death comes for you all anyway, I might as well tell the truth." He explained that the emperor needed a war, and for that, a justification. The deaths of Castile and his guards would give the Olvis Empire the perfect excuse to strike Eelon. Wolvina's face drained of color. The realization hit her like a blade. This was a trap. She had walked right into it. She could hardly believe the emperor would sink so low as to kill his own nobles to start a war. The assassin raised his sword, pointing toward the terrified guards. Belief didn't matter, only the orders did. With a cold command, he signaled his knights to charge. The clash erupted suddenly, brutal and overwhelming. Wolvina stumbled backward, her breath fast and uneven. In her heart she whispered an apology to her father for disobeying him, for being caught in this trap, for her own naivety. His warnings echoed in her mind. He had told her she was too trusting, too easily deceived. Only now did she understand the weight of those words. The battlefield was chaos incarnate. Wolvina's guards fell one by one, their defenses crumbling under the unrelenting charge of the Olvis Empire's knights. Dust and steel filled the air, screams cutting through the clash of swords. Just as despair threatened to swallow the field, a voice thundered over the din, sharp and impossible to ignore. Ren Edgar appeared atop a massive warhorse, eyes glinting like steel. His gaze locked on the Olvis commander as he shouted across the battlefield, demanding how dare they set foot on Uzlan's sacred soil. Wolvina froze mid-step as Ren's cavalry stormed in behind him. Their Islan banners snapping violently in the wind, a tide of colors cutting through the chaos. Ren's voice carried with commanding force, halting both armies. He demanded answers. Why was foreign blood being spilled on his land? The Olvis knights wavered, unease flickering across their faces. They had no explanation for the sudden appearance of Ren's forces. This sector should have been secure according to all their intelligence. Ren caught the confusion in their eyes and allowed a faint, knowing smile to appear. He commented on the Olvis Empire's strategy, mocking it as crude and painfully predictable. Wolvina turned toward him, her voice trembling as she asked why he had come.
Ren replied with calm certainty, saying he had come because of her. Then his tone sharpened, piercing, as he asked if she really believed she and Grand Duke Castile could return safely to Olvis.
Her eyes widened in shock, heart hammering in her chest. How could he know what she herself did not? Ren's cold gaze told her everything he had known from the start, that neither she nor Castile would survive the journey back. Wolvina pressed for an explanation, but as he opened his mouth, understanding slowly dawned. She realized now why Ren had allowed her to escort the Grand Duke without obstruction. It had all been anticipated, all meticulously planned. Seeing comprehension flicker in her eyes, Ren's smile turned icy. He revealed that the Emperor's scheme to use their deaths as a pretext for war was no secret to him. The Emperor was a fool, he said, thinking Islan would remain blind. The assassin erupted with mocking laughter, sneering at Ren. Even if the Emperor's plot was exposed, it wouldn't matter. He bellowed that should Ren fall here, Eelon would descend into chaos, declaring it time to bury them all. At his signal, the Olvis knights surged forward once more. But Ren remained composed, almost amused. With quiet authority, he ordered Rosaline Hulk to handle the intruders who dared shed blood on Eelon's land. In a heartbeat, Rosaline descended from above, landing between Ren and the charging knights, her spear gleaming like a silver lightning bolt, eyes predatory and cold, scanning the battlefield like a wolf on the hunt. Her loyalty to Ren was absolute. Anyone opposing him became her enemy instantly. The moment she appeared, she commanded the Eelon knights to move forward, crushing the intruders with ruthless precision. She was a storm made flesh, her spear a blur as she tore through Olva's soldiers with lethal grace. Each strike shattered armor and flesh alike. No one faced her and survived. The battlefield quickly descended into a slaughter. Soldiers in the rear froze, whispering in terror, questioning if the woman before them was even human. The assassin, noticing their hesitation, shouted to rally his troops, insisting that no matter her strength, she was still only one person. His words, however, drew Rosaline's attention. Spear in hand, she charged directly at him, her roar shaking the ground like thunder. The assassin barely raised his blade in time. Their weapons collided with a crack that reverberated beneath their feet. A knight lunged at her from behind, but she sensed him instantly. With a swift spin, her spear sliced him cleanly in half before she kicked the assassin with brutal precision. He crossed his arms to absorb the blow, but the force sent him sliding backward, gasping for air. For the first time, he glimpsed her true power, and fear took root in his chest. Rosaline leveled her icy gaze on him, stating with deadly clarity, "Surrender or die." The assassin attempted bravado, but before he could finish, she struck again. She moved faster than thought itself, her spear stabbing forward with lightning speed. The assassin twisted at the last possible moment, the spear driving into his shoulder rather than his heart. The wound was deep, and seeing their commander struck down shattered the morale of the Olvis soldiers instantly. They watched in horror, convinced no human could wield such power. The assassin stumbled back, too late realizing that Rosaline's strength surpassed anything he had imagined. From a distance, Ren observed with a faint, satisfied smile. With her skill and a touch of modern equipment, Rosaline alone could flatten an entire army. Rosaline scanned the battlefield, voice booming, declaring that the Olvis soldiers had only two choices: surrender or die. At once, every knight dropped to their knees, pleading desperately for mercy. They threw down their weapons, trembling, voices shaking as they begged for their lives. The assassin raged at their cowardice, calling them spineless, but his fury changed nothing. All will to fight had evaporated. Soon, a heavy silence settled across the battlefield. Rosaline had triumphed. She approached Ren, reporting with pride that all enemies had been subdued. Ren acknowledged her calmly, praising her execution, saying she had done well. The assassin was dragged before him. Ren instructed his men to release him, stating he needed the man alive for questioning. The assassin glared with icy defiance, sneering that Ren might as well kill him. He would neither speak nor beg for mercy. Ren's lips curved into a faint, confident smile. "I have no plans to kill you, at least. Not yet," he said, his voice calm but laced with an unspoken edge. He needed the assassin alive, a living messenger for a dangerous plan. The assassin blinked, caught off guard. Whose message? He demanded tension, tightening his jaw. Ren's gaze remained steady, his tone cool. It was a message meant for the Emperor of the Olvis Empire himself. The assassin's brow knitted in confusion, his mind racing. What was this lord plotting? Ren leaned slightly forward, eyes gleaming, and explained. The Emperor was searching for a reason to declare war. Ren would give him one. He instructed the assassin to carry the shocking news. Ren Edgar, Lord of Eelon City, had betrayed their alliance and assassinated Lady Walvina, the Olvis ambassador. Ren paused, his eyes glinting with icy determination. The rest of the story? That was up to the assassin to embellish. But one thing had to be crystal clear. For every offense the Olvis Empire had committed, Ren Edgar would reclaim it, and claim it with interest. The intensity in Ren's gaze froze the assassin in place, his blood running cold. He could only stand there, torn between fear and awe, unsure if he was staring at a madman or a mastermind. When the exchange ended, Ren turned to Wolvina. "From now on," he said softly, "you will return to Eelon City as one of its citizens. To the world, you are already dead." As he spoke, the assassin vanished in a sudden flash of magic, leaving behind only a bitter promise. Ren would regret every choice he had made.
Ren's expression didn't waver. He should survive the journey back, he murmured. His death would only disappoint him.
Wolvina's voice trembled with worry. "Aren't you afraid the Olvis Empire will strike back fully?" Ren smiled, serene and unshaken. "It's not their attack I fear," he said, letting his gaze drift toward the horizon. "It's their hesitation. What I need, only they can give me." Startled, Wolvina asked, "What do you mean?" Ren's eyes sharpened, cold and calculating. "I want Olva's territory," he said simply. No further explanation followed. Trust was still a fragile thing, and she wasn't ready to be let in fully. He then turned to Rosaline, giving orders for the prisoners. They were to be put to work in labor reform, filling the future workforce needs of Eelon City. Later, Ren personally escorted Wolvina back to his manor. She walked through the long corridor, each step weighed down by a gnawing unease. Doubt crept in. Would he imprison her? Use her as leverage? When they stopped before a massive door, she muttered under her breath, convinced she was about to be locked away in some dark dungeon. Ren tilted his head, a hint of amusement crossing his face. "Who told you that?" Then he gently pushed the door open and guided her inside. Relief washed over her. It wasn't a cell, but an office. Inside, a young woman was slumped over a towering pile of paperwork. President Selena, utterly drained, barely lifted her head. Seeing Ren, she jolted upright, begging forgiveness and claiming she couldn't handle it all. Ren's smile was reassuring. Help had arrived. Turning to Wolvina, his tone softened. "Thank you for all your hard work," he said sincerely. Wolvina froze, eyes widening at the sheer mountain of documents. His words weren't empty, they were a trap. Fury bubbled inside her. Reading her thoughts, Ren explained that the Elf Queen would arrive in 3 days to audit Eelon's finances, and he needed Wolvina's help to cover it up. Her face burned with anger as she shouted his name, disbelief and outrage mixing in her voice. Under Ren's orders, Wolvina was pressed into full-time accounting duties, forced to falsify the city's ledgers for his intricate scheme. After countless sleepless hours, she finally completed the task, her hands trembling from exhaustion. Carrying a heavy stack of books, she approached Ren and announced, her voice weary, that the work was done and she needed rest. Ren examined the records with a keen eye, then smiled approvingly. "You have genuine talent," he praised. Relief and bitterness mingled in Wolvina's chest. Revising those accounts had felt like a battle for survival. Ren gestured for her to relax. "Since I saved you and brought you to Eelon City," he said softly, "I have no intention of killing you." Then he leaned closer. "Tell me, what reward would you like for your help? I want to thank you properly." Wolvina's eyes fell. "There's something I desire most that you cannot give directly," she said quietly. Ren's curiosity piqued. He guessed her thought correctly. She wanted her father rescued. The revelation stunned her. She had never voiced it aloud. Ren explained matter-of-factly, "Human emotions are easy to read, especially in someone like you. No need to hide your thoughts."
Wolvina asked, voice tinged with hope, if he could truly free her father.
Ren's blunt answer extinguished her small ember of hope. Nothing came without conditions. She admitted that forging books alone wasn't enough and asked, "What else do you want?" Ren acknowledged her sharp mind. "Continue managing my accounts," he proposed. "I want you as my attendant." The gravity of the offer left her uneasy. For a heartbeat, fear flared. But Ren quickly clarified, "If I free your father only for you to return to the Olvis Empire, you'd become an enemy. To save him, you must renounce Olva and become an Eelon citizen." Wolvina understood the logic, but recoiled at the thought of betraying her homeland. Still, if she refused, her father would likely perish in prison. Seeing her hesitation, Ren's tone softened, giving her space to decide. "You've worked hard and need rest. "Think it over when you wake," he said gently. With matters settled for now, Ren signaled Leah. Together they departed to inspect the construction site, leaving Wolvina to process the weight of her choices. The construction site hummed with activity, a tense energy lingering in the air. Workers moved efficiently, tools clanging, but everything seemed to run like clockwork. Most of them were Olvis prisoners captured in earlier skirmishes, their movements cautious under watchful eyes. They labored diligently, every step closely monitored, and there wasn't a hint of escape among them. Each motion was precise, disciplined, almost robotic under the stern oversight. An overseer's voice cut through the noise, sharp and commanding, warning Ren to mind his footing as he navigated the dusty expanse of the site. Ren paused briefly, eyes scanning the scene with a satisfied nod. The work was progressing smoothly, a testament to the efficiency of forced labor when strictly managed. A sudden motion caught his attention, a supervisor raising a hand and striking one of the prisoners. The crack of the whip echoed sharply against the construction noise. Curiosity flickered across Ren's face. He stepped closer, asking why the man was treated so harshly. The supervisor's eyes burned with personal grief as he explained that the Olvis invasions had taken his family, leaving him no sympathy for captives. The chief overseer intervened, moving between them to calm the tense exchange. Ren's voice cut through, cold and measured. "Why treat them gently?" he asked, when the Olvis showed no mercy to Eelon. He continued, his tone practical and unyielding. The prisoner's survival mattered only in terms of productivity. Any death meant delays, and he had no patience for delays. The overseer hesitated, caught off guard by Ren's stark pragmatism, but ultimately nodded in agreement. The captives would live, and they would work. Ren then inquired about their schedule and rations. The overseer explained that prisoners labored 8 hours daily, receiving 3 meals. Ren's eyes narrowed slightly. With autumn approaching, that was too lenient. He ordered an extra 2 hours each day. The overseer bowed low, accepting the command without protest. After inspecting the bustling site one last time, Ren gathered the ledgers and headed toward the Elven Queen's chamber. With a respectful bow, he presented the full records of construction and investment, requesting her careful review as previously agreed. The Queen's delicate fingers traced the figures, her brow tightening slightly. The numbers weren't wrong, they were almost too precise, unnaturally so. She asked for confirmation, a hint of doubt in her voice. Ren's calm confidence did not waver. Every record was accurate, he assured her, and he would ensure her wealth was not squandered. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her face. Still, with no fault to find, she chose to trust him. She commanded a chest of gold, 150,000 coins, as promised, to be brought forward, instructing that the service district's construction continue without delay. Ren accepted the chest with a quiet, satisfied smile, declaring that a vibrant commercial hub would soon rise from the foundations below. Yet the Queen remained uneasy. The tension with the Olvis Empire loomed in her mind, and she feared that open conflict could threaten their alliance. Ren almost smiled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He reassured her, hinting that he had a special performance ready for the Olvis Empire and that the outcome would benefit all. Far away, inside the Olvis Empire, chaos ignited. The royal court was summoned in full. From his throne, the king announced in a grim tone that Grand Duke Castile had been assassinated on his journey home. Panic surged through the hall. Nobles whispered and gasped, but none were more shaken than Craven, who had previously advocated for peace talks with the Grand Duke. He leapt to his feet, voice sharp with alarm, demanding to know what had transpired and whether Eelon's lord was responsible. The king produced a blood-stained letter, claiming it had been delivered by a dying messenger. A trembling servant stepped forward, reading the letter aloud. It accused Ren Edgar of Eelon and Lady Wolvina of conspiring with foreign forces, ambushing the Grand Duke's escort and slaughtering his guards. The letter implored vengeance, demanding the Empire's honor be restored. Outrage exploded in the hall. Nobles denounced Wolvina as a traitor, unable to fathom that one of their own could betray her homeland immediately after peace talks. The act was unforgivable, they declared, demanding that Eelon be destroyed to cleanse the shame. The king's eyes swept over Craven, his voice laced with feigned sorrow. He reminded Craven it had been his idea to seek peace. "How does it feel," the king asked, to see Castile dead and the Empire humiliated. All attention fell on Craven. Fury and despair churned within him, but he bowed in silence. He knew the truth. Wulvina would never betray them. This was the king's calculated move to justify war. With no evidence, Craven was powerless. He forced himself to swallow his rage, kneeling, accepting full responsibility for Wulvina's alleged treachery. The king descended from the throne, looming, feigning sympathy as he pressed Craven to explain his atonement. Under the king's piercing gaze, Craven shivered but spoke, vowing to lead the imperial cavalry into battle, to wash the Empire's shame in the blood of Ren Edgar and Wulvina. The king's lips curved into a cold smile. Since Craven had chosen redemption, he would give him the chance. Orders flew swiftly. The army was summoned to the western border. Silverwolf Knights, Red Flame Mage Legion, Island City was marked for destruction. No one dared object. Vengeance burned in every heart. Nobles shouted for war, for the traitors' deaths, and for the Grand Duke's honor to be avenged. The king watched, a faint smile playing on his lips, pleased by the spectacle of blind fury. He thought inwardly that Ren had played right into his hands, giving him the perfect pretext for war. Meanwhile, far away in Iceland City, Ren lounged in the highest room of his mansion. Tea in hand, he gazed down at the bustling streets, his expression calm, almost serene. A quiet satisfaction lingered across his face. Everything was unfolding just as he had planned, and he mused, almost idly, that if war truly erupted, the people of Olvis would naturally flock to Eelon, filling the city's labor needs in one decisive stroke. The gears of his plan were turning perfectly. Ren's calm eyes swept the streets again. Every move, every reaction, falling exactly as he intended. And if he succeeded, he could finally extend his reach into the territories he had been coveting for years, stretching his influence like a shadow creeping across the land. As he pondered this, Rosaline stepped into the room, her posture calm but her eyes betraying a flicker of unease. She reported that the first group of border settlers had arrived exactly as ordered and that they'd been provided with housing, food, and clothing in the service district, ready to begin their new lives. Ren's lips curved slightly as he commented that it seemed the Olvis Empire had finally abandoned caution. Then he leaned back, asking her precisely how many settlers had arrived so far. Rosaline replied that roughly 3,000 people had reached the city. About 800 were fit for labor, while the rest were mostly women, children, and the elderly, their weary faces carrying both hope and apprehension. Ren's lips curved into a faint, approving smile. With numbers like that, the city's expansion would continue smoothly, almost effortlessly. He took another slow sip of tea, then instructed Rosaline to distribute more supplies. He also ordered new proclamations to be posted, promising 3 years of tax exemption and free housing, designed to tempt even more settlers to come. He reminded her that the funds provided by the elves were precious and must be used to their fullest potential, leaving nothing wasted. At that moment, Leah appeared in the doorway, announcing that Lady Velvina requested an audience. Ren gave a slight nod, and soon Velvina entered, her face taut with barely contained anger, eyes flashing like storm clouds. She accused him sharply, telling him the Olvis army was already mobilizing and blaming him for it. Had he not allowed the assassin to escape, she argued, she might have returned in time to prevent the outbreak of war. Ren listened in silence, a faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Calmly, he told her she was mistaken. The war was inevitable, and he had been prepared for it from the very beginning. Velvina's voice shook with frustration. She accused him of being detached, claiming that as a noble he could never grasp the suffering this war would bring, the countless families torn apart by his ambitions. Ren met her fury with serene indifference, his gaze unwavering and cool. He remarked, almost softly, that her compassion surprised him, and even praised it. Velvina, however, shouted back, her words sharp as blades, that she hated warmongers above all else. Ren's faint smile deepened. Funny, he murmured, because in some ways we're not so different. Velvina blinked, startled. What do you mean by that? She demanded, her voice tense with disbelief. Ren rose slowly, closing the distance between them. I despise those who start wars, he said evenly, but that is exactly why I need one. he explained, his gaze sharp, that when he emerged victorious, people would hate him and fear him in equal measure. No one would ever dare rise against him again. There was no grand, noble purpose behind this war, he admitted. It was simple and raw. Power asserting itself, nothing more. The Olvis Empire expected a straightforward clash, he said, but he had other plans. He would let them unravel from within. He would watch as their unity crumbled, their people starved, their empire rotted from the inside out. Velvina froze, unable to comprehend the cold logic behind his words, her mind spinning. Ren rested a steady hand on her shoulder. His voice softening, he urged her to take a moment to breathe, assuring her that she would see her father again soon. Once Ren learned the Olvis Empire was preparing to strike Eelon, he and Rosaline began organizing the city's defenses. Rosaline watched, puzzled, as he ordered soldiers to dig small pits along the inner side of the trench near the city walls. She asked why the pits weren't placed outside the trench, where they could hinder cavalry charges. Ren explained they needed to be tightly packed near the walls. That detail was central to his plan. His gaze shifted toward the barrels of oil stacked nearby, and a faint smile appeared. He reminded Rosaline of Castile's old boast, destroying 100,000 men with a single forbidden spell. Rosaline nodded slowly, still struggling to see the connection. Leaning closer, Ren whispered, "Those barrels, they're my forbidden spell." The realization hit Rosaline like a jolt of lightning. "You mean ordinary oil barrels could really do that?" she asked, eyes wide with disbelief. Ren nodded calmly. He explained that this weapon needed no mage, no complicated ritual, just fire. Anyone could ignite it. A child or an elderly villager, and once lit, the explosion could obliterate everything nearby. Then his tone hardened, strict and commanding. He told her that when the Empire's army arrived, she must deliberately lose the first battle. Rosaline froze, confused. Why forbid victory? She argued that defeating the enemy at the border could slow them down, perhaps even save countless lives. Ren shook his head, explaining that her view of war was too simple. A costly victory would drain their forces. What he sought was deception. He wanted the invaders to believe Eelon had already fallen, to walk into the trap with pride in their hearts. He wanted them to march ahead, unaware that death awaited. Slowly the plan clicked for Rosaline. She whispered aloud, "Feign weakness, lure the enemy deeper." Ren's nod was one of approval. He told her that when the Olvis vanguard arrived, she would lead the defense. But she had to lose convincingly, fight hard enough to appear desperate, yet not surrender entirely. Then, as the overconfident enemy pressed forward, they would step straight into the field of buried oil barrels. Ren's smile widened. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The moment their enemies would march willingly into hell. Rosaline, fired up with resolve, vowed to follow the strategy exactly as he had laid it out. Ren praised her determination and told her to finish the fortifications while he went to check on the weapons project with Armando. He believed this battle would shift the course of history, a pivotal turning point for all. At the forge, Armando and Bram were locked in a heated debate. Armando accused Bram of ignoring Rain's blueprint, while Bram insisted the design was fundamentally flawed. Bram argued that the steel barrel of the gun was too thin and would burst under the pressure of gunpowder before even firing. Armando defended the blueprint. These were Rain's exact specifications, he said, tested meticulously. Every detail had to be followed precisely. Their argument raged on until Rain himself arrived. Hearing the commotion, he asked calmly why they were fighting. Armando explained Bram refused to follow the plan, while Bram insisted the design was unsafe and impractical. Bram argued that even with upgraded furnaces, Rain didn't fully understand proper metallurgy. A thin barrel could never withstand an explosion. Rain listened carefully, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips. He admitted Bram's caution had merit, but reassured him, if used correctly, the barrel would hold. He explained that the design relied on precise powder-to-pressure ratios. Handled with care, it wouldn't burst. It would release devastating force. Bram still looked doubtful, eyes narrowing in disbelief, struggling to imagine such a small device packing so much power. Ren explained, his tone calm but certain, that from 50 meters this weapon could pierce straight through a knight's steel armor, sending shockwaves through anyone who doubted its power. The dwarves burst into laughter, shaking their heads in disbelief. They couldn't imagine a simple metal tube outperforming the finest craftsmanship of their guild. Ren said nothing, letting the moment hang. Proof alone, he knew, would convince them. He asked if all the components were ready. Bram admitted most were complete, and promised the remaining pieces would be finished immediately. Driven by curiosity and the thrill of creation, the dwarves worked tirelessly until the prototype stood complete before them. Ren lifted the weapon carefully, inspecting every curve, every joint, and every polished surface. Its weight and balance exceeded all expectations. The craftsmanship gleamed far beyond what he had envisioned. He praised their skill, calling their work exceptional. Bram, flattered but still cautious, suggested they test it immediately. Ren agreed, inviting them to witness its power firsthand. Armando hesitated, offering to fire it himself to shield Ren, but Ren reassured him. The design was stable, reliable, and safe. They moved to the testing yard, 50 meters away. A steel breastplate was mounted on a wooden post, glinting in the sunlight. Ren took aim, his mind focused and steady. Every calculation had been checked. This was the moment that could redefine warfare. He pulled the trigger. The sharp report of the gun echoed through the yard, and the lead ball shot out like a streak of lightning. When the smoke cleared, a clean, precise hole marked the center of the steel plate, a testament to the weapon's devastating accuracy. Bram and Armando froze, disbelief frozen on their faces, slowly giving way to awe. The device had worked perfectly, just as Ren had promised. The dwarves who had mocked him fell silent, eyes locked on the hole in the plate, unable to speak. None had imagined such a small tube could unleash this level of destruction. Bram stared at the firearm in Ren's hand, a mix of fear and admiration gripping him, realizing a single shot could pierce the breastplate of a knight. He marveled at Ren's ingenuity, understanding that this weapon could change the face of warfare, potentially ending the age of knights altogether. Ren, satisfied with the test, turned to Bram and asked, "So, what do you think?" Bram, still shaken, sank to one knee. He vowed eternal loyalty, declaring that Ren's brilliance surpassed their own and that they would forge any weapon he demanded. The two dwarves behind him panicked, pleading for Bram to reconsider, fear etched across their faces. Bram whirled on them, his eyes flashing with anger. "Do you understand what you just witnessed?" he demanded. "Could your bodies survive even a single shot?" Silence fell instantly. The truth was undeniable. Before the power of gunfire, all were equal. Moments later, the others knelt as well, pledging loyalty and swearing never to make future tasks impossible. Ren chuckled softly. "I've never forced anyone to serve me," he said lightly. Bram looked confused, trying to reconcile his awe with Ren's calm demeanor. Ren explained that oaths weren't what bound people's shared goals and interests did. Bram, stunned, understood immediately. He lowered his head once more, vowing the weapon's design would never be leaked and that they would never betray Ren. Ren, satisfied, helped him to his feet. "We'll review the details later," he said. "For now, gather your people. Full production begins. War is coming." Bram straightened, nodding firmly. "We'll work at full capacity," he promised, determination in every word. Outside the border city, the Olvis Empire's vanguard arrived, setting up camp on the rocky cliffs overlooking the walls. Marshal Craven ordered his soldiers to rest, forbidding any hasty movements. A puzzled knight rode forward. "Why not take the town immediately?" he asked. Another chimed in, pointing out that Anseling was a remote outpost with minimal defenses. Craven sighed at their naivety, reminding them that Grand Duke Castile had died here once. He explained that Castile had sent a letter claiming Ren Edgar had wielded forbidden magic, a violation recognized across all human empires. Craven asked what they would do if Ren truly commanded a mage capable of such forbidden spells. The knights laughed, insisting a backwater outpost like Anseling could not possibly harbor such a mage. They dismissed Castile's warnings as excuses for his own failure. Craven said nothing, but deep inside he believed Castile, no ordinary force could have annihilated 100,000 men.
He ordered silence among his men, stating he would enter Anseling the next day with a mage to meet Ren Edgar personally. One knight, shocked, asked if this meant Craven intended to negotiate peace. Craven explained he had two reasons to meet Ren. First, to confirm whether a forbidden mage truly existed before taking any reckless action. Second, they were there to suppress rebellion, not to invade. Proper justification was required, and he warned his men to control themselves or face consequences. The next day, at the Rain Mansion, a soldier announced that Marshal Craven had arrived with a representative from the Mage Association, tasked with investigating the rumored forbidden magic. Ren's eyes gleamed with interest, and he waved them in without hesitation. Craven entered Rain's study, introducing himself with careful politeness. Ren, intrigued, asked why an Imperial commander would step into his stronghold before the war had even begun. Craven explained that Castile had reported Rain's use of forbidden magic, prompting the Mage Association's investigation. The mage accompanying Craven stepped forward sharply, stating that Rain was expected to fully cooperate. Rosalind's furious voice cut through the tension. She demanded respect for Lord Ren, scolding the mage for forgetting even the most basic etiquette. The mage sneered, his lips curling in disdain. Noble customs? Local rules? The association doesn't care about any of that, he said, voice dripping with arrogance. He puffed up his chest and boasted, "We answer to no one. Not even Rain. Unless, of course, he can prove himself smarter and stronger than me." Rosaline clenched her jaw, suppressing her anger. Coldly, she asked, "And how exactly is Lord Ren supposed to prove such things?" The mage smirked, reaching over to place a strange device on the table. "This," he said, "is a toy I acquired. Whoever can fit this white wooden board perfectly into the frame earns my respect. Only then will I admit Rain's so-called brilliance." Ren glanced at it, a small smile tugging at his lips. A child's puzzle, and a man of 40 bragged about it. Not particularly clever, he thought. Selena, standing nearby, leaned in quietly. She recognized it from the mage promotion exams, whispering, "It's the legendary Tangram puzzle." Ren tilted his head. "You know how it works," she explained softly. While the puzzle could form many shapes, only rare arrangements perfectly filled the frame. It required sharp spatial reasoning and flawless logic. The old mage nodded proudly, his eyes gleaming. Even top-ranking mages, he bragged, had struggled with it for days. "It took me a month," he boasted. "If you truly are as brilliant as people say, you should solve it instantly, and then I will bow." He laughed, full of confidence. Ren sighed quietly, irritated by the man's arrogance. A man of 40 had spent a month on a toy meant for children. Ren studied the scattered pieces, his gaze calm and calculating. Selena asked permission to try first, mentioning she had solved a similar puzzle during the advanced mage exam. Ren nodded, and she focused intently, moving the pieces with careful precision. 30 minutes passed. She had not solved it. Exhausted, she admitted defeat, letting the pieces fall in a messy pile. Ren exhaled softly, surveying the scattered pieces with a quiet sigh. He wondered aloud how mages of this land could struggle with something so simple. The old mage mocked Selena, claiming her failure disqualified her from any hope of advancement in magic. He then declared, triumphantly, that no forbidden spellcaster existed in Eelon, and that everyone here must be fools. The guards bristled with rage. Mocking Rain was unforgivable, punishable by death. Yet the old mage ignored their fury completely. He assumed Rain was a powerless rural noble, incapable of retaliation. "Since no one can solve this puzzle," he said, turning to leave, "I see no reason to linger." He had barely moved 2 steps when Ren's calm voice stopped him. "Who told you that no one in Eelon could solve this puzzle?" Ren asked evenly, his gaze piercing. The old mage frowned, glancing back. "Do you have someone else in mind?" he asked cautiously. Ren smiled faintly. "I'll solve it myself," he said. The old mage burst into laughter, convinced Ren was delusional. "You failed the basic mage exam as a child," he mocked. "A pampered noble like you, unfit for this challenge." Ren remained composed, irritation barely visible. "I never bothered with those exams," he replied. "Too foolish to waste time on."
The old mage roared, accusing him of making excuses, and demanded he solve the puzzle immediately. Ren paused for a moment, then proposed a wager. Doing it alone, he said, would be dull. The old mage, brimming with confidence, agreed. "What do you want?" he asked. Ren explained. He would complete the puzzle in under 30 seconds. If successful, the mage must kneel and apologize to Selena. Selena's eyes widened with worry. The puzzle was nearly impossible, but Ren reassured her. While he stood here, no one would dare bully his subordinates. Then he waited, calm and steady, for the old mage's response. The mage accepted immediately, and added his own condition. If Ren failed, he would kneel and apologize to the entire mage association. Ren nodded without hesitation and began. His hands moved like lightning, pieces snapping into place with astonishing speed. Within 30 seconds, the puzzle was perfectly solved. The old mage froze, disbelief etched across his face. He whispered in awe, remembering it had taken him over a month to solve the same puzzle, unable to fathom Ren's speed and precision. Ren smiled calmly and reminded him of the wager. The old mage trembled, struggling to keep his pride. "You must have been lucky," he stammered. "Luck doesn't count as skill." Ren's eyes sharpened. "Luck or strength doesn't matter," he said coldly. "What matters," he continued, voice cutting like ice, "is that the puzzle is solved." He gave the mage a choice: kneel and apologize or die by Rosaline's blade. Rosaline slammed her sword into the floor, radiating lethal intent, eyes burning with determination. The old mage stumbled back, drenched in sweat, terror written across his features. Before he could recover, Craven intervened. He reminded the mage that the wager had been sworn publicly, and breaking it would disgrace both the Empire and the Mage Association. The old mage stammered that he had not expected anyone to solve it. But Craven cut him off sharply, ordering him to honor his oath and warning that he would report the incident. Hatred twisted the mage's face, but he finally accepted the terms, trembling under the combined authority of Ren, Rosaline, and Craven. Craven knelt before Selena, lowering his head in a formal, almost rigid apology. His shoulders were tense, his hands gripping the floor slightly, as if bracing himself for the weight of the moment. Inside, a storm of anger churned beneath the surface. His eyes flared briefly before he swallowed the feeling, silently swearing that Rain would pay 100-fold for this public humiliation. Craven's gaze shifted carefully to Rain. Every movement, every subtle smirk he studied with a new caution. This was no ordinary noble. The tension between them crackled in the air. Ren observed the kneeling mage, sensing the simmering resentment pressing against Craven's polite exterior. Yet he dismissed it almost casually. This anger, as intense as it seemed, could not touch him. The man simply lacked the power to become a real threat. Ren's attention drifted away, turning instead to matters of true consequence. The mage, still burning with suppressed rage, yet restrained, bowed his head. "Thank you," he said grudgingly, "for sparing me." Then his voice sharpened as he declared he would investigate the alleged use of forbidden magic, following the report by Grand Duke Castile. He continued outlining that every mage registered in Eelon, and if necessary, every academy student would be examined to uncover any forbidden practices. Ren immediately shook his head, rejecting the suggestion outright. The mage narrowed his eyes, gaze piercing. "You intend to oppose the Mage Association?" he asked, tone tense. Ren's reply was calm, measured. He had never used forbidden magic, and he never would. The mage pressed further, puzzled. If Ren's claim was true, why block a full investigation? Ren's expression darkened, shadows crossing his face. "I have not used forbidden magic. There is no need for an investigation," he said sharply, "and you hold no authority to probe my association in this way." Each word landed with precise weight, pressing the mage into a corner with undeniable authority. Furious yet powerless, the mage clenched his fists, his glare sharp and bitter, but he could do nothing, only endure the moment. At that moment, Craven stepped forward, voice steady, grounding the tension. He reminded everyone that the Mage Association existed to uncover truth and prevent hasty conclusions. He explained that forbidden magic in human warfare could cause catastrophic casualties, emphasizing the severity of such misuse. Ren's lips curved slightly, though his voice grew heavier with deliberate gravity. "It's ironic to call such losses catastrophic," he said slowly, "when the Olvis Empire has been invading our borders for years, slaughtering far more of my people than any forbidden magic ever could." Stepping closer to Craven, Ren's eyes met his directly. "You seem to think the Empire can butcher my citizens freely, while we are forbidden to resist, and now you lecture me on avoiding casualties as if war were some harmless pastime." Craven remained composed. He bowed slightly, acknowledging the depth of Rain's hatred, yet insisted he had not come to fight Aislin's city to the death. Even without Rain's trust, Craven's intentions were genuine. He sought to prevent a war, not escalate it. Ren's response was calm, unsurprised. Avoiding conflict, he explained, was simple. Bring Velvina's father so they could reunite, then surrender the 3 southwestern border cities to Aislinn. Peace would follow immediately. Craven's eyes widened in disbelief, hands tightening around his sleeves. "These terms," he murmured, "can never be accepted." Ren's tone hardened, voice low and final. "Then negotiations are over. War is inevitable." With that, the talks collapsed. Craven departed, leaving one final warning: Rain should not regret this when they met again. Outside Aislinn's border fortress, the Olvis Imperial Legion had already established an extensive encampment, every tent and patrol in position, bracing for the impending assault. Inside the command tent, generals gathered around a sprawling map, each study intense and precise, while Craven felt the quiet weight of disappointment pressing on him. The battle he had hoped to prevent was now unavoidable. One knight suggested a full-scale assault at dawn, arguing that Aislinn had fallen before, so there was nothing to fear. Another countered, insisting the moat must be cleared first, or the troops would struggle to advance, cautioning against haste. Craven remained silent, prompting one impatient knight to press for his plan. He advised caution, reminding them that even Grand Duke Castile, commanding 100,000 troops, had failed to take the city. The commanders scoffed, dismissing Castile as inexperienced. They claimed that had they led the army, Aislinn would have fallen long ago. Craven's disappointment deepened, his gaze cold. He considered them fools. Castile may not have been the strongest commander, but his army was massive. If these officers didn't grasp how Rain had destroyed that force, even 1,000,000 men would face the same fate. Suddenly, a voice outside noted the marshal's hesitation. Startled, Craven turned as the mage entered the tent. Craven greeted him formally. "Lord Oren, what brings you here?" Oren smiled slyly, eyes glinting with mischief. "The Mage Association has been humiliated. Without revenge, our honor cannot endure." Craven asked what Oren intended. A cruel spark flashed in Oren's eyes. He claimed he could dismantle the magical barrier protecting Aislinn City, and if the Imperial Legion struck immediately, the city would fall effortlessly. He left the threat unfinished. Yet every commander understood perfectly, and excitement surged at the prospect. Without the barrier, Aislinn's defenses would crumble. Craven, however, did not share their enthusiasm. He studied Oren carefully, realizing rage and ambition had clouded the mage's judgment. Still, refusal was impossible. With a heavy sigh, he agreed to cooperate. Oren bowed eagerly, praising Craven's wisdom, then departed, steps light but purposeful. Craven watched him leave, releasing a faint, weary sigh. In this conflict, he knew, no one would escape unscathed. Outside, Oren's expression darkened, shadows of fury and anticipation crossing his face. He knew that stealing the magic crystal powering Aislinn's barrier would bring it down entirely. Muttering under his breath, he vowed that tomorrow's siege would show Rain the full cost of humiliating the Mage Association. Back in Aislinn City, Ren sat calmly in Aaliyah's room, the glow of lanterns casting soft light over her worried face. He smiled gently, voice warm. "Time for bed," he said, his gaze reassuring. He activated his system interface, checking her loyalty, now at 74%, and nodded faintly, satisfied with her progress. With a handful of cookies and sweets, Ren had managed to lift Aaliyah's mood from 50, but her silence still gnawed at him. He couldn't shake a creeping unease. Could she be mute? She continued staring up at him as he lay beside her, eyes wide and fixed, Ren let out a quiet, almost defeated sigh, realizing that bedtime routines were clearly not his strong suit. Determined, he attempted a story, hoping to break the tension, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, the classic tale of innocence and courage. But no sooner had he begun than a massive explosion rocked the city. The windows rattled violently, and the ground beneath them trembled. Ren sprang to his feet, heart pounding, racing to the window to see the source of the destruction. From the city center, a blinding pillar of light shot into the sky, cracks spider-webbed across Aislin's protective barrier, threatening to shatter it completely. His expression hardened instantly, anger flaring. Behind him, Selena and Leah burst into the room, eyes wide with alarm. Leah's voice trembled as she gasped out the news. The central magic circle had gone haywire, and the citywide barrier teetered on the edge of collapse.
Ren demanded an explanation, voice sharp, cutting through the tension.
Selena spoke quickly, her gaze serious. Guards had been attacked by a powerful mage draped in black, and many suspected him to be the same mysterious sorcerer who had killed the bandits during the prison incident. Ren's eyes darkened, analyzing the details. No dark sorcery could account for this. It had to be the arrogant mage who had visited earlier that day. Leah urged him to stay inside the castle, pleading for his safety. Selena nodded in agreement, insisting she could handle the repairs while he remained sheltered.
Ren's frown cut sharply across his face. "Stop it," he said, his voice low and cutting through their protests. "I am not some sheltered noble hiding behind others, nor am I a man who needs women to fight in his place."
Both fell silent, stunned into stillness by the intensity in his tone. Ignoring their shocked reactions, Ren opened a drawer, gripped his gun, and strode from the room with decisive steps. He was heading straight for the source of the attack, determined to confront whoever had caused this chaos. In the central district, pandemonium reigned. Flames licked the walls of burning buildings, debris trapped terrified civilians, and knights scrambled desperately to douse fires and rescue the injured. A knight spotted Ren and immediately dropped to one knee, ashamed. He begged for punishment for failing to prevent the disaster, rather than scolding the noble before him. Ren helped him to his feet, voice calm but firm as he demanded a clear report of what had happened. The soldier, struggling to catch his breath, recounted that everything had seemed normal until a sudden, overwhelming wave of exhaustion struck everyone at once. In an instant, the entire district had gone unconscious. When they awoke, ruins sprawled everywhere, buildings toppled, streets scarred, lives imperiled. Selena examined the lingering magic carefully. No trace of dark sorcery remained. The previous prison incident was unrelated. Ren shared his deduction. The culprit had to be the vengeful mage humiliated that very morning. He barked orders for the guards to tally casualties and mobilize every rescue team to treat the wounded and extricate those trapped under rubble. As the knight ran off to execute the orders, Ren turned to Selena. "Lead me to the core of the magic circle," he said. He was certain he would find the culprit there. And, as he had predicted, he was not wrong. At the center, Orin stood encased in a shimmering magical barrier, keeping everyone at a safe distance. His eyes glinted feverishly as he grinned. "This destruction is the price for daring to offend me and the Mage Association." Selena shouted, incredulous that a grand mage should not meddle in conflicts between nations. Orin waved her off dismissively, claiming he wasn't interfering in war, just delivering a minor punishment to a disrespectful noble. "If war comes afterward," he said, smirking, "that is of no concern to me." Selena trembled with anger at his arrogance, but Ren held her firmly. He met Orin's gaze with icy contempt. "How do you intend to answer for the deaths and devastation you've caused?" Orin laughed, dismissing the question outright. Civilians were worthless trash to him, lacking magic, their deaths meaningless. He added, with a sneer, that by tomorrow the Olvis Empire would reduce the city to ashes, killing Ren and everyone else. He mocked Ren further, calling him a powerless man with no magic whatsoever. Ren's expression became stone-like, cold and unyielding. His voice cut through the chaos like a blade of ice. "One last chance," he said to Orin. "Heal the wounded and repay their losses threefold, and I may spare you." Orin howled with laughter, convinced Ren was insane, blind to his own position. He boasted that even Selena, a high-level sorceress, was far beneath him, and he wanted to see who would spare whose life. He began chanting. A fireball spun into existence in his palm, quickly growing into a massive, roaring fire dragon that lunged straight at Ren. Selena reacted instantly, conjuring an ice barrier to shield him, but the raw force of the attack was overwhelming. Though she managed to block the spell, the impact slammed into her, knocking the air from her lungs. She staggered back, blood trickling from her mouth, struggling to remain upright. Orin laughed maniacally, reveling in the destruction, shouting that they would all perish. Ren, however, remained perfectly calm, mind focused solely on the overconfident mage. While Orin screamed and raged, Ren raised his gun, aiming with deadly precision. His voice was cold, final. "Since you have chosen death," he said, "accept its consequence." He pulled the trigger. The gunshot cracked like a cannon, sharp and decisive. The bullet tore through Orin's magical barrier as if it were nothing, striking his arm with lethal accuracy. Orin screamed in shock as his protective barrier collapsed entirely, leaving him vulnerable for the first time. Clutching his bleeding arm, Orin froze, eyes wide with raw terror as they locked onto Ren Edgar. Every instinct screamed disbelief. How could a man without magic possibly wound a grand mage? His mind refused to process it. Ren stepped forward deliberately, pressing the cold barrel of his gun against Orin's forehead, forcing him to meet his gaze. "Heal every wounded person," Ren commanded, his voice sharp and final. "Or face the consequences." Orin's eyes darted frantically, finally realizing the truth in Ren's unwavering expression. For the first time, he understood this wasn't a bluff. Ren would actually kill him. Shaken, he demanded to know how Ren had even broken a grand mage's barrier. Before Ren could answer, horror widened Orin's eyes further. The realization hit him like a hammer, a low-born noble with no magic, shattering a grand mage's defenses. Panic shattered his composure entirely. Ren said nothing, silent and unyielding. Ren signaled the knights. "Arrest him. Dungeon. We'll use him as leverage when the Olvis Empire arrives." As Orin was dragged away, Selena knelt beside the damaged magic circle, her brow tight with worry, surveying the ruins. The crystal lay shattered across the ground, fractured into pieces. She explained grimly that without it, the city's magical barrier would soon fail completely. Ren demanded details. Selena clarified that Orin had forcibly removed the crystal from the circle. Its stored magic erupted uncontrollably, rendering the crystal useless, and the very core of the magic circle was damaged as well. Ren's eyes scanned the cracks spreading across the sky's magical dome. "Does this stone only work with Aislin's circle?" he asked. Selena confirmed it. "The barrier will hold for only one more night. By dawn, it will collapse entirely. If the enemy strikes then, Aislinn will be severely vulnerable." Leah cursed Orin under her breath, furious that the city's protection had been destroyed for petty revenge. Ren's voice cut through her anger, calm and commanding. "Do not let emotion cloud judgment. War drives people to desperate acts. Even without the barrier, the Olvis army won't take this city easily." Selena, understanding the barrier's critical value, asked what Ren planned to do. He remained composed, promising that the situation was under control, and instructed them to rest. "Tomorrow," he said with a confident smile, "I'll give a satisfying answer." The next morning, tension gripped the Olvis military camp. Every knight stood ready, weapons poised for the assault. Inside the command tent, Craven's expression was grim. He had no desire for battle, yet imperial orders left him no choice, and still the mystery of what had destroyed Castile's army remained unsolved. A knight entered, reporting that Orin had not returned. Scouts had searched all night in vain. Craven's jaw tightened. The mage who claimed he could dismantle Aislin's barrier had vanished. Something was wrong. Another knight, impatience in his eyes, demanded an immediate attack, offering 20,000 vanguard troops to lead the charge. Craven warned them not to underestimate the enemy. Orin's disappearance suggested complications they could not ignore. The commanders dismissed him, scoffing at the Mage Alliance as unreliable parasites. Even if Orin were dead, they claimed it would make no difference. Exasperated, Craven reluctantly ordered 2 commanders to take 20,000 troops to probe Aislin's defenses, but he cautioned them against reckless action. They accepted with visible indifference, eager to follow orders without thought. Outside Aislin's city, on a small hill, Ren and his subordinates waited, calm and ready. Selena hovered above, spotting the approaching Olvis vanguard, and quickly signaled him. Ren turned to Rosalind with a serene smile. "Time to enter the battlefield," he reminded her. "Remember, you're allowed only to lose, not to win." As the 20,000-strong force approached, their knight commander spotted Ren. Instead of caution, arrogance took over, and he demanded Ren's surrender to spare his life. Ren's calm reply sliced through the tension. The commander should leave if he valued the lives of his soldiers. Enraged, the knight signaled a full assault. The ground trembled as the vanguard surged forward in a torrent of armor and steel. Ren glanced at Rosalind, signaling that it was time to execute their plan. She nodded, understanding immediately, and rode forward with Aslin's cavalry, poised for precision and deception. The Olvis commander lunged at her, swinging a massive axe with lethal force. Rosalind blocked effortlessly, instantly noting his lack of true strength. She realized this was likely his full power. Nothing was being held back. Killing him would be simple. But she had to make his defeat appear authentic. When he raised the axe again, she pressed her heel into her horse, forcing it to rear violently, feigning fear and disarray. Leaping aside with effort, she drove her spear into the commander's horse, sending it crashing to the ground. Turning swiftly, she pretended to flee in panic, baiting him further. The commander laughed triumphantly, mocking Aislin's knights as weak and incapable of withstanding even a single strike. He ordered his troops to pursue and slaughter them. The 20,000 soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave toward the city walls. Even trusting Ren's plan, Selena felt her chest tighten, the sheer scale of the enemy overwhelming. She turned to Ren, seeking confirmation. "Should we begin?" Ren's confident smile never wavered. He nodded. "It's time. Send them on their way." Rosalind spurred her horse toward Aslan's city, the plan unfolding perfectly, just as Ren had envisioned. Rosalind dug her heels into the horse, yanking the reins sharply. The mount reared violently, then slammed down, stopping precisely at the spot she had chosen, poised and ready. The pursuing knight couldn't contain his arrogance. Laughter rang across the field as he yelled that the cowards of Aisling should keep fleeing instead of hiding behind their walls. His jeers echoed over the battlefield, while the Olvis army surged forward like an unstoppable tide. At this pace, nothing seemed capable of halting their advance. Ren's brow furrowed as he watched the approaching force. Only 20,000 troops, he muttered under his breath. He'd hoped to wipe out far more in a single strike. The knight commander, sensing his doubt, yelled back, accusing him of hiding fear behind words, insisting 20,000 soldiers were more than enough to crush the city. Ren exhaled quietly and gave Selena a simple command: "Begin." She lifted into the air, her hands weaving intricate patterns as she chanted. Heat thickened around her, flames twisting upward and coalescing into a massive fireball hanging ominously over the battlefield. When the fireball reached its full size, its blinding light bathed the field like a second sun. The enemy vanguard froze instinctively, unaware they had already stepped onto the hidden oil barrels Ren had meticulously planted. Selena hurled the fireball. The instant it struck the ground, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Explosions cracked the earth open, igniting the oil below and triggering a chain reaction of fiery blasts. Walls of fire surged outward, consuming everything in their path, swallowing soldiers whole. Screams and frantic shouts were drowned beneath the roar of the inferno. Those attempting to flee found themselves trapped, hemmed in by flames on every side. The knight commander screamed, insisting it must be forbidden magic, but realization came too late. He and his 20,000 soldiers were reduced to ash. Even Rosalind felt a chill run down her spine. She knew the plan, yet witnessing such devastation firsthand made it feel as if forbidden magic had truly been unleashed. Watching Ren standing calm and unshaken before the burning wasteland filled her with awe and a deep, primal fear. With a leader like him, she thought, their nation could one day dominate the entire continent. Ren didn't linger. He immediately ordered the cavalry to prepare for the next strike against the remaining Ulva forces. Just 20 minutes earlier, Craven and his officers had waited nervously inside Ulva's camp. Without warning, a massive explosion shook the plains, rattling tents and deafening everyone within. Craven demanded answers, and a knight stumbled in, voice panicked. "Ren Edgar has unleashed a forbidden spell on our vanguard," he yelled. Cold sweat ran down Craven's face, disbelief twisting his words as he echoed the accusation. The other commanders erupted in outrage, shouting that continental law had been broken. Craven seized the knight, demanding a precise account of the devastation. The trembling soldier described a massive fireball erupting from the ground, consuming everything in sight. Panicked, Craven bolted from the tent, ordering all mages to follow him to extinguish the inferno. Outside, the guards froze. Eyes locked skyward, Craven looked up and froze as well. A colossal fireball blazed overhead, blotting out the sun entirely. He commanded every mage to summon water magic and rushed toward the battlefield. Upon arrival, dozens of mages conjured storm clouds, sending sheets of rain over the burning valley. But the flames didn't relent, fueled endlessly by the buried oil reserves. Despair crept over Craven as realization struck Ren hadn't used forbidden magic. He'd wielded something far more terrifying. If such power could be used in open battle, the entire empire could crumble in days. Shaking at the thought, another knight reported that the inferno was finally beginning to weaken. Craven felt no relief. All he could do was pray that someone had survived the carnage. By then, Ren and his army had already positioned themselves outside the Ulva's camp. Ren walked forward calmly, greeting Craven with a composed, cold smile. Craven raised a hand, silencing his terrified soldiers, pleading for a chance to end the war peacefully. He promised to secure a decree to halt the fighting. Ren's expression darkened. "Do you truly believe war can be started and stopped on a whim? Do you think I'm someone to be bargained with lightly?" he asked. It was already too late for negotiations. Behind him, Aislin's knights raised their rifles, aiming precisely at the hovering mages. The mages looked on, confused, sensing no magic in the strange metal tubes pointed at them. They laughed at Ren, mocking him as powerless without forbidden spells. Ren didn't flinch. He ordered his soldiers to eliminate every mage in the sky. Gunfire erupted immediately, piercing the air with deadly precision. Bullets tore through magical barriers as if they weren't even there, slicing across the battlefield. Screams echoed above as mages were ripped apart mid-air, their spells shattered and dispersed. The sky itself seemed to tremble with the chaos, marking yet another terrifying demonstration of Ren's unshakable power. The hollow corridor swallowed his cries, leaving only the echo of his desperation. Then, behind him, a sharp, startling crack split the silence. Richard had shattered the shackles binding his wrists, the metal fragments falling silently to the floor. A strange, flickering aura, like liquid flame, danced around him as he stepped forward with unnerving calm toward the cell door. When Craven demanded to know his intentions, Richard's voice was icy and composed. "There's no reason to stay imprisoned now," he said, "not when the king plans to sacrifice his own daughter." He looked at Craven, asking if he was ready. "It's time," Richard declared, "to pull the Mad King down from his throne." Craven froze, stunned and uncomprehending. He could hardly fathom why Richard had endured so many long years in prison, despite wielding such terrifying power. Richard explained, his gaze steady, that revealing the king's final trump card had always mattered more than simply breaking free. Then, with a deliberate motion, he extended his hand. Energy surged outward, and in an instant, the prison door exploded into shards, scattering into the corridor. The thunderous crash triggered alarm bells that rang out violently across the halls. Fully armed knights rushed in from all sides, their swords glinting under the torchlight, shouting for surrender or threatening instant execution. Richard remained unmoved, his calm presence a stark contrast to the chaos. Craven, tense and nervous, warned him that the knights would not hesitate to kill. Richard only gave a small nod, resolute. "I'll clear the way," Richard said, his voice firm. "You find the exit." He began weaving his magic, forming an intricate, glowing circle in his palm. With a swift motion, he smashed it to the ground. The floor cracked violently, fissures crawling outward as flames erupted, engulfing the corridor in a roaring inferno. Knights screamed, scrambling to escape, while those too slow were consumed by the fire in an instant. Through the chaos, Craven spotted a narrow escape route. Without hesitation, they dashed together, bursting into the cool night air outside the prison walls. 2 exhausted knights stood guard near the perimeter, their armor catching the torchlight. One turned too slowly. Craven struck with precision, sending him sprawling with a single forceful blow. The second knight tried to react, but before a cry could escape, he too was felled by Craven's swift hand. Richard observed silently, a faint nod of approval acknowledging Craven's decisiveness. Craven ignored the praise, urgency in his eyes as he urged, "Take the horses. We need to move now." The city's alarm bells blared across Eelon, their ringing a frantic chorus as the 2 fled. News of the prison break quickly reached the king. The reporting knight fell to his knees, begging for punishment, yet the king's expression was calm, unreadable. Instead, a satisfied smile curved his lips, confirming his suspicions. Wilvina truly was the key to the seal. Inwardly, he declared to himself that the final game had begun.
He commanded the Dark Blade Reconnaissance Unit to track Richard's movements in secret.
Once alone, he turned his attention to the black crystal in his hand, eyes glinting with anticipation. He believed that once the monster was unleashed, the entire continent would fall under his dominion. The scene shifted to Islon City late at night. Most of the city slept under a quiet moon, but Bram's smithy still glowed, molten iron casting a red-hot light across the walls. Ren slipped inside quietly, nodding in greeting to Bram. "How's the work coming along?" he asked softly. Bram chuckled lightly, admitting he had been expecting Ren. He gestured to a cloth-covered object, the faint shape hinting at something formidable beneath. With a flourish, he removed the cloth, revealing a fully completed cannon gleaming in the smithy's glow. Ren examined the weapon carefully, eyes scanning every detail. He ran a hand along the smooth metal, nodding appreciatively at the craftsmanship. Bram responded with quiet pride, explaining that for dwarven smiths, speed like this was natural, though the cannon had consumed immense resources. Refined iron was nearly gone, and even the copper meant for city wards was running low. Without new supplies, only 2 more cannons could be forged. Ren assessed the situation and judged that 3 cannons would suffice. He planned to seize the Olvis Empire's ore mines after the war, solving future shortages entirely. All that remained was to wait for the king's arrival. Ren intended to demonstrate the true might of the industrial age. 3 days passed swiftly. The king of the Olvis Empire personally led his army to the border of Islon. His arrival electrified the troops, their shouts echoing through the valley as they launched an immediate assault. The defenders outside the city walls took heavy losses, forcing Ren to order a strategic retreat inside to preserve his forces. The Olvis knights sneered at the withdrawal, mocking Ren as cowardly. They boasted that their army of 100,000 could simply encircle the city, starving it into submission without lifting a finger. From the city walls, Ren watched their encirclement form. A cold, simmering anger flared in his eyes at the taunts below. Later that night, candlelight flickered in Ren's study. Rosaline and Selena stood before him, worry etched on their faces. Rosaline urged an immediate strike, warning that continued retreat would drain morale. Selena agreed, noting that taking the initiative still offered a chance for victory. Ren remained calm, his gaze steady. He explained that war wasn't about winning every small clash, it was about winning the decisive battle. Engaging in futile skirmishes only wasted lives and depleted resources, he reminded them, his voice firm yet measured. Ren pointed toward the city's arsenal with a sharp look, his tone steady but warning. "We don't have enough weapons or ammunition for a full-scale assault," he said, eyes scanning the crowded streets below. "Overconfidence is the fastest way to disaster." He leaned closer, voice low but precise. "Our current goal is simpler. We need to lull the enemy into complacency." He gestured toward a distant field and revealed almost casually that 36 massive barrels of oil had already been buried at the planned site, ready to play their part. Ren's words carried weight. Once ignited, those barrels will be enough to incinerate the Olvis Empire's vanguard completely. He let the statement hang, allowing the enormity of the plan to sink in. Rosaline's eyes widened and sparkled with admiration. She hadn't expected Ren to conceive such a decisive strategy, and she couldn't hide her praise. "Brilliant," she whispered, her voice a mix of awe and excitement. But Ren remained unsatisfied. A faint sigh escaped him, and he shook his head slowly. "It's more dangerous than it looks," he admitted, his gaze hardening as he scanned the map spread before them. He pointed to the oil barrels' locations. If they all go off at once, the protective wall around Eelon could collapse in an instant. The weight of his words made the room tense. Selena's face drained of color. Her hand trembled slightly as she spoke, voice tight with fear. "If the wall falls, that's our only defense against the Ulvis Empire," she said, eyes darting between Ren and the map. Ren nodded gravely, confirming her fears. "Exactly," he said, his tone heavy with resolve. "This is why we have only one shot, one chance to get it right." The door slammed open suddenly, and a soldier burst in, panting. "2 enemy spies have been captured," he reported, bowing slightly. "They claim to carry vital information." Ren's eyebrows rose in surprise. Espionage seemed redundant with the city already under siege, yet he didn't hesitate. "Bring them in," he ordered, voice steady. When the prisoners were escorted inside, Ren's eyes locked on one of them immediately. Craven. Recognition flashed across his face. Shock broke through his usual composure. "Craven, why are you here?" he demanded, stepping closer. Craven avoided a direct answer, his expression carefully neutral. Instead, he gestured toward the man beside him. "This is Duke Richard," he said, voice calm but firm. Ren's eyes widened further. "The father of Wilvina, and a former high-ranking Ulvis official," he murmured, absorbing the implications. Normally composed, Ren pressed them sharply, leaning forward with hands on the table. "So you came to surrender?" he demanded. "Does the Emperor know of your actions?" Craven shook his head, solemn. "No, we did not come to surrender," he said slowly. "We came to beg you to stop the Emperor." Ren's confusion deepened. His eyes narrowed, and his voice carried an edge of disbelief. "Explain," he said, voice low but demanding clarity. Craven nodded toward Richard. "Let him speak," he urged. Richard stepped forward, his expression grave. "Listen," he began, voice firm but heavy with urgency. "Even if you suspect me, hear me out." He revealed a chilling secret. Deep beneath Eelon lay an ancient sealing array, dormant but dangerous. Years ago, he and the Emperor had discovered ruins, a hidden chamber holding a monster sealed within. Now the Emperor planned to break that seal using blood, intending to unleash the creature for his own dark ambitions. Rosaline gasped, her hands clutching her chest. Ren, however, sank into thought, eyes narrowing as he considered the implications. Everything aligned perfectly with the predictions he had made earlier, and a quiet tension filled the room. After a pause, Ren asked calmly but sharply, "Tell me exactly what condition would break the seal?" Richard's voice was blunt. "If either I or Wilvina die within the city, the seal will shatter." He continued, desperation in his eyes. "The Emperor plans to use this war to cover the assassination of Wilvina." Richard pleaded, hands outstretched, "Send troops to escort us out. Even if I fall afterward, the monster cannot awaken." Ren remained silent for a moment, the room holding its breath. Then he shook his head, firm and decisive. "No." Richard's agitation flared. "You don't understand the stakes. This isn't just 2 nations. It's the fate of the entire continent." Ren's gaze was cold, unwavering. "You expect me to abandon Eelon? Sacrifice its people, mobilize armies just to save 2 lives?" Richard shot back, voice tight with accusation. "You are selfish, gambling the world's future to save your own territory." Ren's lips curved into a faint smile, calm and unshaken. "I do not gamble with fate," he said. "I would never entrust the continent to a mad emperor. And I will not abandon the people of Eelon," he added, voice growing resolute. "What I want is for that emperor, who believes himself supreme, to see his ambitions crumble piece by piece." Far away in the imperial military camp, the Emperor of Ulvis murmured softly, signaling readiness. Black smoke swirled into a cloaked figure kneeling silently behind him. "Shadow guard awaiting orders," the figure said, voice barely above a whisper. The Emperor gave his command with icy precision, infiltrate Eelon during the next day's assault and assassinate Wilvina amidst the chaos. The Shadow Guard bowed, then dissolved into smoke, vanishing without a trace. Alone, the Emperor's eyes glimmered with obsession. He imagined the seal breaking, the gods kneeling and the world bowing before him as the continent's undisputed ruler. The following day, the Olvis army was fully assembled outside Eelon, the ground trembling under the massed ranks. From the city walls, Ren observed the sprawling force, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. No one could remain completely calm before such overwhelming numbers. Richard, eyes wide with tension, pointed to the approaching units. "The Volwa Regiment," he warned, voice tight, "the elite heavy cavalry of the Olvis Empire, the backbone of their power. Even the strongest defenses could collapse under a single charge," he added, anxiety etched in every line of his face. Ren's expression barely shifted. He chuckled softly, dismissing the threat. "Moving metal shells," he muttered under his breath. Richard's frown deepened. "You've never faced Ulva's cavalry," he insisted. "You can't imagine how terrifying they truly are." Ren laughed outright, his voice ringing clear. "No real threat. Easily destroyed if I choose." Richard's jaw tightened, silently judging Ren as reckless and overconfident after his recent victories. Though the situation seemed manageable, he worried that when Ren faced a true heavy cavalry charge, panic might finally force him to agree to evacuation. From behind, Rosaline's voice cut through, alert and steady. "They're ready to attack. Should we go out and provoke them?" Ren nodded decisively, agreeing with the plan. His voice carried authority as he explained this was the perfect opportunity. The orders were clear: lead the troops out, make the movement look like an attack, and then retreat immediately. Under no circumstances were they to clash head-on with the Imperial army. Rosaline frowned, confusion flickering across her face. Ren's expression turned stern, his gaze sharp. He explained carefully. The enemy's armor was absurdly heavy, each strike and movement sapping their strength faster than most could endure. He leaned closer, lowering his voice, painting the tactic like a predator's dance. If she could keep the knights chasing in circles, wearing them down with endless feints, their stamina would drain until they could barely maintain formation. Rosaline's eyes brightened, a spark of admiration flashing through her. She realized this maneuver was cunning, a tactic likely forgotten for centuries, a rare strategy that could turn the battle in their favor. Soon after, she led her light cavalry out of Eelon city. Horses' hooves thundered as they charged straight toward the waiting Olvis forces, sunlight glinting off armor and weapons. The Imperial Knights spotted the small force and laughed aloud, confident the enemy was throwing their lives away for nothing. Their sneers cut through the tension like a sharpened blade. The commanding knight barked sharp orders, sending the heavy cavalry thundering forward. The ground quaked as horse after horse pounded into motion, the battlefield vibrating with raw power. At the last moment before collision, Rosaline jerked her reins hard, veering sideways. The clash never came, her unit slipped past, leaving the Olvis cavalry to stumble forward in frustration. The enemy knights roared in fury, perceiving it as sheer cowardice. Their outrage rolled across the battlefield, thick and heavy. The commander's face darkened with anger. He ordered the full force to pursue relentlessly, determined to crush Rosaline's unit at any cost. Rosaline's lips curved into a small, confident smile. She watched calmly as her plan began to unfold, each piece falling perfectly into place. Just as Ren had predicted, after 2 full laps around the open field, the Olvis heavy cavalry began to falter. Their movements slowed, exhaustion etched in every gesture. Meanwhile, Rosaline's light cavalry maintained smooth, controlled momentum, their energy steady as a heartbeat. The Imperial Knights' fury only grew, realizing they were being toyed with deliberately. Their pride burned hotter than the midday sun. One knight shouted, declaring they had not come to fight, but to humiliate. The commander understood, but still pressed forward, unwilling to halt and face dishonor. High above the valley, the Emperor of Olvis observed the battlefield, his guards standing rigid at his sides. A sneer twisted his lips. "Rosalind truly lives up to her heritage," he remarked, eyes sharp as he watched her command the troops with natural ease. He admired the clever use of speed to wear down the cavalry, but dismissed her commander as naive. Turning to a mage beside him, he ordered the knight's stamina replenished. "Let's see who tires first. The hunter or the prey," he said, voice calm and measured. The mage moved swiftly, beginning the spell. A knight hesitated, warning that draining all of the mage's mana to boost stamina could leave them vulnerable to Ren's forbidden magic. The emperor only smiled. "Do not worry, Ren wouldn't dare use it," he replied with an unsettling calm. When pressed for reason, he explained that the battlefield lay in a valley and Eelon City's protective barrier was gone. If Ren unleashed that spell now, it wouldn't just incinerate the Imperial army. The city itself would collapse into ash. The Emperor reasoned that Ren would never destroy the city he had painstakingly built. Civilians' lives were enough to give him pause. The knight nodded, visibly impressed by the Emperor's wisdom and foresight. Back on the battlefield, Rosaline's cavalry rode with a steady, almost relaxed rhythm. A messenger knight from behind reported that the enemy could barely maintain their lines, completely drained. Rosalind nodded firmly, confident that everything was unfolding just as Ren had predicted. Then her smile vanished. Above the battlefield, a blue magical formation shimmered into existence around the Olvis heavy cavalry. Instantly, their fatigue vanished, replaced by renewed vigor and relentless energy. With strength restored, they surged forward again, closing the distance steadily like a tide against the shore. One rider yelled, alarm cracking his voice, unable to comprehend how the enemy had suddenly regained such power. Even Rosaline herself froze in surprise. She had never imagined the Empire would expend such precious magic merely to restore stamina. Thousands of charging horses now pressed behind them. Panic began to ripple through her ranks. Shouts rang out, both men and mounts reaching their absolute limits, asking if they should continue dragging the battle as exhaustion gnawed at them. Rosaline's chest tightened. She hadn't anticipated things spiraling so quickly. Her mind raced back to Ren's instructions. If the plan faltered, lure the Olvis cavalry toward the city walls. He would take it from there. Though it pained her to show any hint of weakness before Ren, she had no choice. With determined resolve, she turned her horse and called for a retreat toward the city. She instructed her cavalry to spread wide, baiting the enemy into range. Seeing the Eelon forces withdraw, the Olvis knights assumed victory. They believed the enemy had reached their limit, succumbing to fear. The commander roared orders for a full charge, urging his men to shred the cowards. Laughter and battle cries reverberated across the field as the chase intensified. By the time the Olvis knights realized the trap, Rosaline's troops were already nearing one of Island's massive gates. On the walls, defenders readied their weapons, silent but deadly. For the first time in a battlefield dominated by magic, rifles were about to be unleashed. As the gates swung open, a handful of knights rushed forward with unwavering resolve. They carried no traditional swords or spears, only black, metallic weapons unknown to the world, cold and unforgiving. The Olvis knights noticed immediately. Some were confused by the small number of defenders, others laughed at the seemingly useless rods. But their mockery faded in an instant. The lead Eelon knight measured the distance and gave the command. Explosions erupted, sharp and relentless. Bullets tore through the air, striking the Olvis cavalry. Frontline knights fell instantly, screaming as they hit the ground. Those behind froze, unable to process what they were witnessing. Their thick, dragon-scale armor, thought impregnable, was shredded as if paper. One question burned in every mind: what weapon could do this? From the city wall, Ren watched calmly, murmuring, "No matter the armor, it's meaningless against a gun barrel." To him, the outcome was already decided. He then told Grand Duke Richard it was time to leave, turning back toward the heart of the city with serene authority. This rewrite expands the descriptions, enhances the visual storytelling, and maintains the original sequence and character interactions. Richard remained behind, frozen in place, his face drained of color. He had never imagined Rain could wield a weapon with such terrifying precision. Every heartbeat echoed in his chest as he struggled to comprehend the scene below. Below, the roar of gunfire faded as suddenly as it had erupted. The remaining Olvis cavalry scattered in panic, leaving their fallen comrades sprawled across the trampled battlefield, armor glinting faintly in the dying light. The knights of Eelon erupted into cheers. Their voices ringing across the city walls, they celebrated loudly, clapping backs, hoisting swords, and praising Rain's leadership with unrestrained enthusiasm. Amid the jubilation, 3 shadowy figures slipped silently into the city, moving like ghosts through the cheering crowds. Cloaked in advanced concealment magic, they left no footprints, no whisper of sound as they glided toward the stables, unseen and unchallenged. Once their feet touched the stable floor, the shadows finally revealed themselves. A highly trained assassination squad dispatched directly by the Ulvus Emperor. Even their leader blinked in surprise at how effortlessly they had infiltrated the city's defenses, a rare moment of unguarded astonishment. He immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare for a silent entry into the Lord's residence, moving with swift, precise motions. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Someone was approaching. In an instant, the 3 assassins melted back into the shadows as a knight entered the stables, cheerfully stroking his horse and recounting the day's triumph, oblivious to the danger around him. His joy vanished like mist as a chill of instinctive fear surged through him. Before he could even draw breath, his throat was sliced silently and his body slumped to the ground with barely a sound. The lead assassin immediately began casting a high-level dark spell, his hands weaving intricate sigils in the air. Sinister energy swirled around the fallen knight, twisting and reshaping him with an eerie, unnatural fluidity. Moments later, the assassin had become a perfect replica of the slain knight, down to the smallest detail. With his disguise complete, he instructed his companions to wait outside as support while he infiltrated the Lord's residence under this false identity. The dead knight's name was Khan. That evening, a small banquet was held within the residence, candles flickering across polished wooden tables. Rain sat among the knights who had distinguished themselves in battle, listening to their animated tales of fleeing Ulva soldiers, their laughter and praise warming the room. Disguised as Khan, the assassin joined the conversation, claiming that without Rain's guidance, Eelon would have fallen long ago. Rain accepted the praise with calm humility, reminding everyone to enjoy the evening while not forgetting that the war was far from over, cautioning lightly against overindulgence in drink. In a quiet corner, Velvina watched the gathering silently, her hands folded in front of her, eyes flicking to Rain at the center of the hall. A flicker of sorrow crossed her face as memories of past interactions surfaced, along with his invitation to serve under him. Lost in thought, she quietly slipped out of the hall, leaving behind the warmth and laughter. Her mind wandered, wondering what future awaited them once the war finally ended. Her departure did not go unnoticed. The assassin observed her with sharp calculation, trailing discreetly behind, shadows blending seamlessly with hers. Velvina moved toward the garden fountain, her steps measured, emotions heavy and conflicted. Though born a noble of the Ulvus Empire, she was now secretly aiding Rain, her homeland's enemy. Suddenly, she sensed movement behind her and spun around, alarm sharpening her gaze. The assassin stepped from the shadows, a faint, unsettling smile playing across his lips. He asked why she had left the banquet and whether she was lost in thought, his tone casual yet deliberate. Recognizing the face of Khan, Velvina relaxed slightly, explaining she was simply tired and needed fresh air. Then doubt flickered across her mind. He had addressed her as Lady Velvina, yet under Rain's orders, everyone knew her as the Minister of Finance. Hiding her unease, she decided to test him, casually asking about his wedding preparations with Lyria, referencing a past argument near the kitchen. The question caught him off guard. After a brief hesitation, he replied vaguely, insisting all was fine, that they had reconciled, and that Lyria was a good person despite her temper. Velvina's expression hardened instantly. She stepped back, stating with quiet certainty that he was not Khan, and no Lyria existed in the city. She demanded coldly, "Who are you really?" The assassin exhaled softly, relief evident. His disguise had held flawless under scrutiny. Then realization dawned on Velvina, and she demanded to know if his goal was to assassinate Rain. He answered flatly that Rain would be dealt with personally by the Emperor. Without hesitation, he revealed Velvina herself was the true target. Shock rooted her to the spot, disbelief flashing across her features. A trace of excitement crept into his voice as he continued. He explained that once her blood was delivered to the sealing barrier underground, the long-sealed monster would finally awaken. Her father's secret warning surged back into her mind. Horror washed over her as the terrifying possibility became real. She cried out that he had lost his mind. If the monster escaped, the entire continent would descend into chaos and fire. She demanded if he thought only enemies would die, reminding him that ordinary people, children, even his own family would be slaughtered. Her voice shook, anger and fear mixing, surprised by the intensity of her reaction. The assassin's voice remained cold and unwavering. He served only the emperor. Whoever his majesty commanded him to kill, he would do so without hesitation. Velvina screamed that he wasn't even worthy of being called a dog. At that insult, the assassin drew his sword, eyes sharpening like the blade itself, declaring, "We'll see how a dog can bite a noble to death." He swung his sword, charging straight at her with terrifying speed. Velvina had no strength to resist. All she could do was watch as death surged toward her, unstoppable. A sharp clang split the night air. The assassin's sword slammed into a strange silver utensil, shaped almost like a fork, halting its deadly arc mid-swing. Sparks flew where metal met metal, catching the moonlight. Wolvina froze, eyes widening as she took in the figure before her. Her body tensed, every instinct screaming both awe and disbelief. It was Aelia, the red-haired girl, stunning and composed. With nothing more than that simple fork in her hand, she had stopped the assassin's lethal strike. The attacker's muscles stiffened, caught in utter confusion. He stared, utterly dumbfounded. His sword stopped by a mere fork? The thought seemed impossible, absurd even. Aelia planted herself firmly between Wolvina and the assassin. Her posture was unwavering, her voice calm but resolute. She warned him that if he dared harm her, her brother Ren would be devastated. Wolvina blinked, stunned for a completely different reason. Ever since Ren had rescued Alia from the traffickers, she hadn't spoken a single word, and now here she was, clear and unhesitant, commanding the scene with steady speech. The assassin sneered, mocking her audacity. Did she really believe a fork could stop him? Alia's reply was simple, confident. She could. Her eyes shimmered with calm, unshakable determination, a silent promise of her resolve. His arrogance snapped. No one, especially not a child, had ever dared look down on him like this. Rage twisted his features as he lunged again, swinging with raw, brutal intent. A black aura erupted from the assassin, swallowing both girls in an inky shadow. Sparks leapt as sword and fork clashed repeatedly, the night echoing with relentless metallic crashes. Inside the mansion, the grand banquet went on, oblivious to the chaos outside, crystal glasses tinkling and conversations humming as if nothing had changed. Grand Duke Richard's eyes locked on Ren, worry etched deep into his features. He admitted uneasily that he never imagined rifles could pierce the Olvis Empire's armored cavalry. Ren interrupted with a confident smirk, reassuring him there was no need for alarm. These rifles weren't powerful enough yet, he explained. Once the war ended, he planned to work with the dwarves to craft firearms far deadlier than these. He added confidently that when that day came, no monster would stand a chance against such overwhelming firepower. Suddenly, Richard's expression shifted. Alarm flickered in his eyes as he turned toward the windows. He sensed a surge of magical energy nearby. Someone was fighting. Ren's eyes swept the hall in an instant. Urgency sharp in his voice, he asked Leah, "Where is Lady Wolvina?" Leah answered quickly. Wolvina had left through the side entrance just minutes ago, heading toward the garden. The wineglass in Richard's hand slipped from his fingers, shattering against the marble floor with a loud crack. Realizing his daughter was in danger, he turned to Ren with desperate hope. Ren's expression shifted instantly, serious and focused. Without hesitation, he ordered his subordinates to find Wolvina, then rushed out himself. The others followed closely behind, the clatter of their boots echoing through the hall. When Ren reached the garden, a modern pistol was already steady in his hand, poised and ready. He froze for a moment at the scene. The attacker was already defeated, kneeling before two girls. Alia hurried forward, explaining that the assassin had targeted Sister Wolvina. Relief washed over Ren instantly, his worry melting away. Curiosity replaced his concern. He hadn't expected Alia to stop a trained assassin with nothing more than a fork. Alia explained her actions, reminding Ren that he had once said he didn't want anyone he cared for to die. Ren gently patted her head, praising her for a job well done. With the assassin subdued, Ren stood surrounded by his team, eyes sharp and alert. He lifted his pistol, aiming directly at the kneeling figure. Calmly, he offered the man a chance to live. The assassin refused instantly, shouting that he required no mercy and was loyal only to the Emperor. At that moment, the assassin silently activated his magic. 2 black shadows slithered from his hands, sinking into the ground like living ink. The shadows glided silently toward Richard and Wolvina. Both recoiled, eyes wide in terror, as the darkness raced across the garden floor. Before anyone could process what was happening, the shadows split violently. 2 new assassins emerged from the darkness, each wielding a razor-sharp sword. Their blades gleamed, aimed directly at Richard and Wolvina. They moved impossibly fast, blurring before anyone could react. Acting on instinct, Richard lunged to shield his daughter, his body thrown forward as a protective barrier. Just as disaster seemed certain, a deafening explosion shattered the night.
The sound was a gunshot, precise and lethal. One assassin was struck instantly, the bullet tearing straight through him.
His strength drained, and he collapsed, crumpling to the ground. Shock and terror clouded his eyes as he stared at Ren, struggling to comprehend the strange weapon that had felled him. Everyone froze, staring at the handgun in Ren's hands. Ren remained calm, blowing smoke from the muzzle like a seasoned gunslinger. He noted that within 7 steps, a handgun was deadly and precise. Seeing his daughter safe, Richard finally exhaled in relief. In that moment of relief, he almost forgot there was still another assassin. The surviving assassin faltered briefly at the sight of his fallen comrade. Then, his mission snapped back into focus. Seizing the opening while Richard's guard was down, he lunged with a vicious slash. Richard barely managed to step back in time. The blow grazed his arm, leaving a deep, burning wound, but he remained standing. Pain didn't faze him. A seasoned veteran, he had long learned to fight through it. The assassin hesitated, momentarily thrown off by the incomplete strike. Richard seized that instant, driving a powerful punch straight into the man's torso. The force sent the assassin sprawling, though not enough to finish him. He hit the ground, rolled, and scrambled upright again. The battle had clearly shifted. Recognizing his disadvantage, the assassin chose to retreat, bolting toward the castle's outer grounds in desperate escape. Wolvina ran to her father at once, eyes wide at the blood on his arm. Her voice trembled as she insisted she would bandage him immediately. Grand Duke Richard ignored her concern. Eyes locked on Ren. He shouted that his injury wasn't the priority. Ren must pursue the assassin immediately. The man couldn't escape, and his weapon had already been stained with his blood. Wolvina froze at his words. Her body stiffened, her mind racing. Could he really mean what she feared? Her face drained of color as she sought confirmation. Richard's nod was grim, solemn. He explained that if the assassin escaped, the ancient seal beneath Eelon's ruins would break, unleashing the trapped monster. Both their eyes shifted toward Ren, worry etched into every line of their face. Ren, however, smiled serenely, radiating calm. "No need to worry," he reassured them, his tone effortless, unshakable. With respect, he told Richard to let Wolvina tend to his wound first. Then, without hesitation, he commanded his men to clear the fallen assassin's body and secure the surviving one in the dungeon. Inside, his mind was surprisingly calm. To Ren, the potential release of the monster wasn't a disaster. It was an opportunity. A chance to test the destructive power of the cannons he had recently completed. Later, in the quiet of his office, Ren sat across from Alia, thanking her sincerely for saving Richard's life. Now that she had finally spoken since her rescue from the slave traders, he hoped to ask a few questions. Alia nodded slightly, still cautious. Yet Ren sensed an unease lingering behind her calm exterior. He pressed gently, asking why she had remained silent all this time.
Alia admitted the truth. She had stayed quiet because she feared being sold again.
Ren blinked in surprise, questioning sharply how she could think that. He reminded her that slave trading was strictly forbidden in his lands. Her anxiety surged. She recounted her past, losing her parents young, adopted by a couple who deemed her too strong yet clumsy. She broke things, caused accidents, and was sold repeatedly. Each new owner concluded she was worthless. Speaking out earned punishment. So silence became her shield. It made her harder to sell. Buyers avoided someone so dull and unresponsive. Her story filled the room with the weight of her suffering. Ren's chest tightened. He reached out, stroking her hair gently, assuring her no one here would ever sell her again. He stepped closer, speaking with quiet sincerity. "You've already shown your strength by protecting Wolvina," he said softly. "Will you use that strength to protect even more people?" Aelia blinked, confused. Her worry was simpler. Would she be driven away for breaking things? Tears slipped down her cheeks as the fear and pain she'd held in poured out at last. Ren felt a pang in his heart. He spoke firmly. "This is safe. You can stay as long as you like. No one will force you to leave." His words eased her expression. Without warning, she stepped forward, hugging him tightly, like a sister finally finding trust. Ren smiled softly. "It's been a long night. Go to your room and rest now." Aelia wiped her tears but spoke urgently. "May I become your subordinate? I want to fight for you like Leah. I'm strong." Ren nodded, approving. "Tomorrow, Selena will evaluate your abilities. For now, get some sleep." A notification echoed in Ren's mind. He had successfully recruited his 4th talent, 4 out of 5 mission progressing. Only 1 remained. Ren's thoughts drifted to Wolvina, imagining the reward when the mission was complete. He decided this was the perfect moment to address it. Night had fully settled over the castle. Beneath a thin crescent moon and scattered cold stars, the fortress lay silent and still. Inside her lavish chamber, Lady Wolvina sat at her desk, moonlight brushing her fiery hair, giving it a soft, ethereal glow. Upright, cautious, and thoughtful, she considered the night's events. The door opened quietly. Ren stepped in, composed and steady. "I wish to discuss something important," he said. He moved further in, making his intentions clear. He formally invited her to join his service, hoping she could become a pillar in his grand plans. Wolvina froze, momentarily stunned. She gathered herself and firmly declined, her gaze steady but tinged with insecurity. Ren showed no displeasure. He took a seat calmly. "I want to understand your true reason," he said. Pouring tea, Wolvina confessed she doubted she could support someone with ambitions as vast as his. She explained their positions were different. As a noble from a rival nation, loyalty felt impossible. With a faint, self-mocking smile, she added that she had no exceptional martial skill. Her only talent was falsifying ledgers. Ren smiled subtly. That to him was no flaw. Wolvina insisted such a minor skill meant nothing next to his vision. Anyone could falsify accounts. Ren raised an eyebrow. "Do you even know my true ambition?" She shook her head, admitting she didn't, but added that a man like him surely had ambition. Silence filled the room. Ren sipped his tea, then explained that someone with her talent understood the power of coordinating resources. Only she could manipulate ledgers flawlessly. He clarified. His ambition didn't rely solely on warriors. Sharp minds were needed to plan before a single step was taken. Wolvina was stunned. For the first time, she wondered if she might truly matter. Ren revealed a new truth. He would teach her a discipline beyond simple ledger fraud. He spoke quietly but intensely. Finance. The term left her confused. As a noble, she had never encountered such a concept. Ren explained it used numbers to control war and rules to direct resources. A treasury ledger, in skilled hands, could be sharper than any battlefield sword. To him, finance was a golden key, allowing him to swallow empires without soldiers. He planned to place that power in her hands. One day, when the world stood in awe, her name would be remembered as the pioneer of a new era. Wolvina held her breath. The future he painted felt vast, overwhelming. She sensed a door opening before her. Ren extended his hand once more. "Are you willing to step into this new era with me?" She stared at his outstretched hand, heart thundering in her chest. Her cheeks warmed, and a bright, genuine smile slowly spread across her face, lighting up her features. With a teasing lilt, she remarked that he was more dangerous than any swindler she had ever known, a playful glint in her eyes. Then her expression shifted, hardening with resolve. Her gaze locked on him as she declared that from this day forward she would dedicate everything she had to young Master Ren. At that precise moment, a system notification flickered in Ren's vision, subtle but unmistakable. It congratulated him. All 5 top-tier talents had been successfully recruited. Along with the victory came a reward, an extremely valuable blueprint for a new artillery shell. Ren's pulse quickened. Excitement surged as he resolved to have the dwarves manufacture the shell immediately, preparing to annihilate any monster that dared stand in his way. Far away, beneath another crescent moon, a different scene unfolded. A mysterious army had gathered in solemn silence before the ancient ruins. At the center, a massive wall etched with glowing arcane symbols loomed. The runes pulsed with dark energy, radiating a suffocating, oppressive aura. The Emperor of Olvis stood before the wall, holding a vial of blood, his face twisted in cruel anticipation, eyes gleaming with malice. A wild laugh tore from his lips. He declared that the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. His dream was about to take shape. Without hesitation, he poured the blood onto the ancient wall. The crimson liquid seeped into every carved symbol, coiling along the runes like living veins. The symbols trembled violently, erupting in a blood-red glow. The entire structure seemed drenched in scarlet light, and the air itself twisted under the rising, malevolent force. The Emperor roared the name of his empire's master, offering sacrifices and invoking the darkness for ultimate, unyielding power. From deep underground, a colossal pillar of black smoke shot skyward, swallowing the stars. Within it, a gigantic shadow monster began to take shape. Its crimson eyes opened, radiating pure, terrifying malice. Dark markings spread across the Emperor's face as his triumph manifested physically. He smiled, a cruel, triumphant curve. "The world will kneel before me once more," he declared. Turning toward the distant moonlit city of Anseling, he gave the order to advance. He commanded total war, ensuring that his vengeance would be felt across the land in full force. The next morning, outside Anseling, the sky was clear, a deceptive calm, but the air hung heavy with dread. Death was approaching. Beneath the city walls, a dark army advanced in suffocating silence, every footstep measured and ominous. At the front strode the Emperor of Olvis himself. A violent violet aura poured from him, seeming to consume the sun. His crimson eyes blazed unnaturally, and corrupted black cracks etched his skin. Even his knights trembled, whispering in fear, some no longer recognizing their emperor, others feeling hunted under his gaze. The massive city gates creaked open. Rosaline led Anseling's forces forward, stepping into the approaching darkness with unwavering resolve. She stood tall, voice carrying across the battlefield. Though the enemy was powerful, behind them lay their home, the city of Anseling, and retreat was not an option. Her shout bolstered every soldier, courage flaring in their hearts. The clash erupted immediately. Hooves thundered, steel screamed against steel, and order dissolved into chaotic determination as both sides collided. Yet the knights of Olvis pressed forward with relentless force, and Anseling's lines began to falter. The Emperor raised a hand, coldly signaling slaughter. With a casual gesture, waves of black energy exploded outward, striking indiscriminately friend or foe alike. He roared that their deaths would feed his power. Soldiers didn't fall to blades, they fell to darkness itself. Souls were ripped from their bodies, leaving bleached skeletons behind. Living warriors crumbled into nothing in moments. This magic surpassed anything they had ever imagined. Fear replaced discipline. Empowered by stolen souls, the Dark Emperor declared his intention to build a cruel empire spanning the entire continent. He struck. A spiraling vortex of dark energy surged toward Anseling's forces, consuming all in its path. Soldiers screamed. They knew he was no longer human and urged retreat. Black tendrils lashed outward, harvesting death across a wide radius. The battlefield became a vision of hell. Unable to watch her troops die, Rosaline shouted that retreat was impossible. She would hold him back. She charged into the storm. Her spear glowed with radiant light as she poured every ounce of strength into a strike meant to halt the tyrant. Light collided with darkness violently, but he was too fast. Dodging effortlessly, he closed the distance instantly. With a single sweep of his hand, she was sent flying like a leaf caught in a gale. She crashed hard, struggling to rise from the rubble. Eyes blazing, body battered, she attacked again. He dodged once more. In the next instant, he was before her, laughing at the futility of her resistance. A mass of black energy formed in his palm, the strike tearing through her. Blood spilled from her lips. Pain surged as she was hurled backward into a boulder. Her strength ebbed under his overwhelming power. He approached, shadows swallowing her form. Contempt etched across his face. She was just a foolish woman daring to challenge absolute power. High above, on the city walls, Ren watched calmly, eyes calculating every move. Beside him, Grand Duke Richard trembled at the Emperor's terrifying might. Sweat streaked his face as he clenched his fists. He urged Ren to retreat, insisting this battle was unwinnable. Looking over the field of corpses, he realized bitterly that this was not war, it was slaughter. He pressed Ren to request reinforcements from the Mage Association. No one could face such a monster alone. In stark contrast, Ren's lips curled into a faint, unreadable smile. Calmly, he said there was no need to panic. He wanted to see just how durable this so-called Dark Emperor truly was. Turning to Leah, he asked for a report on the civilian evacuation. She confirmed that all residents had been safely moved to secure shelters. Ren's eyes sharpened, icy and unwavering. "The operation begins now," he said. Calmly, he drew a beautifully engraved signal flare gun and fired it skyward. A blinding beam of light shot straight up, slicing through the morning sun. Ren's voice rang out. The campaign to purge the tyrant had officially begun. Below, Rosaline barely clung to consciousness, battered by the Emperor's relentless assault. On the verge of collapse, her gaze caught the brilliant flare shooting into the sky. Recognizing Ren's signal, she forced herself upright, every ounce of resolve rekindled. She shouted orders to all units, retreat immediately toward the southeastern mountain flank, regroup in the inner city. The Dark Emperor watched with a flicker of amusement. He did not pursue at once. In his eyes, his prey had nowhere to run. Roaring, he commanded the Knights of Olvis to charge, to crush the city into dust. Cries of "Long live the Emperor!" echoed as the knights advanced, their weapons glinting at the base of the walls. The Emperor called Ren by name, promising that if the gates opened and they surrendered, death would be swift and painless. Ren looked down with open disdain, replying smoothly, "It remains to be seen who will be lying down." Along the city walls, rows of pitch-black barrels were readied. Soldiers and crew held their breath, tense and silent. Ren swept his arm forward. Fire? Deafening blasts erupted in unison. The roar of modern industry shattered the battlefield, long dominated by magic. Bullets tore into the dark barrier surrounding the Emperor. Sparks flew with each metallic impact, testing his defenses. Dust and smoke shrouded him. Soldiers cheered, daring to hope that the monstrous tyrant had finally fallen. When the smoke cleared, he stood untouched, not a mark on him. Casting a contemptuous glance upward, he sneered at what they called their trump card. Panic rippled through the walls. Soldiers shouted that he was no longer human. Rifles they trusted had proven useless. Ren remained calm. Ordinary rifle rounds could not pierce such dense, dark magic. Quietly, he said, "It's time for the industrial age to speak with something heavier." He raised his hand, commanding the Italian cannons forward. Heavy footsteps shook the ground as a squad of dwarves strained to move the massive artillery into place. 3 enormous cannons rolled into position, black barrels exuding iron and gunpowder. The sheer mass seemed to shake the air itself. Ren looked down at the tyrant, a cold smile on his lips. "Let's see if your dark barrier can withstand this firepower." Below, the Emperor scoffed. "Iron without magic cannot frighten me," he shouted, dismissive. Ren smiled faintly. "This weapon's destructive power will surpass anything you've ever faced." He waved, and Bram followed procedure flawlessly, trained to perfection. The 3 cannons aligned, and simultaneously 3 thunderous explosions ripped through the air. Shells flew at speeds invisible to the naked eye. Blazing firepower engulfed the Emperor's position. Even he flinched, seeing only a blinding streak before impact. Knowing the blast's magnitude, Ren ordered Selena to move everyone far from the wall. She raised her staff, casting a teleportation spell. A blue aura enveloped the team. In a flash, they vanished, reappearing safely away from the wall. Selena asked anxiously if Ren was unharmed, admitting that the combined cannon blast and spell had shaken her. Looking back, the sky was painted red as a massive explosion erupted. Ren pulled Selena close, shouting for everyone to lie flat and brace for the shockwave. At the center, a colossal pillar of fire rose, consuming everything nearby. The ground trembled violently. Sections of the sturdy city wall collapsed, dust filling the air. The destructive force dwarfed even legendary forbidden magic. Soldiers lay flat, trembling, trying to comprehend what they had just witnessed. When the smoke cleared, a massive crater yawned, smoke coiling upward. Knights stared at the devastation, convinced the Emperor had been obliterated. They shouted victory. Long live young Master Ren. Cheers faded as a hoarse voice emerged from the smoke. They hadn't expected Ren to survive a forbidden spell. Horror rippled through the troops. The nightmare was far from over. Ren stayed eerily calm, his gaze fixed on the thinning smoke, already predicting that a dark magic-empowered tyrant would not fall so easily. Purple smoke churned violently. From the crater, the Emperor emerged, battered and wounded, yet upright. He sneered, mocking that a mage could cast a forbidden spell in such a remote place. Pain was new to him, and now, he vowed, everything would end. Crimson eyes blazed with lethal intent. He roared forward like a storm of darkness, declaring that if the spell failed, every citizen would die before Ren's eyes. He intended to drag Ren into despair. Ren didn't move. A faint smile curved his lips. He raised a finger lightly. Who told you this weapon could fire only once? The words hit the Emperor like ice water. He froze, cold sweat sliding down his face, marked by purple magic. What do you mean? He demanded. Ren didn't answer directly. He gestured toward Bram, standing beside the cannons, barrels still smoking. Bram grinned excitement in his eyes. Shall we give the Emperor another round, young Master Ren? The Emperor screamed in disbelief. Impossible. Even the strongest archmage can cast such a spell only once. What cursed magic is this? Ren's tone was calm, almost cutting, as he replied, Magic is outdated. It's time to embrace the industrial age. His words cut through the chaos like steel. A second barrage roared to life, fire streaking across the sky once more. The Emperor recoiled under the impact, and the authority of the Olvis Empire began to crumble before the relentless onslaught. The symbolic towers of the Empire toppled, swallowed in flames and smoke. An era long thought eternal ended in ways no one could have imagined. Amid the chaos, nobles and warlords seized their chance, declaring themselves kings over fractured lands, greed and ambition lighting their eyes. The once unified empire spiraled into disorder and violence. Ren moved quickly, claiming strategic positions he had long coveted, expanding his territory with precision. Later, inside Aislin's city lord mansion, Ren convened a meeting. A detailed urban development map was spread across the table. He pointed to a vast area, declaring it would become Aislinn University, the future jewel of the empire's education. He outlined the city's districts: north for industry, east along the river as a bustling commercial hub, south for residential quarters, and west reserved for elves and diplomatic matters. The elf queen stood beside him, amber eyes wide with astonishment. She realized he had toppled an ancient empire using only the strength of a border city. Ren sipped his tea calmly, inviting questions. This city belongs to all of us, not just me, he emphasized, his voice measured. The elf queen asked why the elves needed a separate residential district. Accustomed to forests, she suggested a single woodland would suffice, saving construction costs. Ren closed his eyes briefly, a quiet chuckle escaping him. If the elves avoided housing debt, he mused, there would be no profit. Nothing in his world came free. Returning to seriousness, he explained that elves and humans had lived apart too long, breeding misunderstanding. Using a pointer, he highlighted areas on the map, emphasizing cultural exchange, shared customs, cuisine, and art. He described this plan as a bridge toward long-term coexistence, a careful strategy to unite communities. The meeting was interrupted by the sudden entrance of a knight. Breathless, a royal envoy from the Carador Empire had arrived, bearing an imperial decree. The Elf Queen's expression tightened. She asked if she should step aside, wary of causing diplomatic friction. Ren calmly set down his teacup, a faint smile hinting that he had anticipated the visit. Soldiers escorted the envoy inside, tension hanging thick in the air. Bootsteps echoed arrogantly down the corridor, announcing authority. The council chamber doors swung open. Envoy Endric entered, radiating superiority. He introduced himself as the Carador Empire's special representative, bearing the Emperor's commands for Anseling. But his gaze fell on the Elf Queen beside Ren. His face darkened, sneering as he questioned why an elf could sit at the council table to discuss imperial affairs. His words cut like steel. The Elf Queen's amber eyes blazed with anger, her jaw tight. The chamber grew tense, cold with unspoken threat. Before she could respond, Ren rose quietly, stepping in front of her. His silence carried weight, making even Enric hesitate. Ren stared into Enric's eyes, commanding him to shut his mouth and apologize to the Elf Queen immediately. He warned, cold and precise. Otherwise, there would be another corpse in the room. The chamber froze, all breath held in suspense. Enric ignored the warning, believing his status as Emperor's envoy protected him from any challenge. His arrogance amused Ren. Glancing to Rosaline, he ordered her to demonstrate proper respect to Enric. Rosaline stepped forward with flawless poise, drawing her sword in one smooth, deadly motion. Blade leveled at his face, Enric panicked. "Harming me means war on the entire Carador Empire," he shouted. Rosaline's expression remained cold, unyielding. She swung without hesitation, her eyes like sharpened steel. The strike came so fast. Enric barely ducked, stumbling back, terror written across his features. He gasped in disbelief. "You actually dared to strike me!" He tried threats, but Rosaline pressed relentlessly, forcing him backward, mind reeling at the reversal of power. Rage replaced fear. He roared, drawing his sword to block, convinced she must have a death wish. Blades clashed sharply, but his strength paled against hers. In an instant, she overwhelmed him, sending him sprawling backward. He coughed blood, screaming in pain, utterly overpowered. Rosaline pressed her advantage, driving him back relentlessly, denying him any chance to recover. A crushing kick sent him sprawling face first across the floor, blood streaming from his mouth, groaning helplessly. As she raised her sword for the finishing blow, terror fully overtook Enric. He dropped into a frantic kowtow, begging mercy, admitting fault repeatedly. Just as the sword tip neared his throat, Ren commanded her to stop. Enric froze, disbelief etched across his face. He could not believe the son of Grand Duke Eldrien had permitted a subordinate to treat him so. Fury burned within him, but survival forced endurance. Inwardly, he swore that once back at the king's side, Ren would pay. Suppressing his hatred, he bowed, stammering an apology to the Elf Queen. The Elf Queen's amber eyes softened. She thanked Ren for standing up for her. Ren smiled. "No need for formality. We are partners." Enric bowed lower, hiding the smoldering hatred in his eyes. Ren stepped forward, coldly ordering him to read the Emperor's decree. Enric knelt, blood still on his lip, grievance written across his face. He unfurled the scroll and read aloud. By imperial command, Ren must return to the capital within 3 days to seek an audience and receive his investiture. The decree continued. Ownership of Anseling's city would also be reviewed and confirmed by the Empire. The Elf Queen immediately questioned why a city personally conquered by Ren should be subject to discussion. Enric bowed his head, explaining it was merely the rule of the human empire. Ren listened silently, fully aware that his current strength could not yet challenge the empire directly, especially with his father's true intentions unclear. After a moment of thought, Ren declared he would obey the imperial decree, leaving promptly for the capital to seek an audience with the Emperor. Enric rose to his feet without a second thought. His voice urged Ren to leave immediately. Yet for just a moment a sly, knowing grin flickered across his features, betraying a hidden amusement beneath the urgency. Inwardly, he smirked with a sneer, thinking to himself, once Ren reaches the capital, he'll witness exactly how events are set to unfold. The scene shifts to the imperial garden of Caradorial Palace. Sunlight filters through neatly trimmed hedges, fountains glimmer, and every stone and blossom is arranged with meticulous care, a serene display of calm luxury. The second prince's eyes sweep across the garden as he remarks, noting with a hint of surprise that the fourth prince has arrived even earlier than expected. The fourth prince steps into the tense gathering, his posture straight and alert, and immediately asks what urgent matter has summoned them together. Without hesitation, the second prince leans forward, a glint of calculation in his eyes. He points out that their third brother has been unusually active in court recently, and if this momentum continues, neither of them stands a chance at the throne. He outlines the division among the nobles. 3 factions, one rallying behind the third prince, one following him, and a smaller group leaning toward the fourth prince. The third prince's supporters are by far the strongest. The fourth prince's eyes narrow slightly, his voice lowered as he asks whether the second prince intends to repeat the tragedy that once befell their eldest brother. The second prince merely smirks. In a cold, measured tone, he lists the options: an accident, a fall, or, if necessary, a poisoned cup of wine. The point is clear: the third prince must die. How it's done and who takes the blame is someone else's concern. Leaning in, the fourth prince asks the crucial question: if the third prince dies, who will claim the throne, himself or the second prince? The second prince answers without a hint of doubt, assuring him that whichever of them ascends, they will share the spoils equally. He lifts his teacup, explaining that lands, military command, and resources will be divided evenly, with neither interfering in the other's domain. The fourth prince's lips curl into a sly, contemplative smile, clearly tempted, and he nods in agreement. One man on the throne, but 2 men reap the rewards, he remarks. With the pact set, he asks when they will put this plan into motion. The second prince chuckles darkly and reveals the expendable pawn in their scheme, Ren Edgar, the youngest son of Grand Duke Eldrien, whose recent feats have shaken the empire. The fourth prince interrupts, already informed. He notes that Ren single-handedly defeated the Ulvis Empire, and that the emperor is preparing extravagant rewards in recognition. The second prince lifts his wineglass, a smug edge in his tone, and outlines the plan. The emperor will demand the return of Enoch City. That dispute will provide the perfect opportunity to assassinate the third prince, leaving all blame to fall neatly on the Eldrien family. The fourth prince's eyes light up with delight at the plot. He clinks glasses with his brother, imagining himself stepping in to quell the emperor's fury and restore order, securing immense favor from their father. Amid the calm beauty of the palace gardens, the 2 princes raise their cups. Outwardly, they toast the emperor's long life, but inside their hearts are plotting fratricide and the ruin of a loyal house. A storm of political intrigue brews over the imperial capital. 2 days later, a luxurious carriage carries Ren back to his family estate, returning from a long and arduous journey. The ride is quiet, interrupted only by the steady rhythm of wheels rolling along the familiar road. Stepping down, Ren feels the weight of the time past. Nearly half a year has gone by since he left for the frozen north. An elderly butler hurries forward, a bright smile on his face, announcing that the Duchess awaits him in the sitting room. Ren nods and makes his way inside. Entering the familiar room, he greets the woman who has been patiently waiting for his return, his mother. She rushes toward him, her eyes full of worry and tenderness, noting how much thinner he has become. She fires a rapid stream of questions about life in Eelon, from the meals he ate to how he managed the people. Ren smiles, enveloping her in a warm hug, assuring her that he is no longer the child she once held. She responds gently, reminding him that in a mother's eyes, children remain forever her little ones. Ren mentions he brought back some specialties from Iceland as gifts. At that moment, Leah enters carrying the packages. The Duchess smiles warmly, praising her son for his thoughtfulness and diligence. The butler returns, announcing that Grand Duke Eldrien has returned and wishes to see Ren in the study immediately. The Duchess's expression shifts to seriousness. She warns Ren that, although his father may seem stern, he truly missed him and urges him not to take any harsh words to heart. Ren nods and promises to return after speaking with his father. She gives him a reassuring wink as he heads alone toward the study. Inside, the study is silent and heavy, signaling the gravity of the conversation ahead. Standing at the door, Ren announces his return formally. From within, Grand Duke Eldrien replies coldly, reminding him that the original mission was simply to resolve the food crisis. He asks Ren to confirm this. Ren affirms calmly. The Duke then launches into a harsh recital of Ren's recent deeds, assassinating an imperial commander, forming an alliance with the elf clan without permission, and instigating conflict on the Olvis border. Questions whether Ren is beginning to treat that land as his own domain. Meeting his father's stern gaze, Ren responds earnestly. While the land may not legally belong to him, its people have entrusted him with their well-being. He explains that the people genuinely believe his family can provide a better life, and he has merely acted as any responsible lord must, protecting those under his care. A subtle shift passes through Eldrien's eyes. Silently, he realizes Ren has matured, perhaps nurturing ambitions surpassing his own youth. Ren's accomplishments both impress and unsettle him. He warns that the real challenge will come at the investiture ceremony the next morning, where many will attempt to exploit recent events for personal gain. He asks what strategy Ren has prepared. Ren responds with calm confidence, assuring his father there's no need to worry. As long as I refuse to surrender, he says firmly, no one can take that city from me. Then he pivots, asking his father's view on the Empire's current state. The question carries weight. Catching the brief hesitation in Eldrien's expression, Ren presses further, asking which side his father will choose when the decisive struggle for the throne arrives. Grand Duke Eldrien falls silent, his gaze deep and unreadable. Finally, he states that Ren remains too immature and arrogant, questioning whether he truly believes the Empire is a crumbling wall that will collapse with a gentle push. He warns that underestimating the Emperor will only lead to failure. His position is clear: unless the family is pushed beyond limits, he will not intervene. Ren nods, acknowledging the warning. The tense discussion about the Empire's future concludes. Eldrien exhales deeply and shifts the topic. Since Ren is already thinking ahead, he mentions another matter that requires discussion. Ren asks what it is, and the Duke lifts a stack of papers from the oak desk. The topic is Ren's marriage. Grand Duke Eldrien swiftly explains that the list he's holding contains daughters from the Empire's most powerful noble houses, alliances that could one day strengthen Ren's position. But before he can continue, Ren shakes his head firmly. There's already someone in my heart, he says, his voice unwavering. The Duke freezes, momentarily thrown off. He leans forward, urgency flashing in his eyes. Which noble house is she from? He demands, his tone sharp, almost desperate. Ren's lips curve into a soft smile. It's Leah, he answers simply. She's brilliant, loyal, and above all, she's always been by my side. The name hits like a thunderclap. Eldrien slams his hand onto the oak desk, his voice slicing the air. She's just a servant. She has no right to be the wife of the heir to this family. Ren meets his father's glare without flinching, chin raised, voice steady. Whether she's worthy isn't your decision, it's mine. Eldrien tries reasoning with him, his brow furrowed with tension. You can't walk this path on willpower alone, the Duke warns, leaning in, his voice grave. You'll need allies, resources, political backing. Only a noble marriage can provide that. But Ren, thinking like a man of a new era, shakes his head. My future won't be built on arranged politics, he says, eyes shining with conviction. It will be forged by the strength of the industrial age I'm creating. Seeing the fire in his son's eyes, Eldrien finally exhales, a hint of reluctant pride in his gaze. He nods. The list will still be sent to your room, but at the very least, meet a few of the candidates out of courtesy. That night, deep within the Grand Imperial Palace, decisions that will shape the Empire are quietly taking form. In the Grand Hall, a blonde-haired man stands before the Emperor, presenting a carefully prepared report.
He recommends that Ren continue governing the newly acquired city, his posture formal and precise.
The emperor, perched on his grand throne, raises an eyebrow, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. "And why should such generosity be granted?" he asks, voice echoing through the hall. Alonso bows slightly, explaining that forcibly reclaiming the city could provoke the Edgar family. He adds that he's intrigued by the innovative policies Ren has introduced, careful to maintain decorum. The emperor tilts his head, eyes piercing. "Do you know what a ruler truly lacks?" he asks. Alonso bows again, admitting, "I do not." "The most essential thing a ruler needs," the emperor says, a dark smile curling his lips, "is ruthlessness, a heart of iron, willing to kill if necessary to maintain power. Whatever I allow Ren to do, he must succeed. Whatever I forbid, he shall never accomplish, no matter how strongly he desires it." His presence fills the hall, absolute and unyielding. Imperial authority is absolute. Alonso opens his mouth to respond, but quickly falls silent, overwhelmed by the sheer gravity of the emperor's command. At that tense moment, a soft voice interrupts from behind. An elegant figure steps forward, long pink hair glinting under the chandeliers. Lilith pouts, teasing. "Prince Alonso, still lingering here? You promised you'd spend the evening with me, not bury yourself in reports." The entire room shifts. Alonso bows, greeting the imperial consort, while the emperor's stern expression softens as she approaches. Unable to resist her charm, the emperor pulls Lilith close, whispering he'll return to her soon, almost forgetting the serious discussion entirely. Lilith leans in, smiling mischievously. "Your reward tonight depends on how well you behave," she murmurs into his ear. With her in his arms, the emperor waves dismissively at Alonso. "The decision is made," he says, more concerned with pleasure than policy. Alonso bows and departs, frustration simmering behind his composed exterior. Once alone, he allows himself to feel the full weight of it. The emperor no longer worries about the empire's future, only his own fragile power and indulgent whims. Alonso's eyes harden, a dangerous resolve forming. If this rotten rule continues, he vows silently he will burn it all down and rebuild from the ashes, no matter the cost. The next day, the grand imperial hall hums with nobles. The emperor announces his admiration for Ren's feats in Eelon, declaring that Enoch City will be merged with his original territory, a reward for his accomplishments. The two regions will combine into a single domain, he says, granting Ren the title of Count to govern them. "Any objections?" he asks. Whispers ripple across the hall. Nobles are stunned. So young, yet ascending to the rank of Count. His potential seems limitless. Ren remains composed, recalling his father's warning. Everything is proceeding exactly as planned. The real test is only beginning. A gray-haired man in a purple robe steps forward, Minister Fields. In a commanding voice, he declares granting Ren such a title would be a grave mistake. Ren doesn't flinch. He studies Fields calmly, recognizing this greedy minister as the first piece the emperor has moved. He recalls Duke Eldrien's warning about the venomous snakes of the capital. Someone would publicly challenge him. The key, his father had said, is to endure and turn it to your advantage. Facing Fields, Ren offers a subtle, knowing smile. The one about to falter isn't him, it's Fields. The emperor, mildly curious, asks Fields to explain his objections. Fields argues that military victories alone do not qualify someone to govern. Ren lacks the administrative and economic experience needed. Granting him power would invite chaos. Several nobles chuckle, nodding in agreement. They expect Fields to be right as the Minister of Finance. But no one notices the confident gleam in Ren's eyes. He has fully assessed his opponent. This is Fields' world, and he intends to show him a modern approach entirely unknown to him. The emperor feigns doubt. "Do you have a better plan, Fields?" he asks, probing. Fields bows, suppressing a faint smile. Ren is far too young and reckless to manage this alone. Handing over all authority would be disastrous. The emperor appears quietly pleased. So long as the nobles argue, his throne remains secure. Before Ren can respond, Fields presents his solution. Since Ren excels at warfare and security, Fields argues he should retain those. but finance and administration should remain with experienced officials to protect the people from his inexperience. The Emperor strokes his beard thoughtfully, then turns to Ren. What do you think about splitting authority in your new domain? Ren shakes his head firmly. He rejects Field's proposal outright. Confident, he declares he can handle finances himself, with skilled assistance in every field, offering to prove it immediately if Fields doubts him. Fields bursts into laughter, convinced Ren has become recklessly audacious. Since Lord Ren is so confident, Fields says, producing a massive chaotic ledger from the tax bureau, I have the perfect test. This accounting system is a disaster, and all previous inspectors failed or fell ill trying to fix it. Looking at Ren with mockery, Fields expects the young warrior to drown in the tangled records, never uncovering the hidden manipulations buried inside. With a false smile, Fields issues the challenge formally. Since Ren claims expertise, he must personally fix the Empire's most chaotic accounting system. Turning to the Emperor, Fields asks him to witness the wager. He declares that if Ren cannot untangle the ledger within a month, the financial authority of Enorkul will be stripped from him. The Emperor chuckles, clearly entertained by the wager, and nods in consent. His gaze fixes on Ren, a teasing glint in his eyes. Do you truly dare to take on such a perilous challenge in front of the entire nobility? He asks, voice ringing across the hall. Ren doesn't hesitate. A confident smile crosses his face, his fist tightening with resolve. He steps forward, fully aware that he's walking straight into the trap Fields, meticulously prepared. Watching from the side, Duke Eldrien tenses, worry etched deep into his face. Sweat beads at his brow as he takes in the peril Ren has willingly embraced. He fears his son is reckless, plunging headfirst into a political quagmire that even the most seasoned officials avoid. Still, Eldrien exhales slowly, a subtle acceptance in his posture. Perhaps, he reasons, this trial is necessary, a trial by fire to prepare Ren for the venomous snakes of the capital. Night falls, and the palace glows softly under the stars. Yet behind closed doors, the true manipulators of the Empire gather, confident that the young prodigy is about to falter. In a private chamber, the Emperor leans back, consulting with Fields. Everything is set, then? Ready to ensure the young prodigy stumbles during the audit? Fields smirks, pride dripping from his voice. Everything is in place. I've scrambled the tax records across multiple regions and hidden the original ledgers from the Empire's most critical economic zones. Confident, he laughs. Even my top accountants would take months to untangle this chaos. Ren has walked straight into a pit from which he cannot escape. The Emperor gazes at the night sky, satisfied. Individual fates mean nothing. What matters is that the balance of power remains firmly in his hands. Meanwhile, under the same moonlight, the silent Royal Ministry of Finance stands unaware. Neither the Emperor nor Fields realizes that the prey they believe trapped is actually the hunter. Back in his office, Ren plunges into the sea of ledgers, Leah by his side. Selena lets out a tired sigh at the sight of the towering records. Why didn't you bring Wilvina? She's the real master of data management, she asks, exhausted before even starting. Ren shakes his head calmly. Wilvina is busy rebuilding Islan's tax and mining systems. This chaotic imperial audit isn't a burden. It's an opportunity, a piece of a larger plan. Selena stares at him, bewildered. She can't fathom how a mountain of manipulated records could possibly be considered an opportunity. Ren smiles, lifting a ledger as if it were a treasure chest. He knows these tangled books contain the Empire's lifeblood. Once decoded, every hidden secret will be in his hands. A cold smile curls his lips as he gestures to the ledgers. These will expose everything from corruption to the Empire's true wealth. I'm ready to turn the entire system upside down. He turns to Leah and Selena. Sort everything by tax category, administrative region and time period. He commands precise and unflinching. The calculations, he adds, leave those to me. Leah glances nervously at the mountainous work. Should we hire more guild experts to meet the deadline? She suggests cautiously. Ren rises with serene confidence. A few ledgers like these are hardly a challenge for my mind, he says, his tone calm, measured. He pats her head reassuringly. Anyone in the imperial capital who truly understands taxation would never be foolish enough to step into this swamp and anger the powerful forces behind it. Leah hesitates. Guild people would do almost anything for money, she murmurs. Ren lets out a cold laugh. This isn't an ordinary challenge, he says. It's a test the Emperor set to strip me of authority. Under such circumstances, he continues, voice firm, no one would dare oppose the ruler of the Empire. Leah and Selena exchange stunned glances, realizing the depth of corruption hidden behind the court. Moments later, Selena's expression darkens. Leah quickly asks what's wrong. Selena explains that while organizing the records, she noticed entire sections missing from several regions, making it impossible to reconcile the numbers. She assumes the Ministry of Finance simply forgot to provide them. Ren chuckles softly at her naivety. It's not a mistake, he says. It's a trap. Those records were withheld on purpose, so I could never calculate the Empire's true financial losses. Selena suggests reporting the missing documents to the Emperor and demanding a complete set. Ren dismisses the idea immediately. I expected this trick from the start, he says calmly. As long as the missing portion isn't too large, the rest is enough to reconstruct what's hidden. He points to one ledger. Land rent in the Northwest dropped 17% from last year, yet agricultural output didn't decline at all. His pen moves rapidly as he calculates that, under the old tax rate, each acre should have paid 0. Quote, 7 silver coins, but only 0.42 was reported this year. The difference is clearly embezzled. Land administration and property transfer records weren't updated properly, revealing a shocking lack of transparency. This is the classic off-the-books method, he explains. Unregistered plots evade taxes, and fake numbers cover the gaps. Moving on, he notes that the Northern Territory's salt tax was delayed a full month, though transport costs remained unchanged. Selena gasps in astonishment. Ren explains calmly. It's a phantom shipment scheme. The same batch of goods is circulated on paper repeatedly, he says. Officials claim the route again and again, siphoning subsidies from the treasury. Leaning back, Ren delivers his verdict. The Empire has turned corruption into an art. Distorted taxes, duplicate land records, empty invoices, manipulated standards, every layer is rotten. He shakes his head lightly. No wonder no one has managed a clean calculation in all these years. Selena stares in awe. How did you solve all this so quickly? She asks. Ren points proudly to his head. Not magic, he says. Logic, classification, cross-verification. That's the modern financial system. Far away in the palace, under the night sky, the noble schemes continue to ripen. The Emperor asks about Ren's progress mid-audit, and Fields bows confidently, reporting that he personally tampered with the data. He admits that several ledgers were deliberately left incomplete, and nearly a third of the numbers were fabricated entirely. The Emperor smiles with satisfaction, praising Fields for his thorough preparation. Fields adds confidently that even if 30 top ministry experts worked together, they would need at least 3 months to untangle the accounts. A crafty light gleams in his eyes. Ren will never escape this trap, he says with certainty. The Emperor agrees, treating the setup as a harsh but necessary lesson for youthful arrogance. He declares that once Ren fails, the entire financial administration of Enorkul will be handed over to Fields. Fields can barely contain his delight, bowing quickly to express gratitude, secretly relishing the chance to insult Ren and his father simultaneously.
When the month ends, the air outside Ren's study is unnaturally still. The door swings open, and Fields strolls in, loudly reminding Ren that the deadline has passed and demanding his progress.
Ren sits calmly, flipping through the ledgers. I finished last night, he says. I plan to report the results this morning. Fields freezes, disbelief flashing across his face. It's already done? He blurts. Ren smiles faintly, savoring the panic. Judging by that reaction, he asks, this pile of records was supposed to be impossible. Fields flinches, then recovers, insisting he's simply amazed by Ren's astonishing speed. Fields doesn't waste a single second. His eyes blaze with anticipation as he demands to see the results firsthand, convinced he can catch a single error and use it to crush Ren's audacity. Ren's calm smile never wavers. You may check the work, he says evenly, but there's one condition. Fields frowns, curiosity, and irritation flickering across his features. "And what is that?" he asks cautiously. Ren meets his gaze steadily, unwavering. "The verification must be done publicly in front of the Emperor," he declares, his voice carrying quiet authority. "Otherwise," he explains, "the outcome would rest entirely on Field's biased judgment, leaving no room for truth." Field's face darkens, a shadow of frustration passing across it, but he has no choice. "Fine," he says coldly. "Tomorrow morning at the court assembly, I will examine the ledgers before His Majesty and the full nobility." He storms out, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. Inwardly, he vows that tomorrow, in the imperial court itself, he will make Ren pay in the deepest humiliation imaginable. That night, under a star-strewn sky over the imperial palace, the conspiracy thickens. Fields leaves Ren's study and strides straight to the Emperor. Kneeling before the throne, he reports Ren's demand for a public audit, confident the young prodigy will be ruined. The Emperor raises an eyebrow. "And how can you be so certain?" he asks, voice measured. Fields explains, a smirk curling his lips, that he planted 3 traps within the ledgers. First, 1/3 of the data was deliberately concealed, all connecting to the Empire's most critical financial flows. Second, certain records were personally falsified by Fields years ago, filled with chaotic, illogical numbers designed to confuse any outsider. Third, even if every figure were correct, the sheer volume is so overwhelming that no one could finish it within a single month. A sinister smile spreads across the Emperor's face as he praises Field's cunning. He orders that all nobles and high officials be present the next morning to witness the spectacle, and that the 3 princes be summoned as well. They should watch and learn, he says, how ruthless power operates. The next morning, tension grips the palace as the tax audit begins. The Emperor and the court are assembled, the air thick with anticipation. Ren enters calmly, holding only a thin scroll. The noble's eyes immediately follow him, curiosity mixing with skepticism. Could he really have completed such a daunting task, or has he simply rushed in recklessly? Fields steps forward, polished and confident, greeting him with practiced courtesy. "The Ministry of Finance has worked tirelessly for a month and completed the accounts," he announces. "Today, Lord Ren and I will verify the results before His Majesty and the ministers." He shifts his expression to one of concern. Because this is Ren's first time handling imperial finance, the Emperor has graciously allowed leniency. "If your calculations contain only minor discrepancies, we will reluctantly accept them." Before Fields can continue, Ren interrupts. "And if your calculations are wrong," he asks, voice steady, "what reward will I receive?" The hall freezes. Nobles gape, incredulous at the audacity of one youth challenging the entire Ministry of Finance. "Madness," they murmur, "pure madness." An official, red-faced, demands, "Do you truly believe you can outmatch the ministry's experts alone?" Ren smiles faintly, arrogantly. "Yes, that is exactly what I mean." His words ignite the room. Ministry nobles explode with outrage, feeling their authority personally insulted. Fields raises his hand sharply. "Do not quarrel before the Emperor," he commands, voice slicing through the uproar. He gestures to the court. "Begin comparing the figures immediately." The Emperor nods. Fields and Ren will present their calculations, one after the other. Fields opens his dossier with complete confidence. The ministry's figures show the Empire's total tax revenue this quarter as 14,800,000 gold, he declares, chest puffed with authority. He elaborates. Border tax accounts for 2.16 million, mineral tax for 1.8 million. Then he turns to Ren, silently challenging him to present his own numbers. Ren responds firmly. The true total is 16,057,000 gold, with border tax at 3.12 million and mineral tax at 2.65 million. The hall gasps. Ministry officials erupt, shouting that his figures are absurdly wrong. The Emperor observes calmly. These figures differ massively from the ministry's, he notes. Explain. Ren smiles coldly. Simple, he says. The Ministry of Finance falsified the books. Naturally, the numbers won't match. The accusation freezes the room. Ren now appears a madman daring to accuse the entire ministry of fraud right in front of the Emperor. Fields explodes in fury, screaming that Ren is slandering them. swearing no one can challenge the ministry's authority. Ren remains perfectly calm. "And what if proof exists?" he asks, voice icy and deliberate. The single question shakes Fields. He tries to convince himself Ren is bluffing, yet fear creeps in. "Show your evidence immediately," he demands, voice cracking. Ren slowly unrolls his scroll. "Since you insist," he says, "do not blame me for what follows." He begins with indirect taxes, detailing each figure with relentless logic. He explains that imperial taxes are divided into direct taxes, indirect taxes, and royalties, and he will start with the indirect portion. For border taxes in the first 3 months, using actual trade flows, historical transport averages, and export volume at the western frontier, the correct figure is 3.12 million gold. The ministry reported only 2.16 million, a shortfall of 30%. Moving to the salt tax, he notes that the northwestern fields expanded production by 10%, yet revenue fell by 40,000 gold. With sharp mockery, he asks if the salt somehow returned to the sea, or if the ministry's brains had stopped working. He then examines land tax. Across 37 counties, the number of farmers rose 8.5%, yet total land tax fell 2% from last year. "Impossible," he says, locking eyes with Fields. "Did half the Empire's farmers fall into hell this year?" The hall falls deathly silent. Ministry nobles tremble. They cannot refute Ren's precise logic and evidence. Sweat pours down Fields' face. He cannot fathom how Ren uncovered such deep corruption. Doubt creeps in. Could this youth truly be a master of taxation? Ren stares him down. "Any defense?" he asks, cold and mocking. "Did you really think no one in the capital could see through such filthy schemes?" Fields screams in desperation and rage, but the outburst only highlights how trapped he is. He collapses to his knees, hands trembling on the red carpet, crushed under the weight of the numbers Ren has exposed. From the throne, the Emperor erupts in fury. "How dare the Minister of Finance falsify records and embezzle tax funds?" he demands. Abandoned, Fields panics. He pleads for mercy, insisting it was a minor error, not intentional. The Emperor, disappointed by the plan's failure, immediately orders Fields imprisoned. He also commands a full investigation into all financial records, every subordinate, and the origins of related assets. Everyone connected to the case will face the harshest punishment. Fields is seized without hesitation. Despite his frantic protests and pleas, the guards drag him off mercilessly, leaving no room for negotiation or escape. The dungeon swallows him in darkness, silence pressing in from every damp, shadowed corner. The air is heavy, the walls closing in like judgment. Suddenly, the heavy iron door groans open, spilling a narrow sliver of light across the floor. Fields lifts his head, eyes wide with shock at the unexpected visitor. There, standing in the dead of night, is the Emperor himself. His gaze pins Fields in place, unreadable voice cold and controlled, silently declaring that this encounter is Fields' lifeline after the scandal. Fields trembles violently, pressing his forehead to the stone, repeating his gratitude over and over, desperately showing he understands the Emperor's reasoning. But deep inside, he knows the truth. He has narrowly escaped death. The Emperor's stern warning cuts through the quiet. This matter is serious. First order of business. Silence all involved. Fields immediately understands. He offers a perfect scapegoat, a low-ranking inspector from the Western Border Tax Office of peasant and military background, without status or influence. The ideal fall guy. A faint, calculating smile flickers across the Emperor's lips. He approves instantly. If Fields has found a candidate, the case should be wrapped up swiftly. As the Emperor turns to leave, Fields stands in respectful attention, mind racing. Finding a sacrificial pawn is simple. The true puzzle is far darker. Why does the Emperor need such immense sums every year, enough to manipulate the Empire's accounts? Before disappearing down the corridor, the Emperor delivers one final warning. Should Fields disappoint him again, the consequences will extend far beyond a mere loss of title. Once the Emperor vanishes into shadow, Fields bows once more in formal gratitude. But the moment he believes no eyes are on him, he collapses, face grim, muttering bitterly that the waters of this capital run far deeper and deadlier than any young man could imagine. Later, at Ren's residence, Selena radiates excitement. She marvels at his brilliance, praising how he transformed impossible tax records into a complete victory, forcing Fields into disgrace and arrest. Ren lifts his teacup, calm and collected, and delivers a statement that stops her cold. Fields will be fine. Selena stares, stunned, struggling to reconcile the outcome. Tax fraud in the Empire is a serious crime. How could the mastermind escape so easily, she wonders aloud. Ren sets down his cup, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The Emperor knew about the falsified accounts from the very start, he says. Selena is speechless, unable to fathom the level of manipulation behind the throne. She struggles to believe that the Emperor could conspire with his ministers on such a scale, and even less understands why.
Ren explains slowly. The false numbers were never mistakes. They were tools designed to create the illusion of prosperity, maintain public confidence, and convince the nobility that the empire remained strong. Cold, calculated politics preserved stability even as the financial system rotted from within.
Selena struggles to accept it. She asks how Ren can be sure the Emperor and Fields acted together rather than Fields alone. Ren smirks faintly. The answer lies in the Emperor's handling of the situation. Despite the weight of the accusation, the Emperor gave Fields no chance to defend himself. No questions, no investigation, no explanation, just immediate arrest. Ren leans in, voice low. This was not justice, he says, it was theater. One testimony might have exposed a network of corruption behind the throne. By silencing Fields, the Emperor cut loose ends, calmed public outrage, and remained untouched. Ren concludes, the Empire doesn't run on truth, it runs on what people are allowed to believe. Selena slowly realizes that Fields was never truly condemned. He was merely sacrificed as a shield, protecting the darkness behind the throne. Ren lets out a quiet, cold laugh. He understands the Emperor shields himself, but the cost of that protection grants him control over Enoch's finances, a silent concession, heavy with calculation. At that moment, Grand Duke Eldrien enters, stern as ever. He immediately scolds Ren for overstepping in court earlier that day. Ren remains unfazed. He calmly asks why speaking the truth in court should be considered wrong. The Duke slams his hand on the table. This wasn't just speaking the truth, he says. It was striking the financial establishment of the capital across the face. He warns that Ren has offended powers even nobles approach with caution. Authority, he says, does not rely on right or wrong. It relies on untouchable strength. Ren doesn't waver. He responds firmly. If those falsifying accounts feel no fear, then the one holding the truth has even less reason to be afraid. The room falls silent, tension thick and heavy. Grand Duke Eldrien exhales deeply. He understands that this is beyond right or wrong, it's survival. Sliding a list of noble daughters toward Ren, he changes the subject. He orders Ren to choose a marriage candidate. Political alliances, he explains, are essential for any great house to survive. Leah freezes in the corner, hands trembling slightly as she prepares tea. She lowers her head in silent apology, hiding tears gathering in her eyes. She knows feelings are a luxury in this world. Excusing herself under the pretense of fetching hot water, she's really hiding the tears she can't hold back. Ren watches silently, understanding exactly what she's thinking. In the dim corridor, Leah stares at the night sky, though there's nothing to see. The distance between their stations has made her realize she has no place in Ren's future. Ren approaches quietly and stops behind her. He softly asks if she's upset. Leah shakes her head, calm but distant. "I'm only a maid," she says. "Your marriage doesn't concern me?" She doesn't look at him, but the avoidance speaks volumes. Before she can turn away, Ren steps forward, wrapping his arms around her from behind. His voice drops, low and intimate. "I hope it has everything to do with you," he says. Leah freezes, heart hammering. Those words break every noble rule she's ever known. Ren smiles gently. From Inako until now, he says, the only person who has stayed by his side and truly understood him is her, not the names on any list. Tears finally spill from Leah's eyes, though fear lingers. She knows she is only a servant and wonders if Ren can truly defy his family for her. Ren doesn't answer directly. Instead, he asks one question: will she stay by his side? Not just a confession, it's a challenge to the entire noble order. Leah hesitates, then slowly her fear begins to melt. She rushes forward, embracing him tightly. She says she is willing. In a capital overflowing with schemes and poison, a bond forged by the heart takes shape. Yet with the imperial palace's darkness still spreading, whether that vow can shield them from the storm ahead remains uncertain.